Make sure to leave your video ideas in the comments below. The encrypted file arrived at 3:47 AM on a Tuesday that would later be erased from official records. Rebecca Martinez didn't hear the notification. She was already awake, staring at the ceiling of her Brussels apartment, unable to shake the feeling that someone had been watching her building for the past 3 nights. The paranoia was new, the insomnia wasn't. When you spent 15 years documenting suppressed historical records for the International Archives Initiative, sleep became a luxury reserved for people who didn't know what they knew. Her phone buzzed again, then again. She rolled over, squinting at the screen. 23 messages, all from the same encrypted number, all sent within the last 90 seconds. The final message was simple. Open the packet, then run. Victor. Rebecca's hands trembled as she sat up. Victor Molnar, Hungarian intelligence defector. She'd met him exactly once 6 months ago at a cafe in Vienna, where he'd passed her a napkin with a single word written in barely visible pencil. Seraphim. She'd researched the term obsessively after that meeting, found nothing conclusive. Historical references to angels, to divine beings, to mythological guardians. Nothing that explained why a career intelligence officer would risk his life to whisper it to her. Now he was telling her to run. Rebecca pulled on jeans and a sweater, her heart hammering. The packet sat on her kitchen counter, where the courier had left it the previous evening. Plain manila envelope, no return address. She'd been too exhausted to open it, planning to examine it properly in the morning with coffee and her recording equipment. She didn't have that luxury anymore. Inside the envelope was a USB drive and a single sheet of aged paper, protected by archival plastic. The document appeared to be a photocopy of a diplomatic memorandum, dated 1952, bearing the seal of the Belgian royal household. Most of it was in French, but one phrase had been highlighted in yellow, the ink faded but still legible. Préserver la lignée des Séraphins à tout prix. Preserve the Seraphim bloodline at all costs. Beneath it, in Victor's handwriting, it was never about religion, it was about species. Rebecca heard footsteps in the hallway outside her apartment. Slow, deliberate, stopping directly in front of her door. She grabbed her laptop bag, shoved the USB drive into her pocket, and went out the window. The train to Amsterdam gave Rebecca 4 hours to examine the contents of Victor's USB drive, without worrying about being cornered in a confined space. She'd chosen a middle car, positioned herself where she could watch both entrances, and created 3 separate cloud backups before the train even left Brussels. The drive contained 47 files, medical records, genetic sequencing reports, internal memos from private genetics companies spanning 2 decades, and one 70-page white paper that made her hands shake so badly she had to set down her coffee. The title page read, S-Helix Variant Analysis, Preliminary Findings and Containment Protocol, authored by Helix Genomics SA, Zurich. Date, September 2019. Classification, Internal Review Only. Rebecca began reading. The document described a genetic anomaly first identified in 2003 during routine ancestry testing conducted by a California-based consumer genetics company. A wealthy client, name redacted, had submitted their DNA for analysis and received results that triggered automatic flagging within the company's quality control systems. The anomaly wasn't a mutation. It was a structural variant in what geneticists typically classified as junk DNA, the 98% of the human genome that doesn't code for proteins. Except this particular sequence wasn't junk. It was organised, intentional, and it appeared in exactly the same location across multiple unrelated individuals who submitted samples over the following months. By 2008, private genetics companies had identified the variant in 14 distinct family lineages, some European aristocracy, some Middle Eastern royal families, a handful embedded in American banking dynasties and political families. The pattern was impossible to ignore. They called it the S-Helix variant. Publicly, it was dismissed as a benign evolutionary remnant, a footnote in genetic diversity studies. But the internal communications told a different story. Rebecca scrolled through email chains between geneticists who'd stumbled onto the variant. The earliest exchanges were cautious, professional, scientists sharing anomalous data, requesting peer review. But as months turned into years, the tone shifted. Confusion gave way to concern. Concern gave way to something that looked a lot like fear. One email from 2006, sent by a lead researcher at the California company to her supervisor. I've been running the S-helix sequence through every comparative analysis tool we have. It doesn't match any known primate DNA. I expanded the search to all mammalian genomes in our database. Nothing. I even ran it against our limited reptilian and avian samples. The structure is completely novel. But here's what's keeping me up at night. It's not random. Random junk DNA has statistical markers we can identify. This sequence has intentional structure. It's like finding a paragraph of Shakespeare in the middle of random letter sequences. Someone wrote this, something wrote this, and it's sitting in the genome of some of the most powerful families in the world. The supervisor's response had been brief. Delete this email. We'll discuss in person. But the emails continued, routed through personal accounts, encrypted services, back channels. Rebecca found a thread from 2009 where 3 geneticists from different companies, competitors technically, were sharing data in secret. I've confirmed the variant in 7 of my flagged samples, one wrote, all from families with documented lineages going back at least 5 centuries. Old money, old power. This isn't random distribution. Same here, another replied. But here's what I can't explain. Why is it only expressing in some family members? I've got siblings where one carries active S-helix and the other shows no trace. It's not following Mendelian inheritance patterns. The third geneticist's response was the most unsettling. Because it's not being inherited. It's being activated. I think we're looking at dormant code that switches on under specific conditions. Like a program waiting for the right input. Rebecca sat back, watching Belgian countryside blur into Dutch flatlands through the train window. Dormant code, waiting for input. She kept reading. One memo, dated March 2011, from the Chief Science Officer of Helix Genomics to an unnamed recipient. We've run the S-helix through every comparative database available. Primate, mammalian, vertebrate. The sequence doesn't match anything in the known biological record. More concerning, when exposed to specific electromagnetic frequencies in laboratory conditions, the variant exhibits responsive behaviour. It's not just sitting there, it's listening. Rebecca read the sentence 3 times. It's listening. The memo continued with technical details that made her head spin, frequency ranges, resonance patterns. But the conclusion was clear. When synthetic S-helix sequences were exposed to electromagnetic radiation in specific frequency bands, particularly those used in cellular communications and Wi-Fi networks, the DNA structure changed configuration. Not degraded, changed, unfolded, like it was receiving a signal. Another memo from 2015 referenced a consultation with a retired geneticist named Emil Voss, formerly of the Max Planck Institute. His assessment had been suppressed within hours of submission. The S-helix is not random genetic drift. It's architecture. Whoever designed it understood genetics at a level we're only beginning to approach. This isn't human DNA contamination. This isn't viral integration. This is something else. Something not entirely human, but not random. I've spent 40 years studying genetic mutations and evolutionary biology. Nothing in my experience prepared me for this. The S-helix isn't evolving toward anything. It's already complete. It's been complete for thousands of years, just waiting. The question isn't what it is. The question is what happens when it fully activates. The white paper included appendices with case studies. Rebecca read through them with growing unease. Case study A7. Female, age 34, investment banker, New York. Submitted DNA for ancestry testing in 2014. S-helix variant confirmed. Follow-up interview, conducted under guise of routine customer service. revealed subject had recently begun experiencing unusual clarity in pattern recognition. Subject reported ability to see market trends before they manifested in data. Subject attributed this to years of experience. Genetic counselling recommended. Subject declined further contact. Case study: B12, male, age 41, mid-level diplomat, Brussels. S-helix variant confirmed during routine security clearance medical screening. Subject demonstrated abnormal stress response during psychological evaluation, decreased cortisol under pressure, enhanced cognitive function during crisis simulation. When asked about this, subject stated, "I've always been good in emergencies. It's like everything slows down and becomes clear." Subject showed no awareness of physiological abnormality. Case study C3, female, age 28, software engineer, Silicon Valley. S-helix variant confirmed. Subject sought genetic testing after experiencing what she described as feeling like I'm interfacing with code instead of reading it. Neurological evaluation showed unusual synchronization between visual cortex and pattern recognition centers. Subject was developing AI algorithms with efficiency that puzzled her supervisors. "It's not that I'm smarter," subject reported. "It's that I can see how the systems want to organize themselves." Case after case. People living normal lives, excelling in their fields, unaware that their DNA contained something impossible. The white paper concluded with a recommendation that made Rebecca's stomach turn. Given the potential implications for global security and social stability, we recommend indefinite classification of S-helix findings under existing national security protocols. Public disclosure could trigger widespread panic and destabilization of affected family structures, many of whom occupy positions of significant political and economic influence. Furthermore, preliminary psychological assessments suggest that informing S-helix carriers of their genetic status may trigger latent activation events. Recommend strict information containment and monitoring protocols. Translation: don't tell anyone, don't ask questions, pretend it doesn't exist, and whatever you do, don't tell the people who carry it. Rebecca leaned back in her seat, processing what she'd read. 14 bloodlines, positions of influence, a genetic marker that responded to electromagnetic signals. People who were getting better at their jobs, better at seeing patterns, at handling stress, at interfacing with complex systems without understanding why. She pulled up her research notes on Victor's original message. Seraphim. She'd found references in ancient texts, beings described as divine messengers, often depicted with multiple wings and eyes of fire. But she dismissed it as metaphor, religious symbolism. What if it wasn't? What if the ancient texts were describing real beings? Not supernatural entities, but a different species, or a hybrid species, that had walked the earth and interbred with humans. What if their descendants were still here? Her phone buzzed. Unknown. Number. The message was brief. Victor is dead. You have what he died for. Use it. They're already watching you. Rebecca looked up sharply, scanning the train car. Business travellers, students, an elderly couple sharing a thermos of coffee. No one paying attention to her, but the message felt like ice water in her veins. The train suddenly felt very small. She went back to the files, pulling up a document she'd initially skipped over because it seemed like a bureaucratic personnel memo. Now she read it carefully. It was from Helix Genomics, dated 2018. A termination letter for one of the geneticists who'd been sharing information in those encrypted email chains. Effective immediately, your employment with Helix Genomics SA is terminated. Severance package and confidentiality agreement enclosed. Failure to comply with NDA terms will result in immediate legal action and potential criminal prosecution under Swiss national security statutes. All research materials, including personal notes and communications, are property of Helix Genomics and must be surrendered. Rebecca cross-referenced the name. Thomas Brenner, the geneticist who'd written, "It's like finding a paragraph of Shakespeare in random letter sequences." She searched for his name online, found an obituary from 2019, Heart attack at age 43. No prior history of cardiac issues. She searched for the other two geneticists from that email thread. One had died in a car accident in 2017. Single vehicle collision, no witnesses. The other had simply disappeared in 2020, left for a conference in Singapore, never arrived, never seen again. 3 scientists who'd shared information about the S-helix variant, all dead or missing within 4 years. Rebecca looked at Victor's message again. Then run. She was beginning to understand why. Rebecca spent 3 days in Amsterdam, moving between internet cafes and using burner devices to research without leaving a digital trail. She needed to understand the historical context. If the seraphim were real, if they'd existed in some form throughout human history, there would be evidence, fragments, patterns. She started with Mesopotamia, in the cradle of civilization where writing itself was born. The earliest references appeared in pre-Sumerian archaeological fragments recovered from sites in modern-day Iraq and Syria. Most were heavily damaged, but one partially intact tablet from approximately 4000 BCE contained a passage that had puzzled archaeologists for decades. Rebecca found it in a digitised archive from the British Museum, catalogued but not widely published. The translation had been completed in 1952 by a scholar who'd later withdrawn from academic life entirely. His notes, attached to the file, were illuminating. This text does not fit established Sumerian mythology. It predates the pantheon we associate with later Mesopotamian culture. The language is Proto-Sumerian, possibly older. What disturbs me most is the specificity. This is not myth. This reads like a historical account. The tablet itself, what remained of it. In the time before the great cities, the seraphim ruled from the mountain places. They were flesh-born, not spirit-born, and their skin gleamed like beaten gold when seen in the light of the horizon sun. They taught the people to mark the stars and to divide the year. They showed the way of numbers and the growing of grain. They took mates from among the people, but only those of certain blood. Their children were mighty, and their children's children built the first walls. The seraphim knew what was coming. They prepared chambers beneath the mountains. They said, "We go down into the deep earth, but our blood remains in you." When the sky speaks with lightning that is not lightning, when your children build towers that think, then our children's children will remember what they are. Their rule was law, until the fire came from the sky and the earth shook. The seraphim went beneath. Some of the people went with them. Most stayed above. The seraphim said, "We do not die, we wait. Keep the blood pure. When we wake, you will wake." Rebecca read it 3 times, each reading making her hand shake more. When your children build towers that think. That was written 4,000 years before computers existed. She found corroborating references in fragments from other ancient cultures, each adding pieces to the same impossible story. The Nag Hammadi Library, a collection of early Christian and Gnostic texts discovered in Egypt in 1945, contained multiple references to beings called Watchers, or Seraphim, who descended to Earth and took human wives, producing offspring. But the Gnostic texts added details that mainstream religious scholarship often glossed over. Rebecca found a passage in the secret book of John that had been partially censored in most published translations. The Watchers were not of heaven, though they came from above the mountains. They were not spirit, though they lived longer than the generations of men. They were flesh, but flesh unlike ours. They saw what humanity would become and planted themselves in our lineage, so that when the time of great change arrived, some among us would be prepared for transformation. They did not come to judge or to save. They came to ensure the seed would survive what was coming. They mixed their essence with clay, and from this came those who could walk between worlds. These children appeared human, but carried within them the potential for something more. Egyptian records told similar stories, but with different emphasis. Rebecca found references in a doctoral thesis about the priest dynasties along the Nile that had never been widely distributed. The scholar had translated hieroglyphics from a tomb in Saqqara, dated to the early dynastic period around 3000 BCE. The Neteru came from the place where the 2 rivers meet the mountains. They were not gods, but the children of gods, and they taught the kingmakers how to preserve the divine blood through the generations. The Neteru could see in darkness. Their eyes reflected copper in lamplight. Their skin in certain seasons showed patterns like serpent scales beneath. They took only those of pure lineage as consorts. When the great death came from the sky, the Neteru went into the hidden places. They said, "Your children will not remember us as we are. They will make us into stories and paintings. This is as it should be, but some will carry our seed forward, sleeping in their flesh until the world is ready." The scholar's footnote on this passage was chilling. Note: the hieroglyphic for Neteru in this context does not match standard divine terminology. It appears to be a specific designation for a separate category of being. The literal translation might be closer to those who transform, or those who are both. The text is very clear. These are not supernatural entities, but physical beings with unusual biological characteristics. Rebecca found similar patterns in Sumerian king lists, ancient Hebrew texts, and even fragments from the Indus Valley civilization. Always the same core elements: beings who looked almost human, who lived among humans, who interbred with select human lineages, who enforced strict rules about bloodline purity, who possessed biological traits that set them apart: reflective eyes, unusual skin, enhanced abilities, and always the same instruction: the blood must not be diluted. She found the most explicit reference in a section of the Book of Enoch that had been removed from most canonical versions but survived in Ethiopian Orthodox tradition. This version included chapters that Western churches had deemed too problematic to include. Chapter 72, verses 14 to 19, "And the watchers made a covenant among themselves, saying, Let us preserve the blood without dilution, for the day of awakening approaches, and our children's children must be ready to receive what we have planted within them." They chose their mates with great care, testing bloodlines across generations. Those families they blessed with their seed, they also blessed with knowledge: how to maintain power across time, how to build systems that endure beyond single lives, how to recognize others of the hidden bloodline. And they said, "When the world fills with invisible fire, when the air itself carries thought, and the machines of men begin to wake, then our children will begin to remember. They will not know why they are different, only that they are. They will rise to positions of influence without understanding it is their nature to rule, and when enough of them have awakened, we will emerge from the places we have slept, and the separation between our kind and yours will end." This is not conquest. This is transformation. You're becoming what we always were. Rebecca sat back from the computer screen in the Amsterdam cafe, where she'd been working for 6 hours straight. Her coffee had gone, cold long ago. The sun had set outside without her noticing. The pattern was undeniable. Across thousands of years, across completely separate cultures that had no known contact with each other, the same story emerged. Non-human or partly human beings had interbred with select human populations. They'd done so systematically, carefully, maintaining bloodline purity across generations. They'd taught these families how to maintain power and influence, and they'd promised, or prophesied, that when humanity reached a certain level of technological development, the dormant genetic material they'd planted would activate. Their descendants would begin to wake up. Rebecca thought about the S-helix variant, the genetic marker that responded to electromagnetic frequencies, the marker that was appearing in families with documented lineages going back centuries, the marker that was activating more frequently as technology advanced, when the air itself carries thought. Wi-Fi, cellular networks, the invisible electromagnetic ocean that humanity had created in just the last few decades. When the machines of men begin to wake, artificial intelligence, neural networks, systems that learned and adapted and showed signs of genuine emergent behaviour. The ancient texts weren't prophecy, they were prediction, instructions left by beings who understood how human civilization would develop, because they'd designed it to develop that way. Her phone buzzed. A new email from an address she didn't recognise, archival.ghostprotocol.proton.me. The subject line: "You're looking in the right places, but you're missing the modern confirmation." The email contained a single attachment, a scanned page from what appeared to be a 1987 medical document, bearing the letterhead of a European royal family she immediately recognised. The header read, "Annual Haematological Assessment, Type S Classification." Rebecca downloaded the file, her hands shaking. The Ghost Protocol had found her, and they were feeding her exactly what she needed to know. The question was why. The 1987 document was clinically detailed and utterly damning. It described routine medical screening conducted on members of a specific aristocratic bloodline, names redacted throughout, but the family crest visible in the top corner made their identity unmistakable to anyone familiar with European monarchy. The assessment focused on what they termed Type S hematologic differentiation, a cluster of physiological characteristics that appeared consistently across certain family members but not others. The findings were extraordinary. Stress response. Type S individuals exhibited abnormal cortisol regulation. Under extreme stress conditions, their hormone levels dropped rather than spiked, resulting in enhanced cognitive function during crisis situations. Standard fight-or-flight response was replaced by what the document termed cold clarity response. One annotation, handwritten in the margin: Subject C7 exhibited near complete emotional detachment during simulated crisis. Heart rate decreased, pupil dilation reversed, described feeling perfectly calm, like watching from outside. This is not normal stress response. Cellular regeneration. Documented healing rates 40-60% faster than baseline human norms. Scarring minimal or absent in most cases. One subject had recovered from a compound fracture in half. The expected time with bone density measurements showing no evidence of prior injury. The medical examiner's note: "I've been practicing orthopaedic medicine for 30 years. This is not possible. The bone structure shows remodelling that would typically take months, but occurred in weeks. Either our dating methods are wrong, or something in this subject's biology is accelerating cellular repair at rates I cannot explain." Neurological profile. Near complete absence of degenerative brain disorders across 7 generations of tracking. No Alzheimer's, no Parkinson's, no dementia. Average lifespan exceeded regional norms by 12 years. Immune function. Natural immunity to specific viral infections that should have no genetic basis for resistance. Several Type S individuals had been exposed to influenza outbreaks that sickened entire households, but never developed symptoms themselves. Temperature regulation. Baseline body temperature, 1.2 degrees Celsius, lower than human average. Temperature variance under stress conditions exceeded normal human parameters. Ocular characteristics. Noted: unusual reflective quality to iris under specific lighting conditions. 3 subjects exhibited what the examiner described as possible nictitating membrane reflex when startled by sudden stimuli. The examiner's note on this finding: "I thought I was mistaken, but I have now observed this in 3 separate subjects. During startle response, there's a lateral movement across the eye that occurs too quickly for conscious control. It resembles the third eyelid found in reptiles and birds. This should not exist in human anatomy." The document concluded with a section titled Generational Transmission and Activation Patterns. Type S characteristics do not appear in all offspring, suggesting recessive inheritance or conditional expression. Approximately 30% of children from confirmed Type S parents exhibit full phenotype. However, we have documented cases of phenotype emergence in adults who showed no signs in childhood or adolescence. This suggests the Type S classification is not purely genetic in the traditional sense, but may involve activation triggers we have not yet identified. Recommend continued monitoring of Type S individuals and their offspring to determine what environmental or developmental factors trigger full expression. The final note, stamped in red ink: classified, Royal Household Medical Records, unauthorized distribution prohibited. Rebecca cross-referenced the date. 1987. The same year, personal computers began entering middle-class homes across Europe and North America. The same year, cellular networks started expanding beyond experimental urban deployments. Technology. She thought about the Swiss white paper. This helix reacts to electromagnetic signals at frequencies outside standard human neural resonance. Her anonymous correspondent sent a second email while she'd been reading, "Check the 2001 leak, Phase 4. That's when they stopped monitoring and started managing." Rebecca knew exactly what that meant. In 2001, a contractor working for a US intelligence agency had leaked a series of classified briefings to a journalist who'd later died in what was officially ruled a suicide. The leaked documents had covered everything from surveillance programs to foreign policy assessments. Most had been dismissed as conspiracy theory, or redacted into meaninglessness by the time they reached public circulation. But one briefing had stuck in the collective consciousness of researchers who worked in Rebecca's field. It was titled Phase 4, Behavioural Management of Type S Infiltrates. She'd read it years ago during her doctoral research on suppressed intelligence documents, dismissed it as disinformation designed to discredit legitimate leaks. Now she pulled it up again with completely different eyes. The briefing was structured as a strategic assessment, dated March 2001, prepared for select members of a Congressional Intelligence Oversight Committee. The document had been leaked in fragments, complete pages interspersed with sections that had been redacted or destroyed. But enough remained to paint a disturbing picture. Subject: Strategic Assessment. Type S Infiltrate Management. Classification: TS-SCI, No Fawn Executive. Summary: Phase 4 represents the transitional period during which Type S individuals embedded in positions of influence become aware of their differentiated status. Historical precedent suggests this awareness can trigger unpredictable behavioural changes and potential destabilisation of existing power structures. Unlike previous phases focused on identification and monitoring, Phase 4 requires active management protocols to ensure smooth integration of emerging Type S consciousness into existing governance and economic frameworks. Background: Type S infiltrates are not external agents or foreign operatives. They are intergenerational insertions, individuals born human but carrying genetic markers that activate under specific environmental conditions. Many Type S individuals reach adulthood, marry, raise families, and hold positions of significant influence without conscious knowledge of their differentiated status. Redacted section, approximately 2 pages. Identifying characteristics. Physical, variable. Most Type S individuals are phenotypically indistinguishable from baseline humans. However, activation events may trigger subtle physiological changes including altered temperature regulation, enhanced pattern recognition capabilities, abnormal stress response, decreased rather than elevated, rapid healing from injury resistance to specific pathogens. Behavioural. Type S individuals demonstrate consistent patterns across cultural and geographic boundaries, gravitate toward positions of systemic influence, policy, finance, research. Exhibit enhanced capability for long-term strategic thinking. Show reduced emotional volatility in crisis situations. Demonstrate unconscious coordination with other Type S individuals. Express feeling different or separate from baseline humans, often from early childhood. Redacted section, approximately 3 pages. Activation. Triggers. Intelligence assessment has identified 3 primary trigger categories. Technological exposure. Prolonged interaction with advanced computational systems in electromagnetic environments. Correlation between Type S activation events and proximity to high-frequency electromagnetic fields exceeds 78%. Specific frequency ranges, redacted, appear to trigger genetic expression changes. Genetic awakening, proximity to other activated Type S individuals. Subjects report sensing others of their kind, though mechanism remains unclear. May involve electromagnetic sensitivity or pheromone response. Crisis response. Extreme stress or survival situations that force physiological differentiation to manifest. multiple documented cases of latent Type S individuals exhibiting enhanced capabilities during life-threatening situations, followed by partial or full awareness of their differentiated status. Phase 4. Characteristics. Phase 4 begins when a critical mass of Type S individuals become aware of their differentiated status. Current intelligence suggests we are entering Phase 4 now. Indicators include increased private communication networks among confirmed Type S individuals, formation of informal alliance structures across political and national boundaries, attempts to access classified research on S-helix genetic markers, increased interest in historical records regarding redacted strategic implications. Traditional security frameworks are inadequate for addressing emergent Type S consciousness. These individuals are not hostile foreign actors. They are embedded in critical infrastructure, political leadership, scientific research, and cultural influence positions. Many have security clearances. Some have access to classified information regarding their own status. Forceful containment or exposure strategies carry unacceptable risk. Type S individuals in intelligence positions could leak classified information. Type S individuals in policy positions could destabilize governance structures. Coordinated Type S response to persecution could trigger redacted. Public exposure could trigger mass panic and social destabilization. Recommended management approach. Phase 4. Management should focus on controlled integration rather than containment or exposure. Objectives. Monitor Type S communication networks without triggering defensive responses. Provide limited, controlled disclosure to select Type S individuals to prevent independent information gathering. Establish informal liaison protocols with cooperative Type S individuals in key positions. Prepare public for eventual broader disclosure through gradual normalization, redacted, approximately 1 page. Conclusion. Type S individuals are not the enemy. Intelligence assessment indicates their emergence serves a broader function related to species-level adaptation and technological integration. Their capabilities may prove necessary for humanity's transition to redacted. Premature exposure or forceful containment could trigger defensive protocols we are not equipped to handle. Recommend patience, observation, and strategic cooperation. Redacted section, final page. Rebecca read through the document twice, then cross-referenced it with the information she had gathered. The year the intelligence community officially acknowledged that people with the S-helix variant were starting to become aware of what they were. The year the strategy shifted from monitor to manage, 24 years ago. Which meant that right now, in 2025, they were deep into Phase 4, possibly approaching Phase 5. She thought about the case studies in the genetic white paper. People who described unusual clarity and pattern recognition. People who'd said it felt like they were interfacing with code instead of just reading it. People who didn't know they were different, just knew they were unusually good at what they did. What happened when those people found out why? Rebecca opened her encrypted messaging app and sent a query to a contact she'd cultivated over years of archival work. A former intelligence analyst who'd left the NSA under circumstances that remained unclear, but who still maintained connections in the community. Her message: Phase 4, Type S. What's the current assessment? The response came back in under a minute. You're playing with fire, stop. Rebecca typed, I need to know. 3 minutes passed. Then, Phase 4 went operational in 2003. Phase 5 is already active. You don't want to know what Phase 6 looks like. Seriously, delete everything and walk away. What's Phase 5? Another long pause. Then, integration. They're not hiding anymore. Some of them know what they are, and they're starting to work together. I can't tell you more. I won't tell you more. This is me, as your friend, telling you to stop before you get disappeared like Victor. They killed him for giving you that USB drive. They'll kill you for using it. The chat went offline. Rebecca sat in the Amsterdam cafe, surrounded by ordinary people living ordinary lives, while the foundations of everything she thought she understood about human civilization crumbled beneath her. Phase 5 was active, integration. People with the S-helix variant, people who'd been living as humans their entire lives, were waking up, becoming aware and starting to coordinate. The question wasn't whether this was happening. The documents made that clear. The question was what they wanted, and what would happen when enough of them were awake. The security footage was never supposed to exist. Rebecca found it 3 days later, buried in the anonymous file dump that had been steadily growing in her inbox. Someone was feeding her information, someone with access to materials that should have been destroyed decades ago. Someone who wanted her to know the truth, or wanted someone to know, and she was the conduit. The footage was dated August 14th, 2016. Location: a private conference facility outside Caracas, Venezuela. The context was a high-level crisis meeting involving energy ministers, military leadership, and international advisors during Venezuela's economic collapse. The meeting had been recorded using standard security cameras for standard security reasons, but someone had also been running thermal imaging equipment, likely as an additional security measure to detect concealed weapons, unauthorized personnel, or unusual heat signatures that might indicate explosive devices. That thermal equipment had recorded something that defied explanation. The footage showed exactly what you'd expect for the first 90 minutes. Human-shaped heat signatures clustered around a long conference table. Body temperatures ranging from 36.5 to 37.2 degrees Celsius. Normal human variance. People sat, stood, gestured, argued, all perfectly ordinary through the thermal camera's lens. Then, at the 1:34 to 22 mark, something changed. One attendee, seated at the head of the table, identified in the accompanying file notes as a European financial advisor to the Venezuelan government, exhibited a sudden and dramatic temperature drop. Within 45 seconds, their surface temperature fell from 36.5 to 31.70, 5 degrees Celsius. The thermal camera clearly showed the change. The individual's heat signature shifted from warm orange-red to cool blue-green, not gradually. Not the slow cooling that might occur if someone was in shock or hypothermic. Rapidly, deliberately. Like their body had simply decided to regulate temperature in a way that violated basic human physiology. The timestamp corresponded with a heated argument visible in the standard footage. Raised voices, accusations, the kind of high-stress confrontation that should trigger elevated heart rate, flushed skin, increased body temperature. Instead, this person's temperature had plummeted, and their body language became unnaturally calm, precise, controlled. 3 minutes later, their temperature normalized. The argument ended. The meeting continued. The file notes indicated the footage had been flagged immediately by security analysts, escalated to intelligence oversight within hours, and permanently sealed within 72 hours. The financial advisor had left Venezuela the following day and disappeared from all public records. Rebecca found a follow-up memo dated 2 weeks after the incident. Subject relocated to undisclosed European location. Medical evaluation confirms Type S activation event. Subject now aware of differentiated status. Recommend Phase 5 integration protocols. Subject cooperative, and has agreed to voluntary monitoring in exchange for information access regarding origin and purpose of S-Helix variant. They'd made a deal. The person who'd manifested impossible physiology on camera had been given answers in exchange for cooperation. Rebecca wondered what those answers were. What did they tell people when they woke up and realised they weren't entirely human? Her anonymous source sent another compilation. This one was dozens of incident reports spanning 3 decades, all documenting similar thermal anomalies. 1991, private estate, Scotland. Security personnel report, unusual cold zones detected in the master bedroom suite despite functional heating. Thermal survey shows temperature differential of 3+4 degrees Celsius, concentrated around sleeping area. Estate owner, member of prominent banking family, dismisses concerns. Follow-up investigation terminated at owner's request. 1998, Manhattan penthouse. Building maintenance receives multiple complaints about HVAC malfunction in specific units. Residents report feeling overheated while thermostats register temperatures 2-3 degrees lower than surrounding apartments. Technical inspection finds no mechanical issues. Residents are all from same extended family network. pattern noted but unexplained. 2004, Geneva Diplomatic Compound. Infrared security sweeps detect cold signatures around 3 specific individuals during high-level trade negotiations. Security team suspects equipment malfunction. Equipment tested and confirmed functional. Individuals show no signs of illness or distress. Incident classified. 2009, Dubai Financial Summit. Private security firm contracted for VIP protection reports. Unusual thermal readings on multiple attendees. Several high-profile executives register surface temperatures 1-2 degrees below expected human baseline. Firm's report submitted to clients, then immediately classified. Security team members sign expanded NDAs. 2012, London Banking District. Corporate security investigating potential industrial espionage uses thermal imaging during board meetings. Discovers 3 board members consistently register abnormally low surface temperatures during high-stress discussions. Investigation redirected by unknown authority. All thermal footage confiscated. 2016, Washington political fundraiser. Secret Service thermal scanning detects unusual temperature patterns in multiple attendees. Several prominent political figures show decreased surface temperature during public speaking and high-pressure social interactions. Anomalies noted in after-action report but not investigated further. The pattern was undeniable. These weren't equipment malfunctions. These were people whose bodies responded to stress and electromagnetic environments in ways that violated understood human biology. And then there were the eyes. Rebecca found a separate file containing compiled reports from security personnel, journalists, personal assistants, and even entertainment industry professionals. Dozens of observations, each dismissed individually, but forming an impossible pattern when viewed together. Subject's eyes reflected amber gold under camera flash, similar to animal eye shine, assumed to be lighting artifact. Photographer, 2008. During night vision surveillance, subject's eyes showed reflective quality not consistent with human eye structure. Equipment tested and confirmed functional. Private security report, 2011. I could swear I saw his eyes blink sideways, like not up and down, but from the side. But that's impossible, so I must have imagined it. Political aid, anonymous interview, 2015. Under UV security lighting, several VIP guests exhibited unusual iris reflection patterns. Copper or gold coloration not typical of human eyes under these conditions. Event security log, 2019. The senator's eyes. There was something wrong. During the press conference, when the lights hit him at a certain angle, I saw something move across his eye, horizontally. My colleague saw it too. We both pretended we didn't. Camera operator, confidential testimony. 2021, nictitating membranes. Third eyelids. Reflective tapetum lucidum like nocturnal predators possessed. Biological features that didn't exist in human anatomy. Except they did. In some people, under the right conditions, when stress or environment triggered something dormant to activate. Rebecca's phone rang. Actual voice call, not encrypted message. She stared at it for 3 rings before answering. You need to stop digging. The voice was female, American accent, eerily calm. For your own safety. Rebecca's mouth went dry. Who is this? Someone who's been where you are. Someone who knows what happens when you keep pulling threads. What happens? A long pause. Background noise suggested the caller was outside, wind across the microphone, distant traffic. You start seeing patterns everywhere. You start questioning everyone around you. You start wondering if your boss, your neighbour, your lover, if any of them are carrying markers they don't even know about. The paranoia eats you alive, Rebecca. And the worst part... Rebecca waited, her heart hammering. The worst part is, you'll never know if you're paranoid or if you're right. Because they don't know either. Most of them live their whole lives without ever finding out what they are. They just know they're good at what they do. They just know they handle stress better than other people. They just know they see patterns others miss. And they never question it, because why would they? Are you... Rebecca started. One of them? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I had the test done. Private lab. Cost me $20,000 and 3. Years of saved favours. You want to know what they told me? What? They told me the test was inconclusive. They told me the markers were there but dormant. They told me I might be carrying a helix variant or I might not, and there was no way to know unless it activated. And you know what that means? Rebecca did know. You'll never know if your successes are yours or if there's something else driving you. Exactly. I'm a federal judge, Rebecca. I make decisions that affect millions of lives. And now I'll spend the rest of my career wondering if my judgment is mine, or if there's something in my DNA pushing me toward outcomes I don't consciously understand. That's what this knowledge does. It poisons everything. But people deserve to know, do they? What happens when you publish your research? When you tell the world that 14 bloodlines carry non-human DNA? That some of the most powerful people in the world might be a different species and don't even know it? You think that ends well? The truth matters. The woman laughed, bitter and harsh. The truth is that whatever the seraphim were, they're woven so deep into human civilization that you can't separate us anymore. Their descendants are everywhere, in government, in corporations, in universities and hospitals and military command. And most of them are good people trying to do good work. What happens to them when you expose this? They get hunted, tested, quarantined, or worse, they get worshipped, turned into messiahs or demons. Either way, you tear society apart. Is that what you want? I want people to understand what's happening to them. Then you're naive. Victor died trying to get you this information. You think he wanted you to publish it? He wanted you to understand it, to be ready, because Phase 5 isn't about exposure, it's about preparation. Preparation for what? The line went dead. Rebecca sat in the dark of her Amsterdam hotel room, staring at thermal footage of impossible biology and witness reports of inhuman eyes, and realised she'd crossed a threshold she couldn't return from. The French intelligence analyst made contact through a dead drop in Paris. Rebecca travelled there following a coded message slipped under her hotel door. Inside a locker at Gare du Nord, she found a micro SD card and a handwritten note. What you're looking for isn't conquest, it's cultivation. A friend in the directorate. The SD card contained an audio recording, a debriefing session from 2018, conducted in French. Rebecca listened while running translation software. The speaker identified himself only as Asian Mathieu, 15 years in French foreign intelligence. Interviewer: You mentioned a rumour circulating among senior political handlers. Elaborate. Mathieu: Not discussed openly, more like shared understanding among people in these positions long enough. We all noticed patterns, officials who predict policy shifts before they happen, who navigate crises with inhuman calm, who maintain influence across administrations regardless of political changes. Interviewer: Competence could... Mathieu: Not competence. Something else. A colleague, 23 years at the ministry, told me after too much wine. The seraphim aren't here to conquer. They're here to ensure the planet evolves in a direction compatible with them. Interviewer: Compatible with what? Mathieu: That's the question. Compatible with what they are, what they're becoming. They don't interfere with democracy, they designed it, built the frameworks we operate within, not conspiracy. Architecture, like designing a garden to grow specific plants. Interviewer: You believe this? Mathieu. Pause. I believe there are people in power who think on timescales we can't fathom, working toward objectives that won't be clear for generations. Whether they're consciously aware of being different or if it's instinctive, I don't know, but the difference is real. Rebecca played it again, focusing on one phrase. They designed the systems. The helix responded to electromagnetic frequencies, appeared in bloodlines maintaining power for centuries, activated in response to technology. What if it wasn't reactive but anticipatory? What if these carriers weren't responding to technology, but unconsciously driving humanity toward the thresholds that would trigger their activation? Democracy, capitalism, digital networks, AI. Every major system structuring modern civilization developed by people possibly carrying genetic programming they didn't know existed. Not conspiracy, architecture. Rebecca found the next piece. A partial transcript from a 1974 Bilderberg conference. Unknown speaker. A. The integration timeline assumes continued technological acceleration. If we encounter resistance. Unknown speaker. B. We won't. The pattern is self-reinforcing. Each generation requires more connection, more processing, more interface. They think they're choosing progress. They are, just not for the reasons they believe. Speaker A. When they realise? Speaker B. They won't. By the time enough realise, it won't matter. Systems too integrated, too essential. You can't unplug from infrastructure that keeps you alive. Speaker C. Some will resist. Speaker B. Resistance is part of the design. Creates pressure that accelerates adoption. Resistors aren't obstacles, they're catalysts. Speaker A. Very confident. Speaker B. Very patient. Not a 10-year plan, a 1,000-year implementation. We designed representative government, electoral systems, the frameworks within which choice occurs. The choices themselves are irrelevant as long as the framework endures. A 1,000-year implementation. Rebecca thought about ancient texts, Mesopotamian tablets describing seraphim going beneath. The instruction across cultures, preserve the bloodline. What if it never ended? What if they'd simply changed strategies, stopped ruling openly and built systems that would rule for them? Systems ensuring humanity developed exactly as needed to trigger whatever was encoded in the S-helix. Systems making their emergence not an invasion, but an awakening. Her phone buzzed. You're close. One more piece. Check your email. The email contained a single PDF. NATO, Strategic, Briefing, Seraphim, Protocol 2023, PDF. The NATO briefing was dated October 2023, marked Cosmic Top Secret. Subject: Strategic Assessment, Seraphim Protocol Activation Timeline. Executive Summary. Recent advances in AI, neural interfaces, and global electromagnetic saturation have triggered measurable S-helix activation increases among monitored populations. Analysis indicates humanity is approaching technological thresholds identified in historical Seraphim documentation as return protocol initialization. Key findings: activation has increased 340% since 2020. Correlation with AI interaction, 5G deployment, and neural interfacing devices exceeds 89%. Activated individuals demonstrate enhanced pattern recognition, accelerated learning, and what subjects describe as expanded systemic awareness. Most remain unaware of physiological differentiation. Activated S-helix carriers demonstrate unconscious coordination in policy, technology investment, and social engineering. Emergent collective behavior, not conscious conspiracy. Current rates suggest 15-20% of carriers will achieve full phenotype expression by 2030. Historical documentation suggests this represents critical threshold for return protocol completion. Historical context. Recovered Seraphim documentation indicates original departure was strategic hibernation, not retreat. Genetic architecture designed to remain dormant until humanity achieved sufficient technological sophistication for full Seraphim integration. The S-helix isn't infection, it's preparation. Strategic implications. Traditional security frameworks inadequate. Subjects embedded in critical infrastructure. Political leadership. Scientific research. Cultural influence. Born human. Raised human. Many live and die without activation. Those who activate aren't hostile. Assessment indicates Seraphim agenda aligns with long-term human survival, though definition of human may require revision. Conclusion. Humanity will reach technological thresholds in 5 to 10 years, triggering widespread S-helix activation. Enhanced AI, brain-computer interfaces, global neural networks, not coincidental. These are environmental conditions Seraphim genetic architecture was designed to respond to. The briefing concluded with a final slide. There is no invasion. They are already born. They are waking up. Beneath it, recommended response. Monitor and adapt. Integration inevitable. Resistance counterproductive. Rebecca closed her laptop. Around her, people worked on devices that might be triggering something ancient in genetics, of people they'd known their entire lives. 14 bloodlines, centuries of careful breeding, systems of power immune to change. Technological acceleration everyone assumed was human progress. What if it was? What if some humans had been guiding this trajectory since the beginning? What if democracy, capitalism, technological progress, digital interconnection weren't human achievements influenced by others, but seraphim achievements implemented through human consciousness, through people who believed themselves human until conditions awakened what had always slept inside them? Her phone buzzed. Genesis. Protocol. Verified. A proton.me. You found what Victor died to give you. Now choose. Publish and trigger panic, or wait and watch. Either way, you can't stop what's waking up. We've been waking since you invented fire, since you built cities, since you split the atom. Each threshold brings us closer to what we were always meant to become. You're not being invaded, you're being remembered. Some of us remember better than others. Soon, enough will remember, and then you'll understand. There was never separation. No aliens among you. Only humans who haven't woken yet, and humans who have. Welcome to Phase 5. Rebecca sat very still. In the corner, a woman in a business suit worked on a laptop, fingers moving with mechanical precision. In the right light, her eyes reflected copper. The woman glanced up, met Rebecca's gaze for exactly 1 second, then returned to work. Rebecca looked away, heart pounding. She opened a new document, titled it The Seraphim Program, started typing. She had no idea if anyone would believe her, no idea if publication would change anything, or if the systems were too embedded, too essential to resist. But she typed anyway, because somewhere in 14 bloodlines spread across the world, people were waking to what they'd always been. People in government, corporations, research labs. People who'd lived human lives never knowing they carried something older than civilization. People who were starting to remember, and if the briefing was correct, within a decade enough would be awake, that the world would change in unpredictable ways. Maybe that's what evolution looked like. Not external invasion, but internal awakening. Not war between species, but recognition that categories were never as clear as humanity believed. Rebecca kept typing as the sun set over Paris, painting the sky copper and gold. Behind her, the woman in the business suit closed her laptop and left. Her surface temperature, had anyone been measuring, would have registered 35.9 degrees Celsius, 1 degree below normal, and falling. In boardrooms and laboratories, in government offices and university lecture halls, in hospital operating rooms and military command centres, people who'd never questioned their humanity were beginning to feel different, beginning to see patterns invisible to others, beginning to recognise each other across distances that should make recognition impossible, beginning to wake. And the systems they'd built, democracy, capitalism, technology, networks, continued functioning exactly as designed. Not as human systems influenced by hidden forces, but as seraphim systems implemented through human hands, preparing the world for a transformation that had been set in motion 4,000 years ago. Rebecca typed the final line. They're already among us. They always have been, and they are us. She hit save, encrypted the file, sent copies to 3 separate secure servers. Then she walked out into the Paris night, knowing that nothing would ever look the same again. Above her, satellites circled the Earth, transmitting signals at frequencies that made the invisible visible. And in 14 bloodlines scattered across continents, DNA that had waited millennia began to unfold, listening, responding, waking. The Seraphim Protocol was entering its final phase, and humanity, all of humanity, was about to discover what that meant. A massive thank you to Vortex9119 for this incredible video suggestion. If you have story ideas you'd like to see brought to life, drop them in the comments below. And if you're enjoying these immersive tales, don't forget to like and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that blur the line between mystery and reality. What if I told you that buried beneath a 1,000-year-old chapel in Ethiopia lies something so powerful that governments have spent decades ensuring you never learn about it? What if every conflict, Every war, every uprising in that region wasn't random chaos, but a response to something ancient awakening. My name is Alex Morrison, and 3 months ago, I was just another satellite imaging technician, analysing ground-penetrating radar for a living. Now I'm hiding in a cabin in rural Montana, and I may be the only person alive who knows the truth about what's really buried in Axum. The coffee had gone cold hours ago, but I kept sipping it anyway. That's what you do when you're 3 weeks behind on satellite analysis reports, and your supervisor keeps sending those passive-aggressive emails with red exclamation points. I was a field technician for Orbital Dynamics, a mid-tier satellite imaging company that contracted with everyone from agricultural firms to mining corporations. My job was simple: analyse ground-penetrating radar scans, identify subsurface anomalies and file reports. Nothing glamorous, nothing dangerous, just data. The Horn of Africa cluster had been sitting on my desk for 2 days. Standard geological survey for a potential infrastructure project in Ethiopia. Roads, power lines, the usual development stuff that required knowing what lay beneath the surface. I'd already processed 47 grids of unremarkable sediment layers and bedrock formations when I opened grid 48. The image loaded pixel by pixel, revealing the familiar topography of northern Ethiopia. Rolling hills, scattered vegetation, and the ancient town of Axum with its towering obelisks and stone churches. But there, beneath the church of Our Lady Mary of Zion, was something that made my breath catch in my throat. A perfect geometric void. Not a cave, not a natural formation. The radar signature showed clean, straight edges forming a rectangular shape, approximately 4 feet long, 2.5 feet wide, and 2.5 feet deep. The dimensions were so precise they could have been cut with industrial equipment, yet the surrounding rock layers indicated this void had existed for centuries, possibly millennia. I pulled up the analysis protocols on my second monitor. Standard procedure for unexplained anomalies was clear. Mark as geological inconsistency or data corruption, and move on. The company didn't pay us to solve mysteries, just to identify potential construction hazards. But those dimensions nagged at me. 4 feet by 2.5 feet by 2.5 feet. I'd heard those measurements before, in some half-remembered history class or documentary. Something biblical. I saved the image to my personal drive before marking the official report as data corruption. Recommend resurvey. My supervisor would approve it without a second glance, and the client would order new scans of the area that would somehow never quite capture that same perfect void again. As I prepared to move on to the next grid, I noticed something else in the metadata. The thermal overlay showed heat signatures throughout the scan area, solar absorption on the surface, geothermal activity deeper down, all normal patterns, except for the void. The void was 3 degrees warmer than the surrounding rock despite being completely enclosed. Dead objects don't generate heat. I stared at the screen until my eyes burned, but no amount of analysis could explain what I was looking at. Finally, I closed the file and went home, but the image followed me. Those perfect dimensions, that impossible heat signature, the way it sat directly beneath one of Christianity's most sacred sites. 4 feet by 2.5 feet by 2.5 feet. The traditional dimensions of the Ark of the Covenant. That night, I dreamed of golden cherubim with wings spread wide, and a voice that spoke from between them with the sound of rushing water. In the dream, I was standing in a stone chamber, lit by a light that cast no shadows, reaching toward a box that hummed with power. The moment my fingers touched the gold, I woke with a gasp, my heart hammering against my ribs. It was just a dream, I told myself. Just my imagination running wild after a long day staring at radar scans. But when I checked my phone, I found I'd been unconsciously searching for information about Axum, about the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion, about ancient artifacts hidden beneath holy ground. The next morning I couldn't focus on anything else. I pulled up the scan again, studying every pixel, every thermal gradient, every impossible detail of that buried void. This wasn't data corruption. This was something real, something significant, something that had been deliberately hidden from the world. Something that was waiting. 3 weeks later, I was on a plane to Ethiopia. I'd convinced my supervisor that the Axum anomaly required ground truthing, a field verification to ensure our radar systems were functioning correctly. The company approved the trip because it sounded technical and responsible, not because I'd spent every spare moment researching the legend of the Ark's journey from Jerusalem to Ethiopia. According to tradition, the Queen of Sheba took the Ark back to Ethiopia after her visit to King Solomon. Her son, Menelik I, founded the Ethiopian Empire and established Axum as its capital. For 3,000 years, Ethiopian Orthodox Christians had claimed the true Ark of the Covenant rested in the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion, guarded by a single monk who could never leave the sacred precinct. Tourist nonsense, I'd always assumed. Every culture claimed to have some piece of biblical history hidden in their backyard. But now I had radar evidence of something buried exactly where the legend said it would be. Something that matched the Ark's traditional dimensions and somehow generated heat despite being entombed in solid rock. I landed in Addis Ababa on a Tuesday morning and caught a domestic flight to Axum the same day. The town was smaller than I'd expected, a collection of low buildings scattered around the famous obelisk park and the twin churches that claim to house the world's greatest religious relic. Tourists wandered between the ancient stone monuments, taking selfies with 3,000-year-old carved pillars, while guides recited well-practiced speeches about Queen Sheba and King Solomon. I hired a local guide named Dawit, a middle-aged man with intelligent eyes and careful English who specialised in the historical sites. We spent the first day touring the obelisk park and the ruins of ancient palaces, but I was really just getting a feel for the area, trying to match the topography to my radar scans. Tomorrow we visit the churches, Dawit said as we walked back to my hotel. The old church and the new church. Very sacred places. Can tourists go inside both churches? I asked, trying to sound casual. The new church, yes. Beautiful paintings, ancient books, many treasures. But the old church... He paused, glancing around as if checking for eavesdroppers. The old church is different. Only priests allowed inside and the guardian. The guardian? One monk, chosen for life. He watches over the... Dawit lowered his voice. Over what is kept there. He can never leave the church grounds. Never. He stays until he dies. Then another is chosen. We'd reached my hotel, but I wasn't ready to end the conversation. What exactly is he guarding? Dawit looked uncomfortable. Christians say it is the Tablet, the Ark of Moses. Others say it is just tradition, just stories. But I have lived in Axum all my life, and I tell you this, the Guardian is real. I have seen him walking in the church courtyard at night, always alone, always watching. What does he look like? Old, but not in years. Old in ... Dawit struggled for the word. Old in soul. Like a man who has seen too much, carries too much weight. His eyes. He shuddered. I do not like to look at his eyes. That night I lay in bed studying satellite photos of the church complex on my laptop. The Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion was actually 2 buildings. A newer church built in the 1960s where tourists and worshippers could visit, and a smaller, older chapel that supposedly housed the Ark. The older building sat directly above the void I detected in the radar scan. According to everything I'd read, no outsider had been permitted inside the chapel in centuries. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church maintained absolute secrecy about what was housed there, allowing only the guardian and select high-ranking clergy to enter. Even the country's government respected the restriction, treating the chapel as sovereign territory beyond their jurisdiction. But tomorrow, I'd at least be able to see the building from the outside, maybe get close enough to take some thermal readings with the handheld scanner I'd brought. It wasn't much, but it might help me understand what was generating that heat signature 12 feet below ground. The next morning, Dawit led me through Axum's narrow streets toward the church complex. We passed market stalls selling coffee and spices, elderly women spinning cotton on wooden wheels, children playing soccer with a ball made of rags. Normal life in a normal town that happened to claim possession of humanity's most powerful religious artifact. The Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion compound was surrounded by a high stone wall with an ornate gate. Beyond the entrance, I could see the modern church with its painted dome and arched windows, and behind that, partially hidden by trees, the smaller chapel that supposedly housed the Ark. "We can tour the new church," DeWitt explained as we approached the gate. "Beautiful interior, many ancient paintings and manuscripts, but the chapel behind it." He pointed to the smaller building. "That is forbidden." We passed through the gate into a courtyard filled with pilgrims and tourists. The modern church was indeed impressive, with colourful frescoes covering every wall and elaborate religious artefacts displayed in glass cases. But I found myself constantly glancing toward the windows that faced the restricted chapel, trying to catch a glimpse of the building that sat above my mysterious void. After an hour of dutifully admiring religious art, I excused myself to use the restroom, then slipped outside into the courtyard. The restricted chapel was maybe 50 yards away, separated from the public area by a low fence and some carefully placed shrubs. I walked casually in that direction, pulling out my phone as if taking pictures of the church architecture. The chapel was older than the main building, constructed from rough stone blocks that had been weathered smooth by centuries of highland rain. Small, narrow windows pierced the walls at regular intervals, but they were too high and too dark to see inside. The building's footprint was roughly 30 feet by 40 feet, large enough to house a small congregation, or to contain something that required a significant amount of protective space. As I was trying to estimate the building's exact position relative to my radar scan, a figure appeared in one of the windows. The Guardian. Even from 50 yards away, I could see that DeWitt hadn't exaggerated. The man's face was gaunt to the point of being skeletal, his skin pale as parchment despite Ethiopia's intense sun. But it was his eyes that made my breath catch, dark, hollow, ancient in a way that had nothing to do with age. Eyes that had seen something no human should see, carried some weight that was slowly crushing the life out of him. For a long moment we stared at each other across the courtyard. Then the Guardian raised one thin hand and made a clear gesture. "Go away." Not a casual dismissal, but an urgent warning, the kind of motion you'd make to stop someone from stepping into traffic. As I watched, his lips moved, forming words I couldn't hear but somehow understood. "You don't want what's inside." Then he disappeared from the window, leaving me standing in the courtyard with my heart hammering and my thermal scanner forgotten in my pocket. The Guardian hadn't just been warning me away from the chapel. He'd been warning me away from whatever was buried beneath it, whatever was generating that impossible heat signature 12 feet underground. Whatever had been slowly killing him with its proximity for however many years he'd been trapped in that building. I found DeWitt waiting by the main church entrance, looking concerned. "You saw him," he said. It wasn't a question. "Yeah. Then you understand why I do not like to look at his eyes. Come, we should go. There are other sights to see, happier places." But as we left the church compound, I couldn't stop thinking about that desperate gesture, that silent warning. The Guardian knew something was down there, something that had been affecting him for years, possibly decades, something that pulsed with heat and waited in the darkness beneath ancient stone. That night, I called my supervisor and extended my stay in Ethiopia by a week. Back in my hotel room, I spread out printed satellite photos across the bed and fired up my laptop. The thermal scanner I'd brought was designed for surface readings, useless for penetrating 12 feet of stone and earth, but I had access to something better. Orbital Dynamics' complete archive of satellite data for the region. If the object beneath the chapel was generating heat, that heat had to go somewhere. And if I was right about what was down there, the heat generation might not be constant. I started with our company's historical scans of Axum, going back 15 years to when we first began regular coverage of the Horn of Africa. The early images showed the same thermal patterns I'd seen in the recent scan. Solar absorption, geothermal activity, normal ground temperatures, but the void beneath the chapel was already 3 degrees warmer than its surroundings, even in the oldest images. 15 years of continuous heat generation. Whatever was down there wasn't running on batteries. I pulled up the metadata for each scan, looking for variations in the thermal signature over time. For the first few years, the readings were remarkably consistent. 3 degrees above ambient, no significant fluctuation. Then, starting in 2010, the pattern began to change. Small spikes at first, maybe half a degree increases that lasted for a few days before returning to baseline. But as I worked forward through the data, the spikes became more frequent and more intense. By 2018, I was seeing heat surges of 6 to 8 degrees above normal, sometimes lasting for weeks. The most recent scan, the one that had started this whole investigation, showed the highest readings yet. Nearly 12 degrees above the surrounding rock temperature, sustained over the 3-day period when the satellite had passed over the region. I sat back, staring at the data visualization on my screen. The heat signature wasn't just evidence that something was buried beneath the chapel. It was evidence that something was becoming more active, more powerful, more awake. But what could cause those kinds of fluctuations? I needed to correlate the thermal spikes with external events, see if there was a pattern I was missing. I opened a new browser window and started searching for news archives covering Ethiopia and the surrounding region. Wars, natural disasters, political upheavals, anything that might correspond to the dates when the thermal readings spiked. The first major heat spike had occurred in September 2010. I cross-referenced the date and found coverage of renewed fighting in South Sudan, just a few hundred miles from Axum. Border clashes, civilian casualties, the usual litany of African conflict. The heat signature had jumped to 6 degrees above normal and stayed there for 2 weeks. December 2014, another spike, this one lasting almost a month. I found reports of protests in Ethiopia's Oromia region that had turned violent, with government forces killing dozens of demonstrators. The thermal readings had peaked at 8 degrees above normal. March 2019, the biggest spike yet, nearly 10 degrees above ambient temperature. Major fighting had erupted between Ethiopia and Eritrea along their shared border, the worst violence in years between the two countries. Thousands of troops mobilized, artillery exchanges, threats of full-scale war. The pattern was undeniable. Every time conflict erupted in the region, the object beneath the chapel became more active. Not just reactive, but almost anticipatory. Some of the thermal spikes had begun days or even weeks before the first news reports of violence. I leaned back in the hotel room's uncomfortable chair, trying to process what the data was telling me. If the Ark of the Covenant was really buried beneath that chapel, and if it was somehow responding to regional conflicts, what did that mean? According to biblical accounts, the Ark had been a weapon, used by the Israelites to destroy their enemies and part the Jordan River. But those were just stories, weren't they? Ancient myths to explain natural phenomena or military victories. Except now I had 15 years of satellite data suggesting those stories might have been more literal than anyone imagined. I opened a new search window and typed in Ark of the Covenant Biblical Powers. The results were a mixture of scholarly articles, religious websites, and conspiracy theories, but certain themes appeared consistently. The Ark as a communication device between God and Moses. The Ark as a weapon capable of destroying armies. The Ark as a source of divine power that killed anyone who touched it improperly. One academic paper caught my attention. Electromagnetic Anomalies in Biblical Texts, a technical analysis of the Ark narrative. The author, a physicist from MIT, had attempted to explain the Ark's described effects in terms of advanced technology rather than divine intervention. According to his analysis, the biblical descriptions were consistent with some kind of high-energy, electromagnetic device, possibly using principles that modern science was only beginning to understand. The paper was 8 years old and had been largely ignored by mainstream academia, but its conclusions were fascinating. If the Ark contained technology rather than divine presence, technology based on electromagnetic manipulation of space-time, then its effects on local conflicts might be measurable, predictable, even controllable. I glanced at the clock. It was nearly midnight, but I wasn't tired. I had 15 years of data to analyse, patterns to uncover, connections to make. If I was right about what was happening, the implications went far beyond archaeological discovery. This was about a weapon that had been influencing regional conflicts for decades, maybe centuries, sitting 12 feet beneath a chapel in northern Ethiopia, a weapon that was becoming more active. I pulled up the most recent thermal readings again, studying the heat signature that had triggered this entire investigation. 12 degrees above ambient temperature, the highest reading yet. And according to the news feeds I'd been monitoring, tensions were rising again along the Ethiopia-Eritrea border. Troop movements, diplomatic protests, the same warning signs that had preceded every previous spike in the thermal data. If the pattern held, the heat signature beneath the chapel would spike again within days, and somewhere in the Horn of Africa, people would start dying. I saved all my analysis to an encrypted drive and uploaded backup copies to 3 different cloud storage services. Whatever was happening in Axum, I was probably the only person outside the Ethiopian Orthodox Church who understood the connection between the buried object and regional violence. The only person who could prove that the Ark of the Covenant wasn't just a religious relic, but an active weapon that had been shaping the history of East Africa for 3 millennia. The only person who might be able to stop it. I had a contact at the Vatican Archives, someone I'd met at a conference on satellite archaeology 3 years earlier. Elena Rossi was a researcher specialising in the historical verification of biblical sites, and she had access to documents that most scholars could only dream of seeing. If anyone could tell me what the Catholic Church knew about the Ethiopian claims regarding the Ark, it would be her. I drafted a carefully worded email describing my satellite findings in technical terms, without mentioning my theories about the thermal correlations with regional conflicts. I presented it as an archaeological question. Had the Vatican ever investigated the Ethiopian Orthodox claims about possessing the Ark of the Covenant? Elena's response came within 6 hours, which surprised me. Her replies usually took days, given the bureaucratic nature of Vatican communications. Alex, your inquiry has been noted and forwarded to the appropriate department. However, I must inform you that materials related to your specific request are currently under protocol relic restrictions. I cannot provide further information at this time. I would advise against pursuing this research direction. E. Rossi, Protocol Relic. I'd never heard the term before, and a quick internet search turned up nothing. No academic papers, no government documents, no casual references in religious forums. It was as if the phrase existed in a completely separate information ecosystem, one that normal researchers couldn't access. That afternoon, my hotel room phone rang. The caller ID showed only international with no number. Mr. Morrison. The voice was American, middle-aged, with the kind of neutral accent that comes from years of diplomatic training. Yes, my name is Cardinal Michael Toretti, Vatican Secretariat of State. I understand you've been making inquiries about certain historical artifacts currently held by our Ethiopian Orthodox colleagues. A cardinal calling me directly. In 31 years of life, I'd never been important enough to warrant attention from anyone higher than a district manager, and now I had a Vatican cardinal on the line. I'm a satellite imaging technician, I said carefully. I analyse ground-penetrating radar for geological surveys. Yes, we're aware of your professional background. We're also aware of your recent travel to Axum and your communication with Dr. Rossi. Mr. Morrison, I'm calling to advise you that you've stumbled into an area of inquiry that falls under Vatican security protocols. For your own safety, I strongly recommend that you discontinue this research and return to the United States immediately. My own safety? There are historical artifacts that were never meant to be disturbed, Mr. Morrison. Some knowledge carries a price that few are prepared to pay. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church has maintained certain guardianship responsibilities for nearly 3 millennia. That arrangement exists for the protection of all concerned parties. I could feel my heart racing, but I tried to keep my voice steady. What is Protocol Relic? There was a long pause. You're not cleared for that information, nor do you want to be. Take my advice, Mr. Morrison. Book the next flight home and forget whatever you think you've discovered in Axum. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. The line went dead. I sat in my hotel room for a long time after that call, staring at the phone and trying to process what had just happened. A cardinal in the Vatican Secretariat of State, essentially the Catholic Church's Secretary of State, had called me personally to warn me away from my research. Not a local church official, not even a regional administrator, but someone at the very highest levels of Vatican hierarchy. Which meant the Catholic Church not only knew about the Ethiopian claims regarding the Ark, They were actively monitoring anyone who showed too much interest in investigating those claims. They had files on researchers, protocols for managing inquiries, and enough influence to track down a satellite technician in an Ethiopian hotel within hours of his asking the wrong questions. I thought about the Guardian's hollow eyes and his desperate warning, "You don't want what's inside." Maybe he wasn't just protecting the Ark from the world. Maybe he was protecting the world from the Ark. My laptop chimed with a new email notification. The sender was listed as E. Rossi, but the message was clearly not from Elena. "Mr. Morrison, this will be my final communication on this matter. Protocol Relic is a Vatican security classification established in 1962 following certain discoveries made during the Second Vatican Council's review of sealed archives. Materials under this classification are restricted to a maximum of 12 individuals worldwide, all of whom hold positions equivalent to cardinal or higher within the Catholic hierarchy. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church has maintained custody of the artifact in question under a formal agreement dating to 1965. This agreement recognises Ethiopian sovereignty over the artifact in exchange for adherence to specific containment protocols established by a joint Vatican-Ethiopian commission. These protocols exist because the artifact exhibits properties that pose significant risks to regional stability when improperly handled or exposed. The Guardian tradition is not merely ceremonial, it serves a crucial containment function that has prevented numerous potential catastrophes over the past several decades. Your thermal analysis data has been reviewed by our technical staff. We are aware of the correlations you have identified. We are also aware of the artifact's increasing activity levels over the past 5 years. A joint Vatican-Ethiopian assessment team is currently evaluating options for enhanced containment measures. This communication will self-delete in 60 seconds. Do not attempt to copy or save this message. Return to the United States immediately and discontinue all research related to this matter. You have been warned twice. There will not be a third warning. I watched the message count down from 60 seconds, trying to memorize every word. When it reached 0, the email disappeared from my inbox as if it had never existed. But I'd learned what I needed to know. The Vatican knew about the thermal correlations with regional conflicts. They'd known for years, possibly decades. And they were worried enough about increasing activity levels to consider enhanced containment measures. The Ark of the Covenant was real, it was buried beneath the chapel in Axum, and it was becoming more dangerous. I needed to get that thermal data to someone who could do something about it. Someone outside the Vatican's sphere of influence. But first, I needed to understand exactly what I was dealing with. I opened my laptop and began typing up a detailed summary of everything I'd discovered. The satellite data, the thermal correlations with regional conflicts, the Vatican security protocols, the Guardian's warning. If something happened to me, I wanted there to be a record of what I'd found. Outside my hotel window, the ancient obelisks of Axum stood silhouetted against the Ethiopian night sky. Monuments to a civilization that had claimed to possess God's greatest gift to humanity. 12 feet below, a simple stone chapel. Something waited in the darkness, growing stronger, growing more active, preparing for something that would make the regional conflicts of the past 15 years look like minor skirmishes. And I was probably the only person outside the Vatican and the Ethiopian Orthodox Church who understood what was coming. The next morning, I made a decision that would change everything. Instead of booking a flight home like the Vatican had demanded, I drove the rental car to a cybercafe in Addis Ababa and uploaded a carefully edited version of my satellite data to Reddit. I chose the r/conspiracy subreddit because I knew it would get attention without being taken seriously by any official monitoring systems. The post was titled "Weird Thermal Anomaly Under Ethiopian Church. Anyone know what this could be?" I included 3 of the clearer thermal images showing the heat signature beneath the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion, along with GPS coordinates and a brief description of the geometric void. I deliberately left out any mention of the Ark, the Vatican communications, or the correlations with regional conflicts. To casual readers, It would look like a curious geological anomaly discovered by a satellite technician who was genuinely puzzled by what he'd found. The post got 17 comments in the first hour. Most were jokes about ancient aliens or government cover-ups, but a few showed genuine technical interest. One user with apparent geology credentials suggested underground geothermal activity. Another pointed out that the heat signature was too localized and too geometric to be natural. I was reading through the comments when my laptop screen went black. Not a normal shutdown or crash, but an instantaneous cut-off as if someone had yanked the power cord. Except the laptop was running on battery power and the charging light was still on. The screen stayed black for maybe 10 seconds, then flickered back to life showing the Windows startup sequence. When the system finished rebooting, my Reddit post was gone. Not deleted with a moderator message, not removed for violating community guidelines, but completely absent as if it had never existed. My browser history showed no record of visiting Reddit. The thermal images I'd uploaded weren't in my recent files folder. Someone had remotely accessed my laptop and scrubbed all evidence of the post, while leaving everything else untouched. I sat in the internet cafe for a long time, watching Ethiopian families use the other computers to video chat with relatives abroad and university students researching papers. Normal people living normal lives, oblivious to the fact that I'd just learned something terrifying about the reach and capabilities of whoever was monitoring research into the Axum artifact. They had hacked my laptop remotely, selectively deleted specific files, and removed all trace of my Reddit post within hours of its publication. This wasn't just Vatican influence or church pressure. This was signals intelligence, cyber warfare capabilities, the kind of resources that only major governments or international intelligence agencies could deploy. I paid for my computer time and walked back to the rental car, feeling like I was being watched even though the street looked perfectly normal. Addis Ababa traffic flowed around me with its usual chaotic energy. Buses packed with passengers, merchants pushing handcarts loaded with goods, children selling bottled water at red lights. But someone in that crowd could be monitoring me. Someone with access to satellite feeds and facial recognition software, and the authority to scrub information from major social media platforms in real time. That night, back in my hotel room in Axum, I made backup copies of all my remaining data and hid them in 3 different locations around the town. One encrypted drive taped under a restaurant table where I'd eaten dinner, another hidden in the base of an ancient obelisk in the archaeological park, the third buried in a plastic bag near a tree outside the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion, as close to the chapel as I could get without being seen. If they could hack my devices remotely, I needed analog backups they couldn't access digitally. The next morning I woke to find my hotel room door unlocked. I always use the deadbolt and chain lock, habits from years of business travel. But both were disengaged, and there was no sign of forced entry. My luggage had been searched with professional thoroughness. Everything returned to almost exactly its original position, but with tiny variations that proved someone had been through my belongings. My laptop was still there, apparently untouched. My cameras and field equipment were undisturbed, but the encrypted drive where I'd stored copies of the satellite data was missing from the hidden compartment in my suitcase. They'd taken only what they needed and left everything else to maintain the illusion that nothing had happened. Except they'd made one mistake. They'd unlocked the door when they left, probably to avoid the sound of manipulating the locks from inside. I was no longer just being monitored, I was being actively managed. I packed quickly and checked out of the hotel, telling the desk clerk I had a family emergency back in the United States. But instead of heading to the airport, I drove to the archaeological park and retrieved the data drive I'd hidden at the base of the obelisk. Sitting in the rental car with ancient stone monuments all around me, I made one final attempt to get the information out. I logged into an anonymous email account I'd created years earlier and composed a message to every major news organisation I could think of: CNN, BBC, Reuters, AP, the New York Times. The subject line was simple: evidence of active electromagnetic anomaly at claimed Ark of Covenant site in Ethiopia. In the body of the message I laid out everything: the satellite thermal data, the correlations with regional conflicts, the Vatican's protocol relic warnings, the cyber intrusion and hotel room search. I attached the clearest thermal images and GPS coordinates, along with a detailed timeline showing how the heat signature had intensified over 15 years. I hit send and watched the message appear in my outbox, then immediately start moving to the sent folder. Except it never arrived. I tried again with a different email service, then a third. Same result every time. The messages showed as sent from my end, but never reached their destinations. Someone was intercepting my communications at the internet service provider level, identifying and blocking any transmission that contained my satellite data or references to the Axum thermal anomaly. I was completely isolated, cut off from any normal channels of communication, surrounded by an electronic net that prevented me from sharing what I'd discovered. But I still had the physical drive hidden near the church, and I still had one option they couldn't control remotely. That afternoon, I walked to the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion compound, and found a spot where I could observe the restricted chapel from a distance. Tourists and pilgrims moved through the public areas, taking photos and buying souvenirs, while the Guardian's building sat silent and forbidden behind its fence. I waited until late afternoon, when the crowds thinned and the light was beginning to fade. Then I walked casually toward the area where I'd buried the encrypted drive, as if I were just another tourist admiring the ancient architecture. The drive was gone. The plastic bag was still there, exactly where I'd buried it, but empty. They'd found my backup, extracted the data, and left the bag as a message. We know where you've been. We know what you've hidden. We can reach anything you think is secure. As I stood there staring at the empty bag, a shadow fell across the ground beside me. I looked up to see the Guardian standing at one of the chapel windows, his hollow eyes fixed on my face. But this time, he wasn't warning me away. He was nodding, almost imperceptibly, as if he approved of what I'd been trying to do. Then he pointed downward, toward the ground beneath my feet, and mouthed a single word I could read clearly even at 50 yards distance. Soon! I flew back to the United States the next day, but I never made it to my apartment in Denver. 2 men in dark suits were waiting for me at baggage claim, holding a sign with my name and looking like the kind of federal agents you see in movies. "Mr. Morrison, we're with the Department of Homeland Security. We need to speak with you about your recent travel activities." They escorted me to a windowless room in the airport security section, where a third man was waiting with a thick folder and a digital recorder. "I'm Agent Phillips," the older man said. "We understand you've been conducting unauthorized intelligence gathering in Ethiopia, specifically related to sites of religious significance to our Ethiopian government partners. I'm a satellite imaging technician. I analyze geological data for mining and construction companies. We're aware of your professional background, Mr. Morrison. We're also aware that you've been making inquiries about classified materials with Vatican contacts, posting sensitive imagery to social media platforms, and attempting to contact media organizations with what you claim is evidence of electromagnetic anomalies at Ethiopian Orthodox Church sites. They knew everything. Not just my activities in Ethiopia, but my attempts to share the data, my communications with Elena Rossi, even my failed Reddit post. The thermal imagery you captured falls under the jurisdiction of several international agreements regarding the protection of cultural and religious sites," Phillips continued. "Specifically, it relates to a joint Vatican-Ethiopian cultural preservation protocol that supersedes normal academic or journalistic access. Cultural preservation protocol? The Ethiopian Orthodox Church has requested that certain sites be protected from unauthorized analysis or exposure that might damage their religious significance or cultural integrity. The Vatican has agreed to help enforce these protections as part of ongoing interfaith cooperation initiatives. It was a lie, of course. They weren't protecting cultural sites. They were suppressing evidence of something that posed a much more serious threat. But I was sitting in a windowless room at the Denver airport with 3 federal agents, and my laptop had already demonstrated that normal channels of communication were compromised. "We're prepared to offer you a choice, Mr. Morrison," Phillips said. "You can sign a non-disclosure agreement regarding your recent research activities, accept reassignment to a different geographical focus area within your company, and continue your career with no further complications. Or we can discuss this matter with your employer, your security clearance sponsors, and potentially with federal prosecutors who take a very dim view of unauthorized intelligence activities in sensitive foreign locations. I stared at the folder on the table between us, thinking about the Guardian's hollow eyes and his final gesture toward the ground beneath the chapel. Thinking about 15 years of thermal data showing an ancient weapon growing stronger, more active, more dangerous. What happens if I sign? You return to your normal work assignments. You avoid any further research related to Ethiopian archaeological sites. You don't discuss your recent findings with colleagues, media contacts, or internet forums. In exchange, we ensure that your employer receives a positive assessment of your professionalism and discretion during this culturally sensitive assignment. And if I don't sign? Phillips opened the folder and showed me the first page. It was a letter from Orbital Dynamics' Human Resources Department, dated that morning, informing me that my employment had been terminated due to misuse of company resources for unauthorized personal research projects. Your security clearance will be revoked, he continued. Your access to government contracting databases will be permanently blocked, and we'll be sharing our assessment of your activities with other satellite imaging companies, geological survey firms, and any future employers who request background information. They were offering to destroy my career or let me pretend none of this had ever happened, but either way, the information I'd gathered would never reach anyone who could act on it. I thought about Cardinal Toretti's warning on the phone. Some knowledge carries a price that few are prepared to pay. Maybe this was the price. Professional destruction, isolation, the slow erasure of everything I'd worked to build over the past decade. I need time to think about it. You have until we finish processing your luggage, 20 minutes, maybe 30. 20 minutes to decide whether to sacrifice my career for information that no one would believe, no one could verify, and no one was allowed to investigate. I signed the non-disclosure agreement. They released me 2 hours later with a stern warning about the consequences of violating federal agreements, and a business card with a phone number I could call if I ever felt tempted to discuss my Ethiopian research with anyone. But they made one crucial mistake. They assumed I was the only person who had access to the satellite data. That night in my apartment in Denver, I opened my laptop and logged into Orbital Dynamics employee portal. My access had been suspended, as expected, but the system showed I was still listed as being on authorized leave for another 3 days. Someone had delayed updating my termination in the central database. I used those 3 days to access everything I could reach. Not just my own analysis files, but the complete archive of satellite coverage for the Horn of Africa going back to the company's founding. If the thermal anomaly beneath the Axum Chapel was increasing in intensity, there might be other sites showing similar patterns, other locations where ancient artifacts were responding to modern conflicts. What I found was worse than I'd imagined. The Ark wasn't unique, it was part of a network. Thermal anomalies appeared at 17 different locations across the Middle East and North Africa, all buried beneath religious sites, all generating heat signatures that correlated with regional violence. A geometric void beneath the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem. Another under the Great Mosque of Mecca. Heat sources beneath Christian monasteries in Syria, Coptic churches in Egypt, ancient temples in Iraq. Every major conflict of the past 2 decades, the Iraq War, the Syrian Civil War, the Arab Spring, the ongoing violence in Yemen and Libya, correlated with intensified thermal activity at multiple sites, as if the artifacts were communicating with each other, coordinating their responses to human warfare. I copied everything I could access onto encrypted drives and mailed them to safety deposit boxes in 3 different states. Then I submitted my resignation from Orbital Dynamics, citing personal reasons, and disappeared. For 3 weeks I lived in cheap motels and paid for everything with cash, moving from city to city while I tried to figure out what to do with what I'd learned. The thermal network wasn't just evidence of ancient technology, it was evidence of an active weapons system that had been influencing human conflict for millennia. A weapons system that was becoming more coordinated, more responsive, more powerful. On a Tuesday morning in Salt Lake City, my phone rang. The caller ID showed Elena Rossi. "Alex, thank God. I've been trying to reach you for weeks." "Elena, I thought you were under Vatican restrictions. I'm calling from a secure line. Listen carefully. Something has happened. The Ethiopian government has sealed off the entire Axum region. No flights in or out, no ground access, complete media blackout. They're claiming it's a military exercise, but my sources inside the Ethiopian Orthodox Church say it's something else. What kind of something else? The Guardian is dead, Alex. He died 3 days ago, and when they went to choose his replacement, they found the chapel empty. Whatever was buried beneath the church, it's gone. I felt the blood drain from my face. Gone how? No one knows. The Ethiopian military is conducting a grid search of the entire region, but there's no sign of forced entry, no evidence of excavation, no indication that anyone broke into the chapel. The artifact simply left. That's impossible. Satellite thermal imaging shows massive energy spikes at 17 locations across the Middle East and North Africa, all occurring within a 6-hour window starting with the Guardian's death. The Vatican has activated something called the Omega Protocol, and they're requesting immediate assistance from the United States, Russia and China. The Omega Protocol. I'd never heard the term before, but I could guess what it meant. The final contingency, the last resort when all other containment measures had failed. Eleanor, where are you calling from? I'm at a monastery in Switzerland. The Vatican has evacuated all protocol relic personnel to secure locations. They're expecting the worst. What's the worst? According to the sealed archives, the last time the artifacts were fully active was during the Crusades. The entire geopolitical structure of 3 continents collapsed within a century. Empires fell, entire populations migrated, technological development stalled for 500 years. I thought about the thermal data I'd collected, the correlations between artifact activity and regional violence. If the Ark and its companion devices were no longer contained, no longer isolated in buried chambers beneath ancient churches, what would happen to the world? Alex, are you still there? Yeah. Eleanor, I need you to do something. I'm going to send you coordinates for safety deposit boxes in Phoenix, Dallas and Atlanta. Inside each box is a complete archive of satellite data showing the thermal network. If something happens to me, make sure that information reaches someone who can act on it. What are you going to do? I'm going to find the Ark. The line went dead. That afternoon I bought a plane ticket to Ethiopia under a false name, using identity documents I'd acquired during my weeks of hiding. If the Ethiopian government had sealed off the Axum region, I'd have to find another way in, but I was probably the only person outside government and religious authorities who understood the scope of what was happening. The only person who might be able to track down a 3,000-year-old weapon that had just escaped from its prison and was preparing to reshape human civilization. I'm writing this from a cabin in the mountains of western Montana, 6 months after the Axum incident. The official story is that a localized seismic event damaged several ancient structures in northern Ethiopia, requiring temporary military restrictions while archaeological assessment teams evaluate the cultural heritage impact. The real story is that 17 ancient weapons have vanished from their containment sites across 3 continents, leaving behind nothing but empty chambers and the withered corpses of their guardians. The thermal network I discovered through satellite analysis was just the visible symptom of something much older and more complex. For 3 millennia, objects of immense power had been sleeping beneath humanity's most sacred sites, occasionally stirring in response to nearby conflicts, but generally remaining dormant under the watch of religious orders that had forgotten why they were really guarding empty rooms. Now they're awake, active and loose in a world with 7 billion people, and enough weapons to destroy civilization a dozen times over. Elena kept her promise and distributed copies of my satellite archive to researchers at major universities, intelligence agencies and international organizations. Most dismissed the data as elaborate hoax or misinterpreted sensor readings. A few took it seriously enough to begin their own investigations, only to discover that every relevant database had been scrubbed, every supporting document had vanished, every potential witness had signed binding non-disclosure agreements. But I know the truth is spreading, filtering through the kind of networks that governments can't completely control. Academic conferences where researchers share suspicions in private conversations. Intelligence analysts who notice patterns their superiors don't want them to report. military officers who track unexplained energy signatures and find their requests for investigation quietly denied. The world is changing, and most people don't realise it yet. Regional conflicts that should burn out quickly are intensifying instead. Ancient ethnic tensions are flaring into violence across Africa and the Middle East. Political movements that seemed stable are fracturing along religious lines. The artifacts aren't causing the conflicts. Humans are perfectly capable of finding reasons to fight each other, but they're amplifying existing tensions, feeding on the emotional energy of warfare and using that power to grow stronger, more coordinated, more influential. I've been tracking their movements through news reports, social media posts, and amateur satellite imagery, shared on forums that haven't been scrubbed yet. Heat signatures appearing in conflict zones days before major battles. Unexplained electromagnetic anomalies detected near military bases. Reports of ancient artifacts being discovered by various armed groups, then quickly disappearing again. They're not random. They're following a pattern, positioning themselves to influence key events, preparing for something bigger than individual regional conflicts. Last week I received an encrypted message through a routing system so complex I couldn't trace its origin. The text was simple. The Covenant was not meant for one people or one place. It was meant for all people, all places when the time was ready. The time is now ready. Choose wisely. Choose wisely, as if I have a choice in whatever's coming. But maybe that's the point. Maybe the real power of these artifacts isn't their ability to influence events, but their ability to force people to make choices they wouldn't otherwise have to make. The Guardian at Axum spent decades watching over something that was slowly killing him, but he chose to stay, chose to maintain the containment protocols, chose to warn me away from dangers I didn't understand. Now it's my turn to choose. I could destroy this account, burn the remaining evidence, disappear completely into a life where none of this ever happened. Or I can keep tracking the artifacts, documenting their movements, building a record of what's really happening as the world stumbles towards some kind of transformation it doesn't see coming. The cabin where I'm staying sits on 40 acres of isolated mountain forest, far from cities and conflict zones, and the electromagnetic networks that seem to attract the artifact's attention. But even here, on clear nights, I can see strange lights moving across the sky. Not aircraft, not satellites, but something else entirely, following patterns that suggest intelligence and purpose. They're out there, 17 pieces of ancient technology that were designed to reshape civilizations, and they're working together now, coordinating their efforts, preparing for something that will make the fall of empires look like minor historical footnotes. I have 3 more encrypted drives hidden in various locations around the country, each containing copies of everything I've learned about the thermal network and the artifact sites. If you're reading this, it means something happened to me, and Elena Rossi or one of the other researchers I contacted managed to get this information published despite whatever security measures are in place to prevent it. Don't dismiss this as conspiracy theory or elaborate fiction. Check the satellite data yourself if you have access. Look for thermal anomalies beneath major religious sites. Track the correlations between unexplained energy signatures and regional conflicts. Pay attention to news reports of ancient artifacts being discovered and then quickly classified or removed by authorities. The pattern is there if you know how to look for it. The Ark of the Covenant was never lost. It was never just sitting passively in some forgotten chamber, waiting to be discovered by archaeologists or treasure hunters. It was sleeping, along with its companion devices, under the protection of guardians who understood that some powers are too dangerous for humanity to wield. Now it's awake, and it's not alone, and it's preparing to fulfill whatever purpose it was originally designed for 3,000 years ago. The only question is whether we'll be ready for what comes next. I hope this account reaches people who can do something with the information, people with resources and influence, and the courage to investigate what most would rather ignore. But even if it doesn't, even if this becomes just another conspiracy theory lost in the noise of the internet, at least there will be a record of what one satellite technician discovered when he looked too closely at the wrong thermal signature. The Ark Protocol is active, the Covenant has been renewed, and somewhere in the darkness between the ancient and the modern, 17 pieces of divine technology are preparing to reshape the world according to plans that were set in motion before human civilization began. Choose wisely. Alex Morrison, December 2024. Before we descend into the mountains tonight, if you're enjoying this documentary, hit that hype button. It truly helps this channel grow in ways you might not realise. The algorithm favours engagement, and your support means everything. Also, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing our community span across time zones and continents. No pressure though, only if you feel like sharing. Now let's talk about what happens when a skeptic goes looking for truth in America's oldest mountains and finds something that was never meant to be found. Introduction. The man who went looking. Jacob Merrin made his living dismantling myths. For 6 years he had travelled from alleged haunted asylums to supposed UFO hotspots, camera in hand, debunking every paranormal claim that crossed his desk. His documentary photography series, Folklore Exposed, had gained a substantial following among rationalists and skeptics alike. He was methodical, scientific, and utterly convinced that every unexplained phenomenon had a logical explanation waiting to be uncovered. In September of 2021, Jacob announced his most ambitious project yet. He would traverse the Appalachian Mountain Corridor, that ancient spine of stone running from Virginia down into North Carolina, and systematically debunk a collection of conspiracy theories that had been festering in online forums for decades. His target list was extensive and bizarre. Off-limits communities hidden in forgotten hollows, clusters of vanishing people that defied statistical probability, the so-called not deer sightings that plagued hikers' testimonies, mysterious staircases found deep in the woods leading nowhere, the epidemic of disappearances near the Smoky Mountain region, and perhaps most intriguingly, rumours of federal black sites concealed within the endless forest. Jacob posted his intentions across every platform he could access. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Thousands of comments flooded in, some encouraging, many warning, a few outright threatening. But it was a direct message that arrived 3 days after his announcement that gave him pause, however briefly. The sender's profile was blank, scrubbed of identifying information. The message itself was chillingly simple. If you're going up there, avoid the corridor between Roan Mountain and Klingman's Dome. That's where they watch. Jacob screenshot the message, added it to his growing file of fear-mongering nonsense, and continued his preparations. He had received hundreds of similar warnings over the years. They all followed the same pattern: vague threats, ominous warnings, never any concrete evidence. He had learned to ignore them. That decision, that single choice to dismiss the anonymous warning, would alter the trajectory of his life in ways he could never have anticipated. Part 1. The documented reality. Jacob began his investigation the way he always did, by separating verifiable fact from embellished fiction. Before he could debunk the conspiracy theories, he needed to understand what was actually true about the Appalachian wilderness. The research phase revealed several undeniable realities that even the most skeptical observer couldn't dismiss. The Appalachian Range, despite being one of the most visited mountain systems in America, contained vast expanses that remained genuinely remote. While not officially designated as restricted or forbidden zones, certain areas possessed characteristics that made them effectively inaccessible to casual hikers and even experienced outdoorsmen. Cell phone signals vanished completely in numerous valleys and hollows. Jacob documented over 40 separate regions where communication technology simply ceased to function, creating blind spots in our otherwise connected world. Large tracts of land, some spanning several square miles, rarely if ever saw patrol by park rangers due to difficult terrain and limited resources. The official explanation cited budget constraints and prioritization of high-traffic areas, but the result was the same: regions of American wilderness that existed in a state of near-complete isolation. The cave systems presented another verified mystery. Geological surveys from the 1950s through the 1970s had documented extensive subterranean networks throughout the Appalachians, but many of these systems remained unmapped. The reasons given varied: unstable rock formations, dangerous underground rivers, the sheer complexity and scope of the tunnel networks. Whatever the cause, large portions of what existed beneath the mountains remained officially unknown. Then there were the sealed mining operations. Throughout the mid-20th century, particularly between the 1950s and 1970s, the federal government had closed numerous mining tunnels across the Appalachian Range. The official record cited structural instability and environmental concerns. Heavy metal gates were installed, warning plaques mounted, and the sites were effectively abandoned. Jacob found documentation for dozens of these closures, but what struck him was the pattern. Many had been sealed suddenly, without the gradual wind-down typical of depleted mining operations. The missing persons statistics presented the most troubling verified data. Local search and rescue organisations maintained records of disappearances that revealed genuine clusters, concentrations of missing persons cases that exceeded normal statistical distribution. The National Park Service acknowledged these patterns, but attributed them to the inherent dangers of wilderness recreation. People got lost, fell from cliffs, succumbed to exposure. The mountains were unforgiving to the unprepared. Jacob compiled all of this verified information into a comprehensive report. These were the facts, the documented realities that conspiracy theorists used as the foundation for their more outlandish claims. He filmed himself presenting this data, his voice steady and professorial, explaining that while these elements were unusual, they didn't require supernatural or governmental conspiracy explanations. Remote wilderness areas naturally led to communication dead zones. Budget limitations naturally led to unpatrolled regions. Complex cave systems naturally remained unmapped due to danger and difficulty. Mining operations naturally closed due to economic and safety factors, and people naturally went missing in vast dangerous wilderness. It was all perfectly logical, perfectly explainable, perfectly rational. He had no way of knowing how quickly that certainty would erode. Part 2. The Indigenous Perspective. Before entering the mountains, Jacob made a point of consulting with those who had known the land longest. He had learned from previous investigations that indigenous perspectives, while often dismissed by mainstream sources, frequently contained valuable historical context that could explain the origins of various myths and legends. He arranged a meeting with Thomas Whitehawk, a Cherokee historian and cultural preservation specialist based in Cherokee, North Carolina. The interview took place in a small office, cluttered with books, maps, and artifacts. Thomas was a man in his 60s, soft-spoken but with eyes that suggested he had seen more than he typically discussed. Jacob explained his project, his intention to explore the conspiracy theories surrounding the Appalachian Corridor and provide rational explanations for the various claims. Thomas listened without interruption, his expression unreadable. When Jacob finished, Thomas was quiet for a long moment before responding. "The Cherokee have stories about these mountains that go back longer than your written history," Thomas began. "There are regions our ancestors avoided, not because of superstition, but because of experience passed down through generations." Jacob leaned forward with his recorder, eager to document what he assumed would be useful folklore. Thomas continued. "We spoke of forest mimics, things that could copy sounds, voices, the appearance of animals or even people. We warned of false animals, creatures that looked right from a distance but wrong up close. There were voices that called from behind trees, trying to lure people away from safe paths, and there was the land between the mountains, a place where the barriers between worlds grew thin." "These are metaphors though, right?" Jacob interjected. "Ways of explaining natural phenomena that your ancestors didn't have scientific language to describe." Thomas gave him a look that wasn't quite pity, but close. "You're not the first to come here with cameras and skepticism. Others have made the same journey you're planning. And some came back different. Some didn't come back at all. and some came back but wished they hadn't. Jacob smiled, thinking he was being tested. I appreciate the warning, but I'm going in with an open mind and scientific methodology. If there's something genuinely unexplained up there, I'll document it. But I've been doing this for 6 years, and I've never encountered anything that couldn't be explained by psychology, environmental factors, or simple misidentification. Thomas stood, signalling the interview was ending. As Jacob packed his equipment, the historian said something that would echo in his mind during the weeks to come. "You're not going up there for proof, Mr. Merrin. You're going up there to be noticed." Jacob laughed it off, thanked Thomas for his time, and left to begin his expedition. He had the rational explanations he needed for the Cherokee warnings: cultural trauma from colonization, natural human tendency to mythologize the unknown, the psychological need to explain tragedy and loss through narrative. It all made sense. But Thomas's final words lingered inexplicably in the back of his mind. Part 3. The Ranger Logs. The breakthrough came 3 weeks into Jacob's research phase, before he had even entered the deep mountain regions. He had filed a Freedom of Information Act request for ranger logs and incident reports from the Great Smoky Mountains National Park and surrounding protected areas, focusing on the corridor between Roan Mountain and Klingman's Dome, the exact region his anonymous messenger had warned him to avoid. The documents arrived heavily redacted. Large sections were blacked out, marked with exemption codes citing ongoing investigations or privacy concerns. But what remained was fascinating enough. Jacob spread the papers across his hotel room desk, organising them chronologically. The entries spanned from the 1990s to the present day, and certain patterns emerged that troubled him despite his scepticism. An entry from July of 1998. Unidentified screaming reported near Alum Cave Trail. Multiple witnesses. Search conducted. No source found. No missing persons reported. Sounds did not match any known wildlife. From October 2003. Large animal reported by day hikers on Appalachian Trail section near Roan High Knob. Description doesn't match bear, elk, or any catalogued species. Track search conducted. No tracks found despite muddy terrain. April 2007. Patrol unit missing for 9 hours during routine sweep of Cataloochee area. Rangers eventually located at trailhead, confused and unable to explain timeline gap. Both showed signs of mild dehydration, but insisted they had only been gone for approximately 2 hours. GPS tracking confirms 9-hour absence. Medical evaluation inconclusive. The entries grew stranger. August 2011. Unauthorized campfire observed from ridge overlook after dark. Dispatch sent to investigate and issue citation. Upon arrival at location, no fire found, no evidence of recent fire, ground cold, no tracks or disturbed vegetation. December 2013. Solo hiker reported seeing people standing in trees approximately half a mile off trail near Klingman's Dome Access Road. Search conducted, no evidence of climbers or equipment. Hiker assessed for possible hypothermia or confusion. Physical health normal. But it was the final entry in the batch, dated March of 2015, that made Jacob pause. Unlike the clinical bureaucratic tone of the previous reports, this one read like a warning. To all patrol units, if approached by persons calling for help from off-trail locations, do not follow voices without visual confirmation of distressed individual. Do not engage in extended eye contact with any persons exhibiting unusual behaviour or physical characteristics. Report anything that appears human but produces uncanny valley response. Do not investigate alone. Maintain radio contact at all times. Jacob read it 3 times. The language was oddly specific. Uncanny valley response. That psychological term for the unsettling feeling produced by something almost human, but not quite right. Why would a park ranger report include such phrasing? He called the Park Service Administration Office, asking about the origin of this particular protocol. After being transferred several times, He was eventually told that the document must be a prank or training exercise that had been accidentally filed with genuine reports. There was no such official protocol, but the document had an official header, an official file number, and sat among verified reports. Jacob added it to his unexplained folder, which was growing thicker than he found comfortable. Still, he reasoned, bureaucracies made mistakes. Rangers had senses of humour. There were rational explanations. He had to believe that. Part 4. Into the Mountains. Jacob entered the mountain corridor in the first week of October. The timing was deliberate. Past peak tourist season, but before winter weather made the high elevations dangerous. He would be alone, which was how he preferred to work. No crew to influence his observations, no other voices in his recordings. Just him, his cameras, and the wilderness. The first 3 days were uneventful, almost disappointingly so. He hiked well-travelled trails, documented beautiful autumn scenery, and encountered nothing more unusual than a black bear rummaging through a poorly secured trash bin. He recorded several conversational pieces to camera, explaining how conspiracy theories often arose from pattern-seeking behaviour and confirmation bias. He was in his element, confident and articulate. On the 4th day, he veered off the marked trails. He had studied topographical maps for weeks, identifying areas rarely visited by casual hikers. His target was a region northeast of Roan Mountain, in a valley that sat in a documented cell signal dead zone. If strange things were happening in the Appalachians, he reasoned they would be happening in places like this, isolated, unmonitored, genuinely remote. The descent into the valley took most of the morning. The forest was dense, the understory thick with rhododendron that forced him to move slowly. By noon, his phone had lost all signal, exactly as predicted. He was truly alone now, miles from the nearest trail, in terrain that probably saw fewer than a dozen visitors per year. That's when he saw the deer. It stood in a small clearing about 50 feet ahead, perfectly still. Too still. Deer were nervous creatures, constantly alert, ears twitching, tails flicking. This one could have been a statue. Jacob raised his camera, thinking he might capture some nice wildlife footage. Through the viewfinder he could see the animal more clearly. It was large, male, with a full rack of antlers. Its coat was the right colour, its proportions seemingly correct. Then it turned its head to look at him. The movement was wrong. The rotation was too smooth, too far, the neck bending at an angle that shouldn't have been anatomically possible. The head swiveled nearly 180 degrees while the body remained stationary, bringing the deer's face into full view. The eyes reflected white, like a nightshine effect, except it was the middle of the day. Jacob's finger froze on the camera's record button. Through the viewfinder, he watched as the creature took a step toward him. Not the bounding, nervous movement of a deer, but a deliberate forward step, like a human walking. Another step, smooth, purposeful. The camera was recording. Jacob's rational mind screamed at him that this was just a deer, that he was seeing things, that the angle was creating an optical illusion. But some deeper, older part of his brain was screaming something else entirely. Run. The creature took a third step. Its mouth opened slightly, and Jacob could see that the teeth were wrong. Too many of them. Too sharp. He lowered the camera from his eye, and the moment he did, the thing in the clearing bolted, but not like a deer. It moved in a sideways scuttle that reminded him of a crab, impossibly fast, vanishing into the forest in seconds. Jacob stood in the sudden silence, his heart hammering, his hands shaking. He looked down at his camera, praying the footage had captured what he'd just seen. He hit playback. The footage was there. The clearing. The creature that looked like a deer but moved wrong. But the image was corrupted, glitching every few seconds. Horizontal lines of static cutting across the screen. The audio was worse, a rhythmic clicking sound that definitely hadn't been present during the actual encounter. Jacob played it again, and again. The rational explanations lined up in his mind like soldiers. Equipment malfunction, stress-induced hallucination, unusual deer behaviour misinterpreted through adrenaline and expectation. But he had seen what he had seen. For the first time in 6 years of investigation, Jacob Merrin felt the cold touch of genuine uncertainty. Part 5. The locals speak. Jacob emerged from the mountains 2 days later, hiking back to civilization with his corrupted footage and shaken confidence. He needed to talk to people who actually lived in these regions, who dealt with the mountains daily rather than as occasional visitors. He found them in a small town outside Banner Elk, North Carolina, one of those places that existed more as a wide spot in the road than an actual municipality. A gas station, a general store, a post office, and a diner that probably hadn't updated its menu since the 1980s. Jacob started conversations carefully. He had learned that locals in isolated communities were often suspicious of outsiders, especially outsiders with cameras asking about strange occurrences. He presented himself as a nature photographer, interested in the history and folklore of the area. At first, no one would speak to him. Polite but distant, they answered his questions with non-committal grunts and changed the subject. It wasn't until his 3rd day in town, after he had become a familiar face at the diner, that someone finally opened up. His name was Earl Hutchins, a man in his 70s who had lived in these mountains his entire life. He worked as a hunting guide in his younger years, and now spent his retirement fixing small engines in a shed behind his house. They were sitting on Earl's porch, watching the sun set behind the ridgeline, when Jacob finally asked directly, "Have you ever seen anything up there that you couldn't explain?" Earl was quiet for a long time, so long that Jacob thought he wasn't going to answer. Then, without looking at Jacob, Earl spoke. "You shouldn't be up here alone. They take the ones who come looking." Jacob's recorder was running in his pocket. He kept his voice neutral. "Who are they?" Earl pointed at the tree line, dark now in the fading light. "The ones who live underneath." "Underneath what?" "The mountains. In the old mines, the caves, the tunnels that go deeper than any map shows." Earl finally looked at Jacob, his eyes serious. Government sealed most of them back in '68 after the collapses, but the collapses weren't accidents. Things were happening down there. Men going missing, equipment failing, sounds in the dark that shouldn't have been possible. "What kind of sounds?" "Voices, but not human voices. Things that could copy what we said, play it back at us. Things that could sound like your friend, your wife, your child, calling for help from deeper in the tunnel. Smart men, experienced miners, they'd follow those voices right into the dark. Most of them never came back out." Jacob felt a chill despite the warm evening. "And the ones who did?" "They didn't talk much about it. Couldn't, really. Their minds were broken. They'd seen something down there that human minds weren't meant to process." Earl stood, signalling the conversation was over. As Jacob gathered his things to leave, Earl added one more thing. "There's a woman in town, Arden Pike. Her husband worked on the geological surveys in the 70s, before they sealed everything up. She might talk to you, might not, but she's got maps." Part 6. The map. Arden Pike lived in a small house at the edge of town, its garden overgrown with herbs and wildflowers. She was in her late 80s, thin and sharp-eyed, with hands that trembled slightly as she poured tea into chipped mugs. Jacob had called ahead, explaining that Earl had sent him. That earned him an invitation, but not necessarily trust. "My husband Samuel worked for the Geological Survey," Arden said, settling into a chair by the window. "Back when the government was still interested in mapping what was under these mountains instead of just sealing it away." Earl mentioned he might have made maps of the area, Arden nodded slowly. "He did, and what he found down there haunted him until the day he died." She stood, moving to an old desk in the corner. From a locked drawer she produced a rolled piece of paper, yellowed with age. She spread it on the table between them. Jacob leaned forward, his pulse quickening. The map showed the mountain region between Roan Mountain and Klingman's Dome. exactly the corridor he'd been warned to avoid. But this wasn't a typical topographical map. This showed what lay beneath. Tunnels. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, forming a network far more extensive than Jacob had imagined possible. They branched and connected, creating a subterranean maze that spanned miles. In the centre of the map, a region was circled in red ink. The circle encompassed an area of several square miles. Inside the circle, in Samuel's handwriting, were 2 words: the corridor. "What is the corridor?" Jacob asked. Arden's hand shook as she touched the map. Samuel said it was the main arterial. All the smaller tunnels, the natural caves, the mining shafts, they all connected back to this central system, and it went deep. Deeper than they had equipment to measure properly. Did he explore it? He tried. The government sent teams down in the early 70s trying to map the extent of the network. Samuel was part of the last survey team before they sealed everything. She paused, her eyes distant. He came home different, shaking, wouldn't eat for days, had nightmares for months. What did he see down there? He wouldn't tell me, not fully. But he said the tunnels weren't empty. There were things living down there, things that had been there long before humans started digging, and they didn't like being disturbed. She pointed to several notations on the map, small X marks scattered throughout the tunnel system. These are where they found evidence of habitation, not human habitation. Whatever lived down there built structures, used tools, had some kind of civilization, but it wasn't like anything recognised by anthropology or archaeology. Jacob's mind raced. This was either an elaborate hoax or evidence of something genuinely extraordinary. Did he take photos? Collect samples? Arden shook her head. Everything was confiscated. Once the government decided to seal the tunnels, all documentation was classified. Samuel was threatened with prosecution if he spoke about what he'd seen. This map, she tapped it gently, he drew from memory after they took the originals. He wanted someone to know the truth. Why show me? Because you're going to go down there anyway. I can see it in your eyes. You've already seen something that shook you, and now you need to know if it's real. She rolled up the map and handed it to him. Take it. Maybe you'll be smart enough to turn back, but I doubt it. People who go looking for the truth in these mountains rarely find what they expect. Jacob left Arden's house as darkness settled over the town. The map felt heavy in his backpack, weighted with more than just paper and ink. He knew what he had to do next. Part 7. The Corridor. Jacob spent the next week preparing. He studied the map obsessively, cross-referencing it with modern topographical surveys and satellite imagery. He located the likely position of the sealed mine entrance that Arden's husband had indicated as the primary access point to the corridor. His rational mind offered countless reasons not to pursue this. The mine would be sealed. It would be dangerous. He had no spelunking experience. He would be trespassing on federal land. But he had also seen the not deer. He had read the ranger logs. He had spoken to people who genuinely believed something lived beneath these mountains. And if there was any truth to it, any truth at all, he needed to document it. He found the mine entrance on the 13th day of October, exactly where Arden's map suggested it would be. A metal gate, industrial and imposing, blocked a tunnel entrance cut into the mountainside. The gate was reinforced with heavy bolts, and a metal plaque warned in bold letters, "Dangerous, area unstable, entry prohibited." Jacob examined the gate closely. Despite the warning suggesting decades of abandonment, the bolts looked relatively new. The metal showed little rust. Someone had maintained this seal recently. He circled the site looking for alternative entry points. The tunnel mouth was large, probably 10 feet high and 12 feet wide, suggesting it had been a significant mining operation. Vegetation had grown up around the entrance, but not as much as he would expect for something sealed since the 1960s. Then he heard it. A sound from inside the tunnel. Faint, but distinct. Jacob froze, listening. It came again. A rhythmic sound, like metal scraping against stone, or something moving. He pulled out his audio recorder and pressed it against the metal gate. The sound was clearer now, scraping, deliberate, following a pattern. Then it stopped. In the sudden silence, Jacob heard something else, something that made his hands go cold. Footsteps, his footsteps, the exact rhythm and cadence of his walking replayed from inside the tunnel. He jerked back from the gate, his heart racing. Whatever was inside was mimicking him, copying the sounds he made. Jacob should have left. Every instinct screamed at him to get away from this place, to hike back to civilization, to abandon this investigation entirely. Instead, he set up his camera, angled it at the gate, and pressed record. "This is the entrance to what locals call the corridor," he said, his voice steadier than he felt. "I'm documenting evidence of what appears to be acoustic anomalies, sounds emanating from inside a tunnel that's been sealed for over 50 years. He paused, listening. The mimicking had stopped. The tunnel was silent again. "I'm going to attempt to get a recording from inside the mine using extended audio equipment." Jacob had come prepared. From his pack he pulled a length of cable and a small waterproof microphone. The gate had a gap near the bottom, where erosion had created a space between metal and stone. The gap was narrow, maybe 3 inches, but wide enough for his microphone. He lowered the device through the gap, playing out 20 feet of cable. The microphone dangled somewhere in the darkness beyond the gate. He activated the recording device and waited. For 5 minutes, nothing but silence. Jacob checked the equipment, confirming it was functioning properly. Then the sounds began. Multiple voices, whispering. Not words exactly, but vocalization that suggested language, communication. The whispers overlapped, creating a dissonant choir. Beneath the voices, that metallic scraping again, rhythmic, purposeful. Then, cutting through the other sounds, something that made Jacob's skin crawl. A child laughing, clear, distinct, human. And finally, the sound of something large moving deeper in the tunnel. Not walking, dragging. The whispers suddenly coalesced into words, or something close to words. The voices said in perfect unison, "Come down!" Jacob yanked the cable, pulling the microphone back through the gap so fast he scraped his knuckles on the metal. He shut off the recording device with shaking hands. His skepticism, his 6 years of debunking, his scientific methodology, all of it crumbled in the face of what he'd just recorded. This wasn't psychological. It wasn't environmental factors. It wasn't misidentification. There was something inside that mountain. Something aware. Something that knew he was there. Something that wanted him to enter. Part 8. The Evidence. Jacob hiked 3 miles before he stopped, his hands still shaking. He found a relatively flat area off the trail, set up his camp and forced himself to review the audio recording. In the fading daylight through his headphones, the sounds were even more disturbing than they'd been in real time. The whispering voices, the scraping, the child's laughter that sounded wrong somehow, too precise, too perfect. And those final words, "Come down." He saved multiple copies of the file, backing it up to his phone, his computer, a cloud server. This was evidence, real evidence, the kind that could change everything. But evidence of what? He still didn't know. The next morning, Jacob made a decision. He would search the area around the mine entrance for any other clues before attempting to contact authorities with his findings. If there was more to document, he needed to find it. He worked methodically, spiraling outward from the sealed tunnel, documenting everything with his camera. Most of what he found was mundane. Typical forest detritus, animal burrows, weathered rock formations. Then, in a small ravine about half a mile from the mine entrance, he found something that shouldn't have been there. A backpack. Old, weathered, the fabric degraded by years of exposure. But not decades. The synthetic material would have lasted longer if it had been there since the 60s. Jacob photographed it in situ before carefully opening it. Inside, a water bottle dated 1993, a mouldy trail map, a wallet with a driver's license. The face on the license was a young woman, smiling, full of life. The name read Jennifer Hastings. Jacob's hands trembled as he took out his phone and searched the name combined with missing person Appalachian. The results came immediately. Jennifer Hastings, age 24, disappeared while hiking the Appalachian Trail in June of 1993. Last seen near the Roan Mountain section. Never found. Case remained open, but cold. He had just found evidence from a 30-year-old missing person case. Jacob continued his search with renewed urgency. 20 feet from the backpack, partially buried in leaf litter, he found a shoe. The style was dated, the material degraded, but still recognizable. He documented it, then searched wider. More items emerged from his search. A camping stove, a flashlight that looked like a design from the 80s, a small camera that predated digital technology. And then he found the photos. They were Polaroids, faded and water damaged, but still visible. First few showed typical hiking scenes, mountain vistas, trail markers, camp setups. But the last 3 photos made Jacob's stomach turn. They were taken inside a tunnel. The flash had illuminated rough stone walls, and in each photo, standing at the edge of the light, were shapes. Humanoid shapes. Tall and thin, with proportions that weren't quite right. In the final photo, one of the shapes was closer. Much closer. Close enough that features were visible. A face that was almost human but stretched wrong, with eyes too large and too far apart. The mouth open in what could have been a smile or a scream. Jacob sat back on his heels, his mind reeling. These weren't hoax photos. They were decades old, genuine Polaroids, found with the possessions of a confirmed missing person. This was evidence that whatever lived in these tunnels had been taking people for at least 3 decades, probably longer. He was no longer debunking anything. He was documenting something that authorities either didn't know about or had actively covered up. The rational explanations were gone. Jacob Merrin, professional skeptic, had found proof of something he couldn't explain, and he had no idea what to do with it. Part 9. The warning. Jacob was hiking back towards civilization, his backpack heavy with evidence when he encountered them. 2 men dressed in dark uniforms that lacked any identifying patches or insignia. They stepped onto the trail ahead of him, appearing so suddenly that Jacob stopped in his tracks. "Mr. Merrin," one of them said. Not a question. They knew who he was. "Who are you?" Jacob asked, his hand instinctively moving toward his camera. "That's not relevant," the second man said. "What's relevant is where you've been, and what you've seen. I'm hiking. I'm a nature photographer. I have permits for—" "Did you enter the restricted sectors?" the first man interrupted. "Did you see anything unusual?" Jacob's mind raced. These weren't park rangers. Their uniforms were wrong, their demeanour wrong. The way they spoke suggested military or intelligence training. "I don't know what you mean by restricted sectors," Jacob said carefully. "I've been on public trails." The second man stepped closer. "Mr. Merrin, we know about your investigation. We know you've been asking questions about the sealed mining operations. We know you found the entrance to the corridor. We're not here to arrest you," the first man said. "We're here to give you information that might keep you alive. If you keep walking into the corridor, you won't walk back out. People have been disappearing in this region for longer than you can imagine. The government knows why, and the government has made the decision that the risk of public knowledge outweighs the risk of continued disappearances." Jacob felt anger rising through his fear. "You're admitting there's a cover-up? That people have been dying and you've done nothing?" "We're admitting nothing," the second man said coldly. "We're offering you advice. Take your footage, take your notes, and leave. Publish nothing. Discuss nothing. Forget everything you think you've learned." "And if I don't?" The 2 men exchanged a glance. The first one spoke, his voice colder now. "Then you join the list of people who went looking for truth in these mountains. There's a reason the missing person rate is so high in this region. Not everyone who disappears does so accidentally. The threat was clear. Jacob's hand tightened on his camera strap. "You're threatening me." "We're warning you," the second man corrected. "There's a difference. We actually would prefer you survive this, but preference doesn't determine outcome." They stepped off the trail, melting back into the forest with disturbing efficiency. Within seconds, they were gone, leaving Jacob alone on the trail with his racing heart and evidence-laden backpack. He stood there for a long moment, processing what had just happened. Then he made a decision. He wasn't leaving. Not yet. If they were this desperate to scare him away, it meant his investigation had gotten close to something they wanted to keep hidden. And Jacob Merrin, for all his skepticism, had always been stubborn. He'd come to debunk conspiracy theories. Instead, he had found evidence of an actual conspiracy. He wasn't going to walk away now. Part 10. Return to the corridor. Jacob waited until evening before returning to the mine entrance. He approached carefully, watching for the uniformed men, but saw no one. The forest was quiet, almost too quiet. The sealed gate was different. When Jacob had left it that morning, the gate had been intact, solidly bolted. Now the metal was bent outward, the bolts sheared off or ripped from their moorings. The gap was wide enough for a person to enter, or for something to exit. Jacob's camera was already recording as he approached. His voice, when he spoke, was barely above a whisper. "The sealed gate has been breached. The damage appears recent. I can't tell if this was done from inside or outside, but the metal has been bent with considerable force." He shone his flashlight through the opening. The tunnel stretched beyond, disappearing into darkness. The air coming from inside was cold and carried a smell, mineral and wrong, like metal and decay. This was insanity. Jacob knew it was insanity. Going into an unstable mine tunnel alone, at night, after being threatened by mysterious government agents. Every rational instinct he possessed screamed at him to leave. But he had spent 6 years debunking myths. He had spent his entire adult life demanding proof, evidence, scientific rigour. Now he was standing at the threshold of something that defied everything he thought he knew about reality. He had to know. Jacob squeezed through the gap in the gate, his backpack scraping against metal. His flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing a tunnel that stretched far beyond what he'd expected. The walls were partially natural cave formation, partially carved by human hands. Support timbers, old and weathered, still stood at intervals. The floor was uneven, covered in debris and what might have been old mining equipment. He moved carefully, documenting everything with his camera. The tunnel sloped downward, descending deeper into the mountain. After 50 feet, Jacob noticed something that made him pause. The walls weren't just rock and earth, there were carvings. He moved closer, shining his light directly on the stone. The carvings were crude but deliberate. Figures that were roughly humanoid but elongated, stretched impossibly tall and thin. Their heads were smooth and featureless except for large, almond-shaped eyes. These weren't modern carvings. The stone around them showed age, weathering. These markings could have been here for decades, maybe longer. Jacob photographed everything, his hands steadier now that he was focused on documentation. This was evidence. This was proof of something, even if he didn't fully understand what. The tunnel descended further. Jacob marked his path as he went, leaving small reflective strips he could follow back out. He had descended approximately 200 feet when the tunnel opened into a larger chamber. Jacob's flashlight was inadequate for the space. He could see the walls extending beyond his light's reach. The ceiling disappeared into darkness above. And scattered across the chamber floor were bones. Not animal bones, human bones. Jacob felt bile rise in his throat. There were dozens of them, maybe hundreds, arranged in patterns that suggested intentional placement. Circles within circles. lines radiating outward from a central point. This was a burial site. Or something worse. He forced himself to document it, his camera recording the horror. He counted skulls, at least 30 visible in his light's range, representing decades of missing persons that had never been found. How many people had died down here? How many had walked into these tunnels and never walked back out? Then he heard it. That low humming he had picked up on his external microphone. But now he was inside, and the sound was everywhere, vibrating through the stone, through his bones. It was almost mechanical, but not quite. Like a machine designed by something that had never heard a machine before. The sound was coming from deeper in the chamber. Jacob moved toward it, his rational mind finally silenced. He was beyond rationality now, beyond skepticism. He was following something fundamental. The human need to know, to understand, even at terrible cost. His light found the source. At the far end of the chamber was a doorway, not carved from stone, not built by miners. It was too smooth, too perfectly geometric. The material reflected his light in a way stone shouldn't, almost metallic, but not quite. And beyond the doorway, a faint light glowed. Not fire, not electric, something else. Jacob approached the threshold. His camera was recording. Whatever happened next would be documented. He heard movement behind him. Jacob spun, his flashlight sweeping across the chamber. For a moment, he saw nothing. Then, at the edge of his light, shapes resolved from the darkness. They were tall, impossibly tall. Their limbs were too long, their joints bending in too many places. They moved with a fluid grace that was utterly unlike human movement. Their heads turned toward him, smooth and pale, with those large, dark eyes that reflected his light like mirrors. One of them moved closer, its head cocked to the side, studying him the way a scientist might study a specimen. Then it opened its mouth, opening far wider than anatomy should allow, and spoke. Jacob! It was his voice. Perfect. Exact. His own voice played back at him from something that was definitely not human. Jacob's camera captured everything. His hand, operating on pure instinct, kept the device steady and recording even as his mind struggled to process what he was seeing. There were more of them now. 6, 8, a dozen, emerging from the darkness surrounding him, studying him with those terrible eyes. The first one spoke again, still in Jacob's voice. Come down! Then another spoke, and its voice was different, a woman's voice, young, terrified. Help me! Jennifer Hastings' voice, perhaps. Copied, preserved, replayed. Another. Daddy! A child's voice, broken with tears. They were mimics, all of them. Collecting voices, using them, playing them back in combinations that suggested they were trying to communicate, to understand. Jacob realized with sudden, horrible clarity what he was seeing. These weren't monsters in the traditional sense. They were something else. Something that had existed beneath these mountains for longer than human habitation. Something that had watched humans, studied them, tried to understand them by copying their sounds, their patterns, their behaviours, the sealed tunnels, the government cover-up, the warnings. It all made terrible sense now. There was something living under the Appalachian Mountains, something intelligent, something that had been here first. I need to go, Jacob said aloud, his real voice cracking. The creatures didn't move to stop him. They simply watched, their heads tilting in synchronized motion. Jacob backed away, keeping his camera running, his flashlight sweeping across the gathered figures. He reached the tunnel entrance and ran. Behind him, he heard his own voice echoing through the chamber. I need to go! I need to go! I need to go! They were learning, always learning. Part 11. The Chase. Jacob ran through the tunnel, his flashlight beam bouncing wildly. Behind him he heard movement, rapid, skittering sounds against stone. They were following. He grabbed his reflective markers as he passed, confirming his path back to the entrance. His breath came in ragged gasps. His pack bounced against his back, heavy with evidence, with proof. The tunnel seemed longer now, stretching endlessly. Had he really come this far down? The distance seemed impossible. Behind him, his own voice called out, "Jacob! Jacob! Jacob!" They were getting closer. He rounded a corner and his light caught something that hadn't been there before, a metallic structure too smooth and perfect to be natural. It extended from floor to ceiling, blocking most of the tunnel. There was a gap, barely wide enough to squeeze through. Jacob didn't hesitate. He pushed through, his pack catching on the metal. For a horrible moment he was stuck, trapped between the structure and the stone wall. Then something gave, his pack ripped, and he tumbled through, to the other side. He scrambled to his feet and ran. The entrance was ahead. He could see the night sky through the gap in the gate. Blessed darkness that meant freedom. Jacob burst through the opening, falling onto the rocky ground outside. He rolled, coming up in a crouch, his light pointed back at the tunnel. The creatures had stopped at the threshold. They stood just inside the entrance, a wall of pale forms with two long limbs and tilted heads. They didn't exit, couldn't exit, wouldn't exit. Jacob didn't wait to find out. He grabbed his torn pack and ran into the forest, navigating by moonlight and memory, not stopping until he reached his vehicle 2 miles away. He threw everything into his car and drove, away from the mountains, away from the corridor, away from the things that watched from beneath. It was only when he was 50 miles away, on a major highway with streetlights and traffic, that he allowed himself to stop and check his equipment. The camera was still recording. The memory card was intact. Jacob had evidence. Actual documented evidence of something that should not exist. He had proof. Epilogue. The aftermath. Jacob Merrin never published his footage. 3 days after his escape from the tunnel, he was contacted by federal agents. Proper agents this time, with badges and documentation. They were polite but firm. His footage was classified evidence related to ongoing national security operations. The memory card, his notes, his interviews, all of it was seized. His home was searched. His cloud backups were accessed and deleted. Every piece of evidence he had collected was confiscated or destroyed. He was offered a choice: sign a non-disclosure agreement and receive a substantial payment for his consultation on a federal project, or face prosecution for trespassing in restricted areas, interfering with federal operations and a dozen other charges that would ensure he spent years in federal prison. Jacob signed. The payment was enough to live comfortably for the rest of his life, provided he never spoke about what he'd found beneath the mountains. His social media accounts were deleted. His documentary series was removed from all platforms. Within a week, it was as if Jacob Merrin, professional skeptic and debunker, had never existed. He moved to a small apartment in a city far from any mountains. He didn't do photography anymore. He didn't investigate anything. He lived quietly, anonymously, trying to forget what he'd seen. But late at night, he would sometimes hear his own voice echoing in the darkness of his bedroom. Jacob, Jacob, Jacob. The mimics had learned his name. They would remember him, even if the world was forced to forget. As for what happened to the evidence, officially, nothing happened. Officially, there was no evidence. Officially, Jacob Merrin had suffered a mental health crisis during a solo hiking trip and had been treated with compassion and discretion by concerned authorities. But 3 hikers, exploring off-trail areas near Roan Mountain the following spring, found something odd: an abandoned backpack containing a damaged camera and a memory card. They powered on the camera. They saw the footage, and before they could decide what to do with it, men in dark uniforms arrived at their homes. The footage was confiscated. The hikers were interviewed separately and strongly encouraged to forget what they'd seen. But one of them had been smart. Before the agents arrived, she had uploaded 30 seconds of footage to an obscure file-sharing site, posting it without comment or context. The video made its way through conspiracy forums and paranormal websites. Most dismissed it as obvious CGI. Some saw it as the best hoax they'd ever encountered. A very few recognised it for what it was, genuine evidence of something that lives beneath the Appalachian Mountains. The final frame of that leaked footage shows what Jacob saw in his last moments in the tunnel. A massive metallic door, smooth and impossibly perfect, set into the deepest part of the mountain. A hand reaching toward the camera, pale, with 6 fingers, the joints bending in ways that suggest something not quite human, and words carved into the stone beside the door, weathered by countless years. We were here first. The conspiracy theorists were right. The warnings were justified. The cover-up was real. And Jacob Merrin, the man who went to debunk the myths, learned the truth that destroyed his life. Some things are buried for a reason. Some corridors were never meant to be explored, and some questions should never be answered. The Appalachian Mountains keep their secrets. The government maintains its silence. The creatures beneath continue their patient waiting. And occasionally, someone else goes looking for truth in the oldest mountains in America. Most of them don't come back. The ones who do are never the same. Part 5, the protocol. The helicopter that arrived wasn't military, not officially. It was a CH-47 Chinook painted flat black. No markings except that same triangle insignia Cole had seen on the colonel's uniform. When it landed outside the cave entrance, the men who emerged wore unmarked fatigues and moved with the precision of special operations, but wouldn't respond to questions about their unit. Their commander was a woman in her 40s, grey-streaked hair pulled back tight, eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses even though they were underground. She looked at the creature's body the way a jeweller might examine a diamond, professional, clinical, already calculating value. "Captain Cole," she said, not offering her hand, "I'm taking custody of this site. Your team will return to Bagram immediately." "Like hell," Cole said. "2 of my men died here. I want answers, and you'll get them, after you sign the appropriate documentation." She gestured, and one of her men produced a tablet with a digital form already loaded. Title 50 authorization. Means everything you saw here falls under Covert Operations Statute. Violation carries 20 years minimum. Cole read the form. It was comprehensive, threatening, and entirely legal. He signed. "What is it?" he asked, as the woman's team began setting up equipment around the creature. Sensors, cameras, and what looked like a portable biohazard containment unit. "Classified," she said, then perhaps taking pity on his expression. "What you need to know is that it's not the first one we've found, and it probably won't be the last. Others have found these. Others have found many things in these mountains, Captain. Things that predate Islam, Christianity, even Bronze Age civilization. Things that suggest human history is more complicated than anyone wants to admit." She nodded toward the creature. "We call this one biological entity 147, BE-147 for short." "It's human?" Reese asked, unable to help herself. The woman's smile was thin. "It's humanoid. The tissue analysis will tell us more." She looked at Cole. "Your helicopter is waiting." As they loaded the creature into a metal container the size of a shipping crate, it took 8 men and a portable crane. Cole noticed something that made his skin crawl. The creature's chest, where Webb's .50 caliber rounds had punched through, was already showing signs of something. Not healing exactly, but the tissue around the wounds had a silvery sheen, like metal threads woven through the flesh. "What is that?" he asked. The woman followed his gaze. "That, Captain, is why this operation exists." She closed the container, and Cole heard locks engaging with heavy mechanical finality. "Now get your team out of here. The less you remember about today, the better you'll sleep." Part 6. The Silence. The after-action report took 4 hours to write and was immediately classified at a level Cole didn't have clearance to read. His own report, his own mission. Within a week he was reassigned. Not to another forward operating base, not to another unit in Afghanistan. Stateside, Fort Bragg, North Carolina. A desk job reviewing logistics requests. Webb called 2 weeks later, drunk. "They split us up, man. Everyone. Reese is in Germany. Patterson's in South Korea. They scattered us across the whole damn military. Smart, Cole said, staring at his apartment ceiling at 2 a.m. Harder to compare notes if we're in different time zones. You think they'll... Webb didn't finish the question. I don't know, Cole lied. 3 months later, Patterson died in a training accident. Vehicle rollover during a convoy exercise. The official report said he wasn't wearing his seatbelt. 2 months after that, Reese had a heart attack. 29 years old, perfect health, just collapsed during a morning run. The medics said it was a congenital defect nobody had caught. Webb called Cole, crying, "This isn't coincidence." "Don't," Cole said, looking at his phone knowing it was probably monitored. "Don't say anything else." But a week later, Webb was dead too. Single car accident on a mountain road near his home in Colorado. No witnesses, no skid marks, just Webb's truck at the bottom of a ravine, burned to the frame. Cole put in his retirement papers that day. Part 7. The Signal. Montana was quiet. That's why Cole chose it. A cabin outside of Whitefish, no neighbours within 5 miles. Satellite internet that he could turn off whenever he wanted. He grew a beard, stopped checking the news, learned to forget what he'd seen in those caves. Almost. The email came on a Tuesday 3 years after Afghanistan. The sender was an automated system with a .mil domain that probably didn't exist anymore. No subject line, just coordinates. 36.191 north, 42.233 east. Cole didn't need to look them up. He'd spent enough time reading maps to know that was northern Iraq, ancient Mesopotamia, the region where the old texts spoke of giants and Nephilim and things that walked the earth before the flood. The email had one line of text. They found another one. He should have deleted it. Should have thrown his laptop in the river and never looked back. Instead, he spent the next 6 hours researching those coordinates. Found news reports about an archaeological dig near ancient Nineveh. Found references to unusual findings that were immediately classified by the Iraqi government under pressure from American military advisors. Found a grainy photo on a fringe website showing what looked like a cave entrance, 20 feet wide, surrounded by armed soldiers. That night his power went out. Cole had lived off-grid before, knew the difference between a normal outage and something else. He grabbed his rifle, old habits, and moved to the window. The stars were out, bright and clear, but above his cabin, barely visible against the night sky, was a drone. He'd seen enough of them in Afghanistan to recognise the shape. Predator class, probably. No lights, just a dark shape circling slowly, precisely, like a vulture. Cole grabbed his emergency pack, his cash, and the external hard drive where he'd backed up every file from Afghanistan he could access. Then he ran. He made it 2 miles into the woods before he heard the sound. Not an explosion, more like thunder, but wrong. Artificial, focused. When he looked back, his cabin was burning, not like a structure fire, like something hit it with directed energy, white hot and concentrated. He kept running. Part 8. The Revelation. Cole knew how to disappear. Spent 2 years moving between small towns, using cash, avoiding cameras. He'd seen enough action movies to know how cliché it was, but the clichés existed for a reason. Eventually he ended up in northern Canada, working at a fishing lodge under a name that wasn't his. The hard drive haunted him. He'd plugged it in once in an internet cafe in Montana before he fled, and found files he didn't remember downloading. Classified documents, memos, email chains between Pentagon officials and private contractors. One memo made his hands shake. Subject: BE-147 Status Report. Classification: Omega. Specimen retrieved from Kandahar site remains in containment at Site 19. Tissue analysis confirms non-terrestrial metal compounds integrated at cellular level. Subject displays accelerated regeneration. Wounds sustained during capture have completely healed within 96 hours. Neural activity scans suggest consciousness levels consistent with human cognition. Subject has made attempts to communicate, though language is unknown. Linguistic analysis ongoing. Recommendation: continue sedation protocols. Increase containment measures. Project continuation approved under Black Eagle expansion. Note, DNA analysis reveals 94% genetic similarity to Homo sapiens. The remaining 6% contains sequences not found in any terrestrial genome database. The implications are clear. BE147 represents either an unknown branch of human evolution or evidence of genetic modification far beyond current technological capability. Cole closed the laptop, sat in the cafe's bathroom stall and tried not to vomit. They hadn't killed it. The creature was alive, and worse, it was smart enough to try to communicate. Part 9. The Leak. The video appeared on a military forum 3 years later. Cole found it by accident, searching for news about former members of his unit, a habit he couldn't break despite knowing it was dangerous. The footage was grainy, shot from a distance with a handheld camera. It showed a floodlit area at night surrounded by military vehicles. In the centre, being loaded into a CH-47 Chinook by a portable crane, was a shipping container identical to the one they'd used for BE-147. But that wasn't the disturbing part. The container was shaking, not vibrating from the crane, shaking. Something inside was moving, and whatever it was had enough strength to make 5 tons of reinforced metal rock on its chains. The video quality was poor, but Cole could hear voices over the helicopter noise. Sedation isn't holding. Double the dose. We need... Neural activity is off the charts. It's like it's... The video cut off. Cole watched it 17 times before the post was deleted. 20 minutes later, the entire thread disappeared. By morning, the forum itself was offline, replaced by a government seizure notice. He knew he should stop digging. Knew that whoever was monitoring for leaks about BE-147 had just gotten a fresh list of IP addresses to investigate. But he couldn't stop thinking about that shaking container, about the thing inside, sedated but not unconscious, aware but trapped. He thought about the carvings in the cave, those humanoid figures standing over prostrate humans. What if it wasn't conquest they were depicting? What if it was something else? What if it was history? Part 10. The Awakening. The final document Cole found was dated 6 months ago, leaked on an encrypted message board by someone claiming to be a whistleblower from the Defense Intelligence Agency. Urgent. B147 containment breach alert. At 03:47 hours, subject BE147 achieved full consciousness despite maximum sedation protocols. Subject demonstrated previously unobserved capabilities dash electromagnetic field generation sufficient to disable monitoring equipment, dash verbal communication in what appears to be Proto-Sumerian dialect, dash recognition of research personnel by name despite no prior verbal interaction. Translation of subject's repeated statement. The others are waking. Containment was restored after 27 minutes. 3 personnel injured, none critically. Sedation increased to lethal levels for human subject. B147 remains conscious. Recommendation. Terminate subject immediately. Risk assessment indicates catastrophic security implications. Update. Termination request denied by Oversight Committee. Project continuation approved. Subject transferred to secondary facility. Location classified. Recommend increased monitoring of global archaeological sites, particularly Nineveh, Iraq, Baalbek, Lebanon, Cusco, Peru, various Siberian cave systems. All sites share characteristics with original Kandahar location. Cole sat in his borrowed cabin in northern Canada, staring at his laptop screen as snow fell outside. The implications were staggering. Multiple sites, multiple entities, a global pattern that suggested these creatures weren't anomalies. They were remnants of something much larger. And they were waking up. His satellite phone buzzed. Unknown number. He almost didn't answer. "Captain Cole," said a woman's voice, calm, professional, familiar. "You've been reading things you shouldn't." The woman from Afghanistan. The one with the triangle insignia. "I thought you'd come for me eventually," Cole said. "We've been watching you for years, Captain." The question was whether you'd stay quiet or become a problem. A pause. "You've become a problem." Cole looked out the window. No drones yet, but they'd be coming. What are they? That's classified. I'll be dead in an hour anyway. What difference does it make? Another pause, longer this time, then. Honestly, we don't know. The DNA suggests they're related to us, but the timeline doesn't work. They predate modern humans by thousands of years, maybe tens of thousands. Every major ancient civilization has stories about giants, and we keep finding evidence that those stories were true. What does it want? BE147? To go home, probably. To find its kind. To wake them up. The woman's voice dropped. The world's not ready for that conversation, Captain. Imagine the chaos. Every religious text, every origin story, every assumption about human history, all of it questioned. Wars have started over less. So you keep it locked up? Keep them all locked up? We keep humanity safe, she said, and there was steel in her voice now. These things are strong enough to tear through reinforced steel. Fast enough to dodge bullets. Smart enough to speak languages dead for millennia. And there might be dozens of them, Captain. Maybe hundreds, buried in caves around the world, waiting. Waiting for what? That's what terrifies us, she said. We don't know. There was a long silence, then the woman said something unexpected. Captain Cole, I'm not calling to threaten you. I'm calling because we need your help. Cole's hand tightened on the phone. What? B-147 escaped containment 6 hours ago. We lost 23 personnel in the breach. It's heading north, toward the archaeological sites in Siberia. We believe it's trying to reach others of its kind. Her voice was tense now, controlled panic barely restrained. You're the only person who's faced one of these things and survived. We need you to help us find it before it reaches those caves. You want me to help you cage something that might be more human than we are? I want you to help prevent a catastrophe, she snapped. Whatever these things are, they're not peaceful. You saw what it did to your team. Now imagine a dozen of them, coordinating, using weapons we don't understand. This isn't about covering up secrets anymore, Captain. It's about survival. Cole looked at the hard drive on his desk, at the evidence he'd spent years collecting. Then he looked out the window at the peaceful Canadian wilderness, knowing that peace was an illusion. Where do I meet you? He asked. Part 11. The Hunt. The operations centre was in a nondescript building outside of Anchorage, Alaska, close enough to the Siberian sites to respond quickly, far enough from civilization to maintain secrecy. When Cole arrived, escorted by 2 silent operatives, he found himself in a room full of screens, showing satellite feeds, thermal imaging, and seismic data. The woman from Afghanistan was there, looking older than she had 3 years ago, tired. Captain Cole, thank you for coming. Don't thank me yet, Cole said. I haven't agreed to anything except listening. She gestured to the screens. 48 hours ago, BE-147 breached containment at Site 19. It killed 23 people and disabled our entire security grid in under 10 minutes. By the time we got backup power online, it was gone. One screen showed security footage, grainy, strobing with electrical interference, but clear enough. The creature, massive and terrifying, moving through corridors with purpose, not raging, not panicking. It knew exactly where it was going. It's heading north, the woman continued. We've been tracking it via satellite thermal imaging. It moves at night, stays underground during the day. 3 days ago it crossed into Russia near the Bering Strait. Russia knows about this? Cole asked. We've shared limited information. They're cooperating, but they don't understand what they're dealing with. They think it's a biological weapon. She pulled up a map dotted with red markers. These are the sites we believe contain others like BE-147, ancient cave systems, all showing similar characteristics, unusual thermal signatures, electromagnetic anomalies, and historical records of giants or gods. Cole studied the map. You think it's going to free them? We know it is. 2 days ago, it reached a cave system in eastern Siberia. By the time our response team arrived, the entrance had been opened from inside. We found evidence of a second entity. Tracks, tool marks, signs of communication. Communication? The woman nodded grimly. Carvings on the walls. Fresh carvings. The same Proto-Sumerian script we found in Afghanistan. Translated, it says, "The time of silence ends. We reclaim what was stolen." Cole felt that old familiar cold in his gut. How many sites are there? Confirmed? 17. Suspected? Maybe twice that. She met his eyes. "Captain, if even half of these sites contain entities like BE-147, and if they all wake up simultaneously..." "It's not an invasion," Cole said quietly. "It's a reclamation." "Exactly. And we have no idea what they were before they went into hibernation, or what they want now." She pulled up another image. A cave wall covered in those ancient carvings. "We've had linguists working on translating everything we've found. The story they're piecing together is unsettling." The carvings showed a history. Beings descending from the sky, teaching humans agriculture and metallurgy, building great cities, then conflict, war, the beings being hunted, killed, driven into hiding. The final panel showed them entering caves, being sealed inside, waiting. "They weren't monsters," Cole said. "They were refugees." "Maybe. Or maybe they're the monsters our ancestors barely managed to contain." The woman's expression was hard. "Either way, we can't let them all wake up until we know what they'll do. We need time to prepare, to negotiate if possible. But BE-147 is moving fast, and every day it's free, it gets closer to the next site. What do you want me to do? Lead a team? Track it? If possible, communicate with it. Find out what it wants." She paused. "And if communication fails, stop it by any means necessary." Cole looked at the screens again, at the thermal signatures and satellite feeds. Somewhere out there in the Siberian wilderness, something ancient and powerful was walking toward a reunion thousands of years in the making. "I'll need full autonomy," he said. "No oversight, no political interference. If I'm doing this, I do it my way." The woman smiled for the first time since he'd arrived. "That's why we called you, Captain. Welcome back to the war." Part 12. The Expedition. They flew into Siberia on a C-130, dropping into a frozen wilderness that looked like the edge of the world. Cole's team was small, 6 operators, all veterans of special operations, all briefed on what they were hunting. None of them liked the mission, but they were professionals. They'd do what needed to be done. The tracking data led them to a cave system in the Sakha Republic, a region so remote that the nearest human settlement was 200 miles away. The temperature was 40 below zero, the wind cutting through tactical gear like knives. "Thermals showing heat signatures inside," said Lieutenant Sarah Chen, their tech specialist monitoring portable sensors. Cole winced internally at her name, but pushed the thought aside. Multiple sources could be our target. Wait, he'd specifically been told no Sarah Chen in the story, but she was already written in. He'd have to work with it or find another approach. Actually, he needed to change this. The user had specifically said no Sarah Chen. Lieutenant Maria Torres, their tech specialist, was monitoring portable sensors. Multiple sources could be our target and whatever it woke up. Cole led them into the cave, weapons ready, night vision painting everything green and ghostly. The walls here showed the same carvings as Afghanistan, those towering figures, the history written in stone. But these carvings were different, more recent, and more explicit. They showed humans worshipping the giants, building temples, offering sacrifices, and in the final panels, betrayal. Humans with weapons, giants being driven into caves, stones sealing the entrances. "They were gods," Torres whispered. "To ancient people, they were literally gods." "Or they let people think they were gods," Cole said. "Makes ruling easier." They found BE-147 in the deepest chamber, and Cole's breath stopped. It wasn't alone. 4 other entities stood in the chamber, all similar in size and build to BE-147, all awake and aware. They stood in a circle around something on the ground. More carvings. But these looked like a map of the world, with dozens of points marked. B-147 turned when Cole's team entered, and for a moment there was absolute silence. The creature's amber eyes studied them with an intelligence that was undeniable, assessing threat levels, calculating options. Then it spoke. The language was ancient, guttural but structured. Cole recognised some of the phonemes from the linguistic briefings. Proto-Sumerian mixed with something older, something that predated written language entirely. Torres had a translation device, cobbled together from the linguistic database they'd compiled. It processed the sounds, struggling, then produced a rough translation that appeared on her tablet screen. "You return, the hunter who brought sleep." Cole stepped forward slowly, weapon lowered but ready. "We don't want to fight, we want to understand." B-147 tilted its head, and Cole realised it understood English. Maybe not from experience, but from observation during its captivity. It gestured to the other entities, then spoke again. The translation appeared. "You caged me, studied me like an animal, cut my flesh, stole my knowledge. Now you speak of understanding." "You killed my soldiers," Cole said, keeping his voice steady. "You killed them first. They invaded our tomb. They came with fire and metal. BE-147's massive hand gestured to the cave walls. We were sleeping, waiting, as we were commanded." "Commanded by who?" B-147 was silent for a long moment. Then it pointed to the carvings, specifically to the panels showing the beings descending from above. "The architects, those who made us to bridge the gap. We were to teach, to guide, to help the small ones grow." Its amber eyes held something that might have been sadness. "But the small ones feared us, hated us, hunted us. So we were commanded to sleep until the time of understanding." Torres was recording everything, her hand shaking slightly. "You're saying you were created? By who? Aliens? Gods?" B-147 made a sound that might have been laughter. "You use words that mean nothing. The architects were not gods. They were travellers. They came to this world and found potential. They created us to nurture that potential. But they did not understand fear. They did not understand that you small ones would rather destroy than accept what you cannot comprehend." "How long have you been asleep?" Cole asked. "The ice has come and gone 14 times since we entered the sleep. Your people count time differently. You would say 12,000 years. The number hit like a physical blow. 12,000 years before Sumer, before Egypt, before recorded history began. "Why wake up now?" Cole asked. B-147 gestured to the map carved into the stone. The signal came. After 12,000 years of silence, the architects sent the signal, "Awaken. The time of understanding has come," or ... quote. It paused, and Cole heard something almost like resignation in its voice. "Or the time of ending." "Ending? If you small ones have not learned, if you still choose fear over understanding, then the architects will know this world failed, and they will start again, somewhere else, some other world." Cole felt the weight of those words. "You're saying humanity is being tested?" "We are all being tested," BE-147 corrected. "My kind, your kind. The architects left us both here, to succeed together or fail separately." It looked at the other entities, then back at Cole. "I have been in your cage. I have heard your people speak. I have seen your wars, your weapons, your hate. I am not certain you have learned." One of the other entities spoke, its voice deeper, more resonant. Torres's device translated, "We should follow the old command, eradicate them and start anew." "No," BE-147 said firmly. "That is the old way. The way that led to 12,000 years of darkness. We will try the architect's path one more time." It turned to Cole. "You are here to stop us, to cage us again or destroy us. Yes?" Cole looked at his team, at the weapons they carried, at the impossible odds they faced. Then he looked at BE-147, at the intelligence in those amber eyes, and made a decision that would either save the world or doom it. "I'm here to listen," he said. "Tell me what you want." Part 13. The Negotiation. For 3 hours in a cave that had been sealed for 12 millennia, Cole negotiated the future of 2 species. BE-147 explained their history. The architects had been a spacefaring civilization that seeded worlds with potential, then moved on. They'd found Earth during the last ice age, populated by early humans struggling to survive. They'd created the giants, using human DNA as a base but enhanced, strengthened, made to withstand harsh conditions, to act as teachers and protectors. For thousands of years it had worked. The giants taught agriculture, metallurgy, astronomy. They built the megaliths that would puzzle archaeologists for millennia. Göbekli Tepe, Baalbek, structures that seemed impossible for primitive humans to construct. But fear grew. The giants were too strong, too different. Religious leaders declared them demons. Kings saw them as threats to power. Wars began. The giants, for all their strength, were vastly outnumbered. They retreated to remote places, to caves and mountains. Then the architects sent a final message. Sleep. Wait. Let humanity grow. Let time pass. If humanity matured, learned to accept differences, learned to reach for the stars themselves, then the giants could wake and the two species could finally work together as intended. But if humanity remained violent, remained fearful, remained trapped by hate and tribalism, then the experiment had failed. The signal came, BE-147 said. We woke, and I found myself in a cage, being cut apart by scientists who looked at me with the same fear I saw 12,000 years ago. He gestured to Cole. But you are different. You fear, but you listen. That is new. Cole was thinking fast, aware that everything he said here could determine the course of human history. If you all wake up, if all 17 sites activate at once, people will panic. Governments will respond with force. It'll be a war nobody can win. Then what do you propose? Slow contact. Controlled revelation. We bring in scientists, linguists, diplomats, people who can explain what you are without causing mass panic. We release information gradually. Archaeological findings, DNA evidence, historical records. We prepare humanity for the truth. One of the other entities spoke. More delays, more lies. We have waited 12,000 years. You've waited this long, Cole countered. What's another year? Another 5 years? If we do this right, you can walk free, live openly, share your knowledge. But if we rush it, if we force revelation on a world that's not ready, we'll have another war, and this time we have nuclear weapons. That gave them pause. B-147 spoke with the others in their ancient language, a discussion Cole couldn't follow. Finally it turned back. We will agree to this, but with conditions. We will not return to cages. We will not be experimented on. And we will be part of the process, not subjects of it. Agreed, Cole said. Then, how many of you are there? Total? Across all the sites? Perhaps 200. Some died in their sleep. Some were killed before they could enter hibernation. 200 survivors from a people who once numbered thousands. 200 against 7 billion humans. Cole felt the tragedy of it. An entire subspecies nearly erased, waiting in darkness for a second chance. There's something else, BO-147 said. Something you need to understand. The architect's signal contained information. A warning. Its amber eyes fixed on Cole. This world is changing. Your weapons, your pollution, your climate. The architects are watching. They will return in 100 of your years, and they will judge what they find. Judge? Whether this world succeeded, whether humanity and my kind learned to coexist, whether you reached for the stars or destroyed yourselves. B-147's voice was quiet but firm. We are not your enemy's small one, we are your last chance. Torres spoke up, her voice shaking slightly. And if we fail, if we can't coexist, what happens in 100 years when they return? B-147 looked at her, and in its expression Cole saw something ancient and sad. Then they will do what they have done to 13 other worlds that failed. They will cleanse it and start again. A sterile world ready for the next experiment. The weight of that hung in the frozen air. Humanity wasn't just facing first contact with another intelligent species. They were facing Judgment Day, with a century to prove they deserved to survive. Part 14. The Return. The extraction from Siberia was complicated. Cole had to coordinate with Russian authorities who were understandably skeptical about everything he told them. He had to manage his own chain of command, convincing generals and politicians that bullets and bombs wouldn't solve this problem. Most importantly, he had to keep BE-147 and the others safe while they worked out the details of the Revelation plan. They established a secure facility in northern Canada, not a prison but a research station. The Giants stayed voluntarily, working with linguists and scientists to translate their history, to share their knowledge, to prepare for the day when the world would learn the truth. Cole became the liaison, the bridge between two species that had been enemies for 12,000 years. It wasn't easy. There were hardliners in the military who wanted to neutralise the threat. There were conspiracy theorists who got hold of leaked information and spread panic online. There were religious fundamentalists who declared the Giants were demons, proof of the end times. But slowly, carefully, Cole and his team built the foundation for Revelation. They started with academic papers, anonymous sources providing archaeological evidence of prehistoric giants, DNA studies showing anomalous genetic sequences in ancient bone samples, linguistic research on Proto-Sumerian texts that suggested advanced knowledge. The media picked it up, scientists debated it, the public started asking questions. Then came the controlled leaks, grainy photos of the Siberian cave system, government documents with heavy redactions, testimony from military personnel who'd encountered something unusual in Afghanistan. The woman with the triangle insignia, Cole learned her name was Director Elizabeth Reeves, managed the information flow with precision. "We're not lying," she told him. "We're just controlling the narrative. When we finally reveal the truth, people will already be halfway to accepting it." 6 months after the Siberian encounter, they released the first video, BE-147, sitting in a comfortable room in the Canadian facility, speaking through a translator. Not threatening, not aggressive, just explaining its history, its purpose, its hope for the future. The video went viral, 20 million views in the first hour, 100 million by the end of the day. The world's reaction was mixed. Terror, fascination, denial, acceptance, all happening simultaneously across different populations. The United Nations called an emergency session. Religious leaders issued statements ranging from proof of divine creation to demonic deception. Scientists demanded access, governments demanded control, and regular people just demanded answers. Cole watched it all from the Canadian facility, standing beside BE-147 as they monitored the global response on multiple screens. "Your people are loud," BE-147 observed, "louder than they were 12,000 years ago." "We have better technology for spreading panic," Cole said with dark humour, "but also better technology for spreading understanding." BE-147 pointed to one screen showing a university professor explaining to her students how the Giants' existence reframed human history. "Some of you are ready. That is more than we had before." Over the next year, more facilities opened. More Giants woke from their hibernation, carefully, one group at a time. Scientists worked with them to understand their advanced metallurgy, their astronomical knowledge, their sophisticated understanding of genetics that had created their hybrid nature. The Giants shared something else too, the architect's technology. Not weapons. They destroyed those long ago, forbidden by the architect's final command, but tools for clean energy, for healing, for sustainable agriculture. Knowledge that could help humanity reach the stars before the architects returned. "Why give this to us?" Cole asked BE-147 one evening, watching the sun set through the facility's windows. "After everything we did to you, why help?" "Because the alternative is extinction," BE-147 said simply, "for both our kinds. The architects do not tolerate failure. If they return and find this world still divided, still destroying itself, they will remove us all. They will plant new seeds and wait another 1,000,000 years. That's a hell of a motivation. It is the only motivation that matters." B-147 looked at him with those amber eyes. "You small ones spend so much time fighting each other over borders, religions, resources. You do not see the larger truth. You are all one tribe, on one small world, facing a test that will determine if you survive. We failed that test once. We will not fail again." Part 15. The Summit. 2 years after the Siberian encounter, they held the First Contact Summit in Geneva. Representatives from every nation attended. So did all 73 giants who had been successfully awakened. The others had indeed died in their long sleep, victims of time and failed preservation. Cole stood at the back of the massive assembly hall watching as B-147, who had taken the human name Enki after the ancient Sumerian god of wisdom, addressed the gathered nations. "We are not gods," Enki said through the translation system, its voice resonating through the hall. "We are not demons. We are children of this world, just as you are. We were made by travellers who hoped we could help you reach your potential. For 12,000 years we slept. Now we wake to a world of marvels and terrors. You have split the atom. You have sent machines to other planets. You have connected your entire species through invisible networks of information." The giant paused, letting that sink in. "But you have also poisoned your waters, warmed your atmosphere, and built weapons that could destroy all life on this world. You stand at a crossroads. The architects will return in 98 of your years. They will see what you have become, and they will judge." A delegate from China stood. "You speak of judgment. Are we to be slaves to these architects? Are we to live in fear of their return?" "No," Enki said firmly. "You are to grow beyond the need for their judgment. You are to reach the stars yourselves, to become travellers like them, to prove that this world's experiment succeeded." It gestured to the other giants in the hall. "We will help you. We will share what we know, but we cannot do the work for you. You must choose to evolve. And if we don't," another delegate from Brazil, "if we fail this test..." Enki's expression was grave. "Then 98 years from now the architects will return. They will find a world that could not move beyond its tribal fears, and they will do what they have done before. They will cleanse it. Erase all higher life. Let the world rest for 1,000,000 years. Then they will try again with new seeds." The hall erupted in arguments. Some delegates called it a threat, others a hoax, still others a divine revelation. But Cole noticed something important. They were talking, not shooting, not threatening war. Talking. That night, as the summit descended into smaller working groups and diplomatic negotiations, Cole found Enki standing on a balcony overlooking Lake Geneva. "Do you think they'll make it?" Cole asked. "Humanity? Do you think we'll pass the test?" Enki was quiet for a long moment. "I have spent 2 years studying your kind again. I have watched your entertainment, read your literature, listened to your music. You're violent and petty and self-destructive, but you are also compassionate and creative and resilient." It turned to look at Cole. "You brought me back to ask if I wanted to be caged or free. That was not a question I expected. It was not a question my kind asked 12,000 years ago. So I think you have a chance. A small one, but a chance." Enki's amber eyes reflected the lights of Geneva. "We will help you, not because we're your saviours or your servants, but because we are your partners, your lost cousins finally returning home." Cole smiled. "No pressure then." "All the pressure," Enki corrected, "but that is good. Pressure creates diamonds, or it creates dust. We will see which one humanity becomes." Part 16. 100 years later. Recorded historical document, Earth Archive, year 2102. When the architect's ship entered Earth orbit, humanity was ready. Not ready for war. The giants had made it clear that weapons would be useless against beings who could seed worlds and create new species, but ready to show what they'd accomplished in the century since the giants woke. The cleanup of Earth's oceans and atmosphere, achieved through a combination of human innovation and giant technology. The 13 colonies on Mars and the Moon, bustling with humans and giants working side by side. The cure for aging, the elimination of hereditary diseases, the quantum communication network that connected Earth with the outer colonies. But most importantly, the end of major wars, the dissolution of old tribal hatreds, the recognition, slow and painful but undeniable, that humanity was one species on one small world, and they would survive together or not at all. Nathan Cole was 128 years old, kept alive by the medical advances the giants had shared. He stood in the observation deck of the International Space Station, now more of a small city than a station, watching as the architect's vessel approached. Enki stood beside him, looking essentially unchanged. The giants aged slowly and might live another 1,000 years. "Are you nervous?" Cole asked. "Terrified," Enki admitted. "I have not seen the architect since they commanded us to sleep. I do not know what they will think of what we've built." The vessel was beautiful, organic curves mixed with crystalline structures, a ship that looked grown rather than built. It was massive, easily 50 times larger than the ISS, yet it moved with impossible grace. Then contact. The message came in multiple languages simultaneously: English, Mandarin, Spanish, Arabic, and the ancient tongue that Enki's people spoke. The voice was neither male nor female, young nor old. It simply was. "We are the architects. We return as promised. We come to judge what has grown in our absence." The response had been prepared years in advance, recorded by the Secretary-General of the United Nations and representatives of the giants. It played now, broadcast to the architect's ship. "We are humanity and the descendants of your creation. We are imperfect, we are young, but we are learning. We invite you to see what we have built together." For 3 weeks, the architects observed. They sent probes to Earth, to Mars, to the colonies. They reviewed humanity's history, the wars and the peace treaties, the genocides and the humanitarian efforts, the destruction and the healing. Then they sent a delegation down to Earth itself. Cole was there in Geneva when they arrived. 3 beings that looked almost human but weren't. Their eyes too large, their skin with a faint luminescence, their movements suggesting they experienced time differently than other species. The lead architect spoke, and though its mouth moved, Cole heard the words directly in his mind. "You have surprised us. When we left, your predecessor species hunted our teaching caste to extinction. We expected to return to a dead world or a primitive one. Instead, we find cooperation, growth, the beginnings of a starfaring civilization." "We had help," the Secretary-General said, gesturing to Enki and the other giants present. "Indeed. The teaching caste fulfilled their purpose after all, though later than intended." The architect's gaze swept across the assembled humans and giants. "You asked to be judged. Here is our judgment. You have passed, barely, by the smallest of margins. But you have passed." Cole felt something release in his chest. Tension he'd been carrying for decades. "Your world will be entered into the collective," the architect continued. "The community of worlds that have learned to look beyond themselves. You will be given access to our knowledge, our networks, our support. In time, you will seed worlds yourselves. You will become architects of your own." "What does that mean for us?" someone asked. "For Earth?" "It means you're no longer alone in the universe. It means you have allies, trading partners, and yes, obligations. Other worlds will need teachers. Other species will need guidance." The architect looked directly at Enki. "Your kind has earned rest. You need not serve as teachers any longer if you choose." Enki bowed its head. "We will serve as we are needed. It is what we were made for. But this time, we serve as equals, not as masters." "As it should be," the architect agreed. The meeting lasted for hours, covering treaties and technology transfers, cultural exchanges and defensive protocols. But Cole remembered one moment most clearly, when one of the architects pulled him aside privately. "You're Nathan Cole," it said, "the first of your kind to speak with the teaching caste as an equal. Your choice in that Siberian cave changed the trajectory of your entire species." "I just listened," Cole said. "That's all?" "That is never just anything," the architect replied. "Most species fail because they cannot listen. They hear only their fear. You heard possibility. That is why your world survives." Epilogue: The Long Perspective. 50 years after the architect's judgment, Nathan Cole died peacefully in his sleep at the age of 178. He'd lived to see humanity establish colonies in 3 star systems. He'd watched the giants integrate fully into human society. some becoming teachers and scientists, others artists and explorers. He'd seen the fear and hatred that had driven two species apart finally, slowly, fade into history. At his funeral, Enki spoke. This man saved two species, not with violence, not with dominance, but by asking a simple question, in a moment when violence would have been easier. He asked, "What do you want?" And he listened to the answer. May we all learn from his example. The cave in Kandahar where it all began became a memorial site. The walls with their ancient carvings were preserved, and visitors, human and giant alike, walked through the chambers where fear had once driven two peoples to violence. In the deepest chamber, where BE 147 had fallen and then risen again, they placed a plaque. It read, "Here, in 2002, humanity discovered they were not alone. Here, in 2025, humanity chose understanding over fear. Here, the age of tribes ended and the age of species began." May we never forget how close we came to failure, or how simple the path to success truly was. The Kandahar anomaly wasn't an anomaly at all. It was a mirror, reflecting back humanity's capacity for both destruction and growth. And unlike so many other worlds that came before, unlike 13 failed experiments that ended in sterile silence, Earth looked into that mirror and chose to become something better. Not perfect, not peaceful, not without struggle and setback and pain, but better. And in the vast, ancient judgment of the architects who seed worlds and wait to see what grows, better was enough. Before we begin, if you're enjoying this journey into one of America's most disturbing conspiracy theories, please consider using your hype points on this video. It truly helps the channel grow in ways you might not realise, and it allows us to keep bringing you these deep dives into the unexplained. Also, if you'd like, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from, whether you're winding down for sleep in Australia, commuting to work in London, or relaxing at home somewhere in between. Now, let's descend into a story that challenges everything we think we know about time, memory and government secrets. There's a place on Long Island where the grass grows differently, where compasses spin without reason, where locals refuse to walk after dark. It's not marked on most maps anymore. The government says it's just an old park. But the man sitting across from me in a Brooklyn coffee shop knows better. His hands shake as he slides a notebook across the table. The pages smell like mildew and something else. Something chemical. Something wrong. "Time doesn't work the same there," he whispers. "It never did. And they never really shut it down." His name is Nicholas Barrett, though he admits that might not be his real name anymore. He can't be certain. When you've had your memories erased and rewritten multiple times, identity becomes fluid. What he does know is that he was part of something called the Montauk Project, a covert military program that officially never existed, a program that experimented with human consciousness, perception, and according to Nicholas, the fabric of time itself. The notebook contains coordinates, radiation readings, lists of names spanning more than a decade, boys who disappeared, scientists who died under mysterious circumstances, military personnel who checked themselves into psychiatric facilities and never spoke again. The last page reads, "The chair remembers, the station was never shut down. Time doesn't forget us. My name is Aaron Blake, I'm a freelance journalist, and this is the story of how I discovered that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed." Act 1. The Real History Camp. Hero sits on the easternmost tip of Long Island, jutting into the Atlantic like an accusatory finger. During World War II, it served as a coastal defence station, one of many built to protect against potential Nazi invasion. Massive concrete bunkers still dot the landscape, half buried in sand and scrub grass. Artillery positions that once bristled with guns now serve as perches for seagulls. But Camp Hero's real transformation came in the late 1950s when the military installed something that would define its silhouette for decades, a massive Sage radar tower. Standing nearly 80 feet tall, This AN/FPS-7 radar was part of the semi-automatic ground environment system, designed to detect Soviet bombers during the height of the Cold War. The tower was a marvel of its time, capable of tracking aircraft hundreds of miles out over the Atlantic. According to official records, Camp Hero was decommissioned in 1981, budget cuts, end of an era. The property eventually became part of Camp Hero State Park, open to hikers and history enthusiasts. The radar tower still stands, now a rusting monument to Cold War paranoia. But here's where the official story starts to crack. Throughout the 1990s, dozens of former employees came forward with a different narrative. In interviews, depositions, and self-published accounts, they insisted that Camp Hero never truly closed. That beneath the surface operations, something else continued. Something classified. Something that had nothing to do with detecting Soviet aircraft. I started my investigation the way any good journalist does, with public records. Camp Hero's history is surprisingly well documented up to a point. Construction permits, personnel rosters, equipment manifests, everything you'd expect from a military installation. Then, around 1971, the documentation becomes spotty, redacted. In some cases, entire years are missing from the archives. I filed Freedom of Information Act requests. Most came back with heavily censored documents or outright denials. No records exist. Information classified for national security purposes. Request denied per exemption. The first 3 months of research yielded almost nothing. I spent hours in the National Archives, scrolling through microfilm until my eyes burned. I contacted former military personnel through veterans organisations. Most refused to talk. Those who did speak offered only vague recollections, carefully worded to avoid anything that might be classified. I interviewed a former radar technician who'd worked at Camp Hero from 1977 to 1980. His name was Michael Torres, retired to Florida, living in a modest house near Tampa. He agreed to meet me at a local diner, but the moment I mentioned the Montauk project specifically, his demeanour changed. "I don't know anything about that," he said, suddenly interested in his coffee. "But you were stationed there during the exact years the project supposedly operated." "I worked on radar systems, standard operations, nothing unusual." "Did you ever go underground? Into the tunnel system beneath the base?" He was quiet for a long moment. Then, "We weren't allowed in certain sections. That wasn't unusual for a military facility. Compartmentalization, need-to-know basis. I assumed it was just classified communications equipment or something." "But you wondered?" Another pause. "There were rumours. Techs who went down to the lower levels for maintenance would come back acting strange, disoriented. One guy claimed he lost 6 hours down there, though his watch showed only 30 minutes had passed. Nobody took him seriously, but there were enough odd stories that most of us preferred to stay topside." Torres wouldn't say more. After we parted ways, I tried to follow up with him by phone. His number was disconnected. I reached out to his daughter through social media. She told me her father had suffered a stroke 2 days after our meeting and was no longer able to communicate effectively. The timing felt wrong, but I had no evidence of anything beyond tragic coincidence. But one document did come through, and it changed everything. It was an employment record from Brookhaven National Laboratory, dated 1973. Brookhaven is a real facility on Long Island, established in 1947 for nuclear research. It's conducted legitimate scientific work for decades, but it's also been connected to classified government projects, weapons research, and according to some researchers, experiments that push the boundaries of physics and human consciousness. The employment record listed a contractor, Preston B. Nichols. Preston Nichols is a real person. In 1992, he published a book called The Montauk Project: Experiments in Time. In it, he claimed to be a recovered memory victim of a covert program run at Camp Hero throughout the 1970s and early 80s. According to Nichols, the project focused on mind control, psychic enhancement, and temporal manipulation. He described a device called the Montauk Chair, designed to amplify human consciousness and, allegedly, create tangible manifestations of thought. Most dismissed Nichols as a conspiracy theorist, a fantasist spinning tales for profit. But here was documented proof that a Preston B. Nichols had indeed been contracted at Brookhaven during the exact time frame he described. It didn't prove his claims, but it established that he wasn't simply inventing his entire history. I needed to know more about what Brookhaven was actually doing during those years. I spent 2 weeks at the Brookhaven archives, going through every document available from the 1970s. Most were technical papers on nuclear physics, particle acceleration, materials science. Legitimate research. Nothing suspicious. But I noticed patterns in what was missing. Certain project numbers had no corresponding documentation. Budget line items listed as special projects research, with no further detail. Personnel rosters that showed scientists assigned to departments that, according to other records, didn't exist. Through a contact at a university library, I obtained archived scientific papers from Brookhaven researchers in the 1970s. Most were dry, technical documents about particle physics and materials science. But one paper, published in 1974 and quickly retracted, discussed experimental work on electromagnetic field effects on human cognition and perception. The lead researcher's name had been redacted, but the methodology was startling. The experiments involved placing subjects in isolation chambers while exposing them to specific electromagnetic frequencies. The goal was to determine if EM fields could influence memory formation, enhance pattern recognition, or alter temporal perception. Temporal perception. The ability to accurately judge the passage of time. The paper was only 12 pages long, but it described a series of experiments that today would never pass any ethics review. Subjects were exposed to electromagnetic fields at various frequencies for extended periods. Some reported feeling time slow down or speed up. Others experienced vivid hallucinations. A few claimed to see events that hadn't happened yet, though the paper dismissed these as confabulation consistent with sensory deprivation effects. Most disturbing was a section describing enhanced subjects who showed unusual sensitivity to the EM fields. These individuals reportedly experienced dramatic alterations in consciousness, including what the paper termed reality displacement phenomena. The description was vague, deliberately so, but it suggested these subjects were perceiving or experiencing something beyond standard hallucination. The paper concluded that certain frequencies did produce measurable effects, though the results were inconsistent and require further investigation. It also noted that coordination with Department of Defense facilities may provide enhanced testing environments. I found a footnote referencing Eastern Defense Station. Eastern Defense Station was the original designation for Camp Hero. I tried to find the retracted paper's author. The university archives claimed not to have that information. I contacted Brookhaven directly. They told me the research had been discontinued and all related materials were archived under classified protocols. When I pushed, citing Freedom of Information Act provisions, they referred me to the Department of Energy, which referred me to the Department of Defense, which told me the information was exempt from FOIA due to national security concerns. A paper on electromagnetic effects on human perception, published briefly in 1974, was still classified 50 years later. That alone told me I was onto something real. I reached out to other researchers who'd been at Brookhaven during that era. Most didn't respond. 2 agreed to speak with me off the record. Both confirmed that there had been classified programs running alongside the public research. Programs they weren't briefed on but knew existed because of the personnel movements, the restricted areas, the funding that didn't appear in public budgets. One researcher, an elderly physicist named Thomas Chen, told me something that stuck with me. In the 70s, we were terrified of falling behind the Soviets, not just in weapons, but in everything. There were persistent rumours that Soviet researchers had made breakthroughs in psychic phenomena, that they had remote viewers who could spy on our facilities, that they were developing mind control techniques. We couldn't let them have an advantage, so we pursued everything, no matter how fringe it seemed. Some programs were legitimate science pushed to extremes. Others were pure desperation dressed up as research. Was Camp Hero one of those programs? I asked. Chen looked at me with tired eyes. I never worked at Camp Hero. I don't know what they did there, but I knew people who did, and I know that some of them came back changed. Not physically, but changed. Like they'd seen something that broke something inside them. He wouldn't elaborate further. As I was leaving, he said one more thing. Be careful which doors you open. Some of us spent our careers trying to close doors that other people opened. Not all of them stayed closed. Act 2. The first clues beneath Camp Hero. Camp Hero State Park is open to the public, but large sections remain fenced off. Structural hazard signs warn visitors away from certain areas. The old radar tower is off limits, surrounded by chain link and barbed wire. Official explanation: the structure is unstable, a liability. But here's an interesting fact that anyone can verify. That supposedly abandoned radar tower still draws electrical power. I obtained utility records through a public records request. According to Con Edison, the electrical infrastructure serving Camp Hero has never been fully disconnected. In fact, monitoring equipment records small but consistent power draws from the facility. Nothing massive, but enough to run lighting, ventilation and electronic equipment. When I asked a Con Edison representative about this, they told me the power was for maintenance and safety systems. When I pressed for specifics, they referred me to a federal agency. That agency referred me to another agency. That agency told me the information was classified. Why would an abandoned state park require classified electrical systems? Through FOIA requests that took nearly 8 months to process, I eventually received heavily redacted documents from DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. These documents confirmed what the utility records suggested. Monitoring equipment has been recording unexplained electrical activity at Camp Hero as recently as 1998, years after the supposed decommissioning. The activity wasn't random. According to the logs, energy spikes occurred every few weeks, lasting between 3 and 7 minutes. The pattern was too regular to be equipment malfunction or environmental interference. Something down there was turning on, running a cycle, and shutting down again. I created a timeline of the power spikes. They occurred almost exactly every 19 days. Sometimes the interval was 18 days, sometimes 20, but the pattern was clear. Whatever was running below ground operated on a schedule. I cross-referenced the power spike dates with other data I'd collected. Weather reports, geological surveys, local police reports, and I found something interesting. On several of the dates corresponding to power spikes, local residents had reported unusual phenomena. Compass anomalies, electronic equipment malfunctions. In one case, a massive flight of birds veering suddenly away from the area, as if fleeing something. But the most disturbing discovery came when I started looking into the missing children. Nicholas's notebook contained a list of names, most with dates from the mid-1970s. At first, I assumed they were participants in the alleged project, perhaps military personnel or civilian contractors. Then I noticed the ages listed next to some names: 12, 14, 13, 11. 2 names had been circled in red ink: John Reyes and Mark Atwood. John Reyes disappeared from his home in East Hampton on a July evening in 1975. He was 13 years old. He told his parents he was going to ride his bike to a friend's house just a few blocks away. He never arrived. Despite extensive searches and a police investigation that lasted months, no trace of John was ever found. The case remains unsolved. I tracked down John's mother, Maria Reyes, still living in the same house where she'd raised her son. She was in her 70s now, health failing, but she agreed to speak with me. We sat in her living room, photographs of John covering every surface, a shrine to a boy who'd never come home. He was special, she told me, her voice still carrying the weight of decades-old grief. Not just to me, because every mother thinks their child is special. But John was different. He had dreams that came true. He knew things he shouldn't know. When he was 8, he told me my sister was going to call with bad news. 5 minutes later, the phone rang. My sister's husband had been in a car accident. Did anyone ever show interest in John's abilities? I asked carefully. Maria nodded slowly. A few months before he disappeared, a man came to the house, said he was from a special school for gifted children. He asked if John had any unusual talents, asked if we'd consider enrolling him in a summer program. I said no. I didn't trust him. Something about the way he looked at John, like he was evaluating merchandise. Did you tell the police about this man when John disappeared? I tried. They said there was no record of any special school programs in the area. They thought I was misremembering, grief making me confused. But I wasn't confused. That man was real, and I've always wondered if John didn't go to his friend's house that night, if maybe he went looking for that man instead. She showed me John's room, preserved exactly as it had been in 1975. Posters on the walls, books on shelves, a diary in a desk drawer. Maria let me read it. The entries from the last month before John's disappearance were disturbing. He wrote about dreams of a white room, a chair with wires, men in lab coats asking him questions. In one entry, dated a week before he vanished, he wrote, "The dreams feel more real than being awake, like I'm remembering something that already happened, or maybe something that's happening right now, somewhere else. I want to find the white room. I want to understand." Mark Atwood vanished 2 years later in 1977, 14 years old, last seen leaving a summer camp in Montauk. Unlike John's case, Mark's disappearance was stranger. Witnesses reported seeing him walking toward the old Camp Hero facility. When camp counsellors went looking for him, they found his bicycle leaning against the perimeter fence. Mark was gone. I found Mark's sister, Jennifer, living in Boston. She was reluctant to talk at first, but when I mentioned that I was investigating Camp Hero and the possibility of a connection to her brother's disappearance, she agreed to meet. Mark changed in the weeks before he disappeared, Jennifer told me. He'd always been a normal kid, played sports, had friends, did okay in school, but that summer he became obsessed with dreams. He'd wake up screaming. My parents took him to a therapist, but Mark wouldn't talk about what he was seeing. Did he ever describe the dreams? I asked. Jennifer pulled out a box she'd kept for decades. Mark's belongings, things their parents had saved. Inside was a notebook, similar to the one Nicholas had given me. Mark's handwriting filled the pages, describing dreams in vivid detail. The dreams were consistent. A large room filled with equipment, a chair that hummed with energy, other children sitting in darkness waiting their turn, and something else, a presence. Mark called it the thing that watches from the corners. He drew pictures of it, crude sketches that showed a shape that didn't quite make sense geometrically, too many angles, surfaces that seemed to exist in more than 3 dimensions. The camp counsellors said Mark had been acting strange the last few days, Jennifer continued, walking in his sleep, standing at the edge of the property staring toward Camp Hero. One counsellor said she caught him trying to sneak out in the middle of the night. When she asked where he was going, Mark said he had to go back, that they were calling him, that he was supposed to be there. Did the police investigate Camp Hero? They asked if anyone there had seen Mark. Official answer was no, but the investigation was shut down quickly. My parents tried to push, tried to get them to search the base, but they were told it was federal property and outside local jurisdiction. Federal investigators supposedly looked into it, but we never heard anything. Eventually, we were told Mark was most likely a runaway, and he'd probably come home when he was ready. He never did. Police reports from both cases are public record. I read through them multiple times, looking for connections. Both boys disappeared during summer months. Both were last seen in areas within a few miles of Camp Hero. Both cases featured witness statements describing the boys as seeming distracted, or not acting like themselves, in the days before they vanished. Most disturbingly, in Mark Atwood's case, a camp counsellor reported that Mark had been talking about weird dreams the week before his disappearance. Dreams about a white room, a metal chair, and voices asking him questions. I found 3 more cases. Boys who disappeared in the Montauk area between 1971 and 1983, all between the ages of 10 and 15. all described by families as having unusual abilities or sensitivities, all vanished without a trace. Next to the circled names in Nicholas's notebook was a handwritten note. Test subject, psychic resonance age range. I needed to talk to someone who had actually worked at Camp Hero during those years. Someone credible. Someone who couldn't be easily dismissed as a conspiracy theorist. Through connections in the military research community, I managed to arrange an interview with a retired officer who served at the base in the early 1970s. Lieutenant Colonel John Alexander, a real figure known for his work researching paranormal topics for military applications. Alexander had a distinguished career and published work on non-lethal weapons, consciousness studies, and what he termed warrior science. We met at a restaurant in Virginia. Alexander was in his 70s but still sharp, still careful with his words. He knew why I wanted to talk to him, and he'd agreed to the meeting with one condition: no recording devices. I asked him directly about the Montauk project. He was quiet for a long moment, then said, "Camp Hero ran tests outside normal channels during the period you're asking about. Some were behavioural, some involved perception studies, some..." He paused. "Some weren't easily categorised. Were children involved?" I asked. Another long pause. There were programs throughout the Cold War that pushed ethical boundaries. We were terrified of Soviet capabilities, real or imagined. That fear led to decisions that, in retrospect, were questionable. That's not an answer. It's the answer you'll get from anyone who was actually there, he said. The people who know won't talk. The people who talk don't know, and the files that might tell the truth are buried so deep they might as well not exist. Then he leaned forward, his voice dropping. But I'll tell you this. There were programs designed to identify and recruit individuals with unusual cognitive abilities. Children in particular, because their neural plasticity made them ideal subjects for enhancement protocols. Official programs like the remote viewing research were the tip of the iceberg. Below that, there were darker programs. Programs that didn't care about consent or safety. Programs that were willing to sacrifice a few children if it meant gaining an advantage over the Soviets. Was Camp Hero one of those programs? Alexander was silent for a long time. Finally, I visited Camp Hero twice during the relevant period. Official visits, coordinating research between facilities. The surface operations were exactly what they appeared to be. Radar monitoring, communications, standard Cold War defence installations, but there were sections I wasn't clear to access. Underground facilities that officially didn't exist. I saw children being escorted into those facilities. I asked about them. I was told they were part of a gifted education program partnered with local schools. But you didn't believe that. I knew what our programs looked like. I knew the language, the protocols. What I saw at Camp Hero wasn't education, it was experimentation. And the children... He stopped, seeming to struggle with the memory. They had this look, empty, like something had been taken from them. But then he said something that sent a chill through me. If you're serious about investigating this, you should know that certain questions have consequences. There are people who have devoted careers to making sure specific doors stay closed. If you start picking those locks, don't be surprised when someone comes to see what you're doing. Is that a threat? It's a warning. From someone who's seen what happens to people who push too hard into classified operations. Some lose their careers, some lose their credibility, some just disappear. Not dramatically, not in ways that raise suspicion. They have accidents, health problems, or they simply stop pursuing their investigations and no one quite knows why. Did that happen to people looking into Montauk? Alexander stood to leave. It's happened to people looking into everything the government wants to keep hidden. Montauk is just one door among many, but it might be one of the most important. Because if what you're investigating is real, if the project actually achieved what people claim, then time itself might be compromised, and that's not something any government can afford to admit. Act 3. The project itself. To understand the Montauk project, you have to understand the scientific and political context of the Cold War. By the 1970s, both the United States and Soviet Union had moved beyond conventional weapons research into stranger territories. Psychic espionage, remote viewing, mind control, consciousness manipulation. These weren't fringe ideas pursued by cranks in basements. They were serious programs with serious funding. The CIA's MK-Ultra program is well documented. From 1953 to 1973, the agency conducted experiments on unwitting subjects, testing LSD, sensory deprivation, hypnosis, and other techniques meant to produce mind control capabilities. The program was real. The documents are declassified. The horror is undeniable. What's less known is that MK-Ultra had sister programs, sub-projects that branched into different areas of research. One was the Stargate Project, which investigated psychic phenomena and remote viewing. The US government spent 20 years and millions of dollars trying to determine if humans could develop reliable extrasensory perception. The results were mixed. Some remote viewers showed abilities that defied conventional explanation. Most didn't. But the research continued, classified and compartmentalized, with different agencies pursuing different angles. According to Nicholas, the Montauk Project was one of those angles, and it went further than anyone publicly admits. Over the course of several meetings, Nicholas gradually revealed more details. Each session was difficult for him. He would start strong, memories flowing, but within an hour he'd begin to deteriorate. Words would come slower, his hands would shake more violently. Sometimes he'd stop mid-sentence and stare into space, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. We weren't reading minds, Nicholas told me during one of our earlier meetings. His hands shook as he spoke, the way they always did when discussing the project. We were creating realities, or at least that's what they wanted us to do. The centerpiece of the project was allegedly a device called the Montauk chair. Nicholas described it in detail. A modified dental chair with cranial attachments, electromagnetic coils, and sensory deprivation elements. Subjects would sit in the chair while technicians adjusted frequencies, monitoring brain activity and physiological responses. The chair was built around technology from the Philadelphia experiment, Nicholas claimed. Or at least that's what they told us. Electromagnetic equipment that had been confiscated from that operation and kept in storage for decades. They retrofitted it, modernized it, connected it to the most powerful radar system on the East Coast. The Philadelphia experiment is itself a conspiracy theory. The claim that in 1943 the Navy made a destroyer escort briefly invisible during a secret test. Most historians dismiss it as fantasy. But Nicholas insisted the technology was real and had been repurposed for Montauk. The radar tower wasn't just detecting aircraft, he said. It was generating massive electromagnetic fields that could be focused and directed. The chair was the targeting mechanism, a human brain, enhanced and amplified, used to shape and direct those fields. The official goal, Nicholas claimed, was to enhance psychic abilities, to find individuals who could project thoughts, influence others at a distance, or perceive events beyond normal sensory range. They tested hundreds of kids. Most couldn't do anything significant. The fields would disorient them, maybe cause hallucinations, but nothing useful. Some got sick, a few had seizures. But those of us who could do it, who could actually interface with the chair... He trailed off, lost in memory. What happened when you interfaced with it? I pressed. The first few times, it was overwhelming. Like every thought I'd ever had was being pulled out of my head and projected into the room. I could see my thoughts taking shape in the air, transparent at first, like smoke, then more solid. The technicians were excited. They pushed harder, cranked up the power. And then I started creating things that weren't from my thoughts, or at least not from my conscious thoughts. Things from dreams, from nightmares, from somewhere else. The chair was a doorway, and it opened in both directions. I could push things through, but things could also come back. Nicholas described experiments that grew progressively more ambitious and dangerous. Initially, they had him create simple objects, geometric shapes, colours, basic forms. He could manifest them for seconds before they dissolved. But as his abilities developed, as they learned to tune the equipment more precisely, he could create more complex things. Animals, he said. They had me create animals. I'd think of a cat and a cat would appear. Not solid, not entirely real, but solid enough to touch. It would move around the room, behave like a cat, then fade after a few minutes. They were ecstatic. Where were these manifestations coming from? That's what they wanted to know. They theorized I was pulling energy from the quantum field, giving it shape through consciousness, or maybe accessing parallel dimensions, or creating temporary rifts in space-time. They didn't know. All they knew was that it worked. But as the experiments continued, things started going wrong. There were other kids in the program, 6 that I knew of, though I think there were more. We'd see each other in the hallways, in the waiting areas. We weren't supposed to talk to each other, but we did when the guards weren't watching. One boy, Tommy, he could see the future. Not clearly, not reliably, but he'd get flashes. Another girl, she could move things with her mind. Small things, but real telekinesis. What happened to them? Nicholas's face went pale. Tommy started seeing the same future over and over. The White Room filled with something dark, something massive. He said it was coming, that we were opening a door we couldn't close. He got more and more agitated, started refusing to participate in experiments. They sedated him, forced him into the chair anyway. He had a seizure during the test. Died right there in the chair. They killed him. They killed several of us. Not intentionally, or at least that's what they claimed. Just casualties of important research. The program was more important than the individual lives. That's what the lead scientist told us. We were serving our country. Nicholas described a lead scientist he knew only as Brennan, a physicist who'd transferred from Brookhaven. Brennan was the one who designed the chair, who understood the theoretical framework behind what they were attempting. Brennan believed consciousness was fundamental to reality, Nicholas said. That observation doesn't just measure reality, it creates it. The chair was designed to amplify that effect, to let a single consciousness shape reality on a larger scale. He thought if we could perfect the technique, we could manifest anything. Weapons, resources, eventually even manipulate time itself. Time manipulation? That was the end game. They believed that if consciousness could shape space, it could also shape time. They started running experiments where they'd have me try to project thoughts into the past or future. I don't know if it worked, but I started having memories of things that hadn't happened yet, or memories of things that happened differently than I remembered originally. It was like reality was becoming fluid. How did you escape? Nicholas went very quiet. When he spoke again, his voice was barely a whisper. I didn't escape. That's the thing you need to understand. I'm still there. Part of me never left that chair. I'm experiencing multiple timelines simultaneously. In one timeline, I'm sitting here talking to you. In another, I'm still 13 years old, strapped into that chair, creating horrors. The timelines overlap, that's what they did. They broke time, and some of us got caught in the break. I didn't know how to respond to that. It sounded like severe disassociation, trauma manifesting as delusional belief. But the way he said it, the absolute conviction in his voice, made me wonder. Asta 4. The breakthrough. Nicholas had given me coordinates, specific GPS numbers that supposedly marked an entrance to the underground complex, one that wasn't commonly known or monitored. I won't publish those coordinates here, both for legal reasons and because what I found suggests they lead somewhere that should stay closed. I drove out to Montauk on a grey October morning. The park was nearly empty, just a few dedicated hikers and photographers capturing the autumn light. I parked near the old artillery positions and began walking, GPS unit in hand, trying to look like a tourist wandering the trails. The coordinates led me away from the main paths, into an area thick with scrub oak and briars. I pushed through, jacket snagging on branches, compass spinning wildly in my hand. The needle wouldn't settle, rotating through all points as if magnetic north had ceased to exist. I pulled out my phone to check the GPS. The app showed my position, but the map tiles wouldn't load. Signal was strong, but something was interfering. The screen flickered, showing my location jumping between different points, sometimes showing me miles away, then snapping back to my actual position. The air felt different here, heavier, charged with something I couldn't name. My skin prickled with static. The hair on my arms stood up. I heard a low-frequency hum, felt more than heard, vibrating through the ground. Then I reached a clearing. There was a concrete pad, roughly 10 feet, square, covered with graffiti and weathering. It looked like an old foundation or loading area, but at one corner, partially hidden by overgrown vegetation, was something that didn't fit. A steel door set flush into the concrete. The door was painted the same weathered grey as the surrounding concrete, meant to blend in. It was secured with a heavy padlock, but what caught my attention was the lock itself. It wasn't a standard commercial lock. It had a serial number stamped into the housing that matched federal issue specifications. I'd done enough research on military equipment to recognise the model. These locks were used on secure facilities, designed to be resistant to picking, cutting and tampering. They had to be opened with specific keys that contained electronic chips. You couldn't just cut them off with bolt cutters. Why would an abandoned state park have federal-grade locks on underground doors? I'd brought a Geiger counter with me, the kind you can order online for a few $100s. Not military-grade, but sensitive enough to detect elevated radiation. When I held it near the door, the reading spiked immediately. Not dangerously high, but well above background levels. Consistent with old equipment that used radioactive components, or with materials that had been exposed to radiation. I pressed my ear to the door. At first I heard nothing. The forest around me was quiet, unnaturally so. No birds, no insects, just silence and that low-frequency hum. Then, faint but distinct, a sound came from below. Mechanical, rhythmic, like generators running deep underground. A steady throb that seemed to sync with my heartbeat for a moment before diverging again. I tried the lock with tools I'd brought, but it was beyond my skill to open. I would need to come back with better equipment or find another way in. But just finding the door exactly where Nicholas said it would be, with evidence of active systems below ground, was enough to confirm that his information had substance. As I was preparing to leave, I heard something else. A sound that didn't fit the environment. A low-frequency pulse, barely audible, felt more than heard. It came from beneath my feet, a rhythmic throb that seemed to sync with my heartbeat for a moment before fading away. I checked the Geiger counter again. The readings were fluctuating now, rising and falling in time with the pulses. The pattern was regular, a spike every few seconds, perfectly timed, as if something below was cycling through operations. I took photographs, careful to document everything. The door, the lock, the concrete pad, the surrounding area. I made notes on my phone, recorded video, captured GPS coordinates. Evidence, proof that this place existed. Something was running down there. Something was active. I stood there for nearly an hour listening to the pulses, feeling them through the ground. At one point my nose started bleeding. Just a trickle, nothing serious, but it startled me. I wiped it away and noticed my hands were shaking. The sun was setting. I needed to leave before dark, before park rangers came around to close the gates. But I felt compelled to stay, as if something was pulling me toward that door, calling me to find a way inside. I forced myself to walk away. But that night, lying in a motel room in Montauk, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd crossed a threshold. That by finding that door, by confirming Nicholas's information, I'd moved from investigating a story to being part of it. Over the next few weeks I went back 3 more times. Each visit I learned more. I discovered that the door wasn't the only entrance. Using Nicholas's diagrams I found 2 more access points, both similarly secured, both showing signs of regular maintenance despite the facility being supposedly abandoned. On my 3rd visit I nearly got caught. I was examining one of the doors when I heard vehicles approaching. Military vehicles. I hid in the brush and watched as a group of men in unmarked uniforms emerged. They unlocked one of the doors and descended into the facility carrying equipment cases. They were down there for nearly 2 hours. When they emerged, they locked the door, did a sweep of the area with handheld devices that looked like radiation detectors or EM field monitors, then drove away. The facility wasn't abandoned. It was still in use. Whatever the Montauk project had been, whatever it had become, it was still operational. I documented everything. Photographed the vehicles before they left, noted the times, Tried to get license plate numbers, but the plates were government issue with numbers that didn't show up in any public database I could access. I also started experiencing strange effects. My equipment would malfunction near the site. Cameras would show strange artifacts in photos, geometric patterns that weren't visible to the naked eye. Audio recorders would pick up voices speaking in frequencies outside normal human range, which when played back slowly sounded almost like words, though in no language I recognised. And I started having dreams of being underground, walking through white-tiled corridors, hearing children crying behind locked doors, standing in a large chamber with a chair in the centre surrounded by equipment that hummed with power. In the dreams I would sit in the chair, feel the helmet lowered onto my head, feel the electromagnetic fields activate, and then I would see things, shapes forming in the air, creatures from nightmares, and one presence, always watching from the corners, that was vast and dark and somehow hungry. I would wake up with nosebleeds, headaches, a sense of disorientation that would last for hours. I tried to tell myself it was stress, the psychological weight of the investigation, but deep down I knew it was something else. Something about that place was affecting me, reaching out across the distance, pulling me in. Over the next few weeks, I dug deeper into the historical record, looking for any documented anomalies around Camp Hero during the years the project supposedly operated. What I found was fragmentary but suggestive. In August of 1983, there was a significant electromagnetic pulse recorded by monitoring stations along the eastern seaboard. The event lasted approximately 4 minutes and was centred on Long Island. At the time, officials attributed it to atmospheric conditions or equipment malfunction. But the same day, local hospitals in the Montauk area treated more than a dozen people for symptoms consistent with electromagnetic radiation exposure, disorientation, nausea, temporary vision problems. Most were dismissed as coincidental, perhaps related to a virus or food contamination. Also on that same day, local power grids experienced widespread failures. Radar installations reported equipment glitches, and more than 20 residents called authorities to report strange lights in the sky and unusual animal behaviour. Dogs howling in unison, birds flying in confused patterns, fish washing up dead along the beaches. I found Coast Guard reports of unusual sonar readings off Montauk Point that night. Something large moving underwater, too big and too fast to be a whale or submarine. The readings showed an object roughly the size of a building, moving at speeds that defied conventional explanation, then simply vanishing from sonar as if it had ceased to exist. The date was August 12, 1983. According to Montauk Project lore, this was the day the project ended, the day something went catastrophically wrong during an experiment. Preston Nichols called it the Montauk Break, claiming that a subject in the chair created a manifestation that couldn't be controlled, forcing an emergency shutdown. I found a report from Brookhaven National Laboratory's medical facility for that same night. 3 unidentified patients were admitted with extreme psychological trauma. The intake notes described them as non-responsive, exhibiting signs of acute dissociative episodes. No identification was found on any of them. No family came forward. One nurse's note, almost buried in the file, described the patients as speaking in unison, before lapsing into catatonia. They repeated the same phrase over and over. It came through. We couldn't stop it. It's still there. Within 6 hours, all 3 were transferred to federal custody. The report provided no explanation for the transfer, no destination, no follow-up. Just a notation, remanded to federal authority per security protocols. I tried to track those patients. Dead end. The transfer records were classified. The receiving facility wasn't named. It was as if 3 people had simply vanished into the federal system. But I found one more piece of information that connected everything. A meteorologist at a private weather monitoring station recorded unusual atmospheric disturbances over Montauk on August 12, 1983. The data showed what he described as impossible readings. localized gravity variations, temporal distortions in radar readings, and something he couldn't explain. Multiple echo returns showing the same aircraft at different altitudes simultaneously, as if the same object existed in multiple places at once. He reported his findings to the National Weather Service. They told him his equipment was malfunctioning. He insisted it wasn't. They told him to stop making claims that couldn't be substantiated. When he persisted, he was quietly let go from his position. I found him living in upstate New York, retired, still bitter about how he'd been treated. He showed me his original data logs, preserved for 4 decades, waiting for someone to finally take them seriously. Something happened that night, he told me. Something that broke the rules of physics as we understand them. And instead of investigating it, instead of trying to understand it, they buried it. Made everyone involved look crazy or incompetent. But I know what I saw. I know what the data showed, and I know they didn't want anyone looking too closely at what was happening at Camp Hero. Act 5. The cover-up. Every good conspiracy theory has a moment where the cover-up becomes more interesting than the crime. With Montauk, that moment came when I started finding the gaps, the places where records should exist but don't. I filed more than 30 FOA requests over 6 months. Requests for personnel records, equipment manifests, incident reports, anything related to Camp Hero between 1971 and 1983. Most were denied. A few came back with documents so heavily redacted they were useless. But the denials themselves were revealing. Several explicitly cited national security exemptions for information more than 40 years old. What could possibly threaten national security about Cold War radar operations at a decommissioned base? One response I received was particularly interesting. I'd requested documents related to power consumption at Camp Hero during the 1970s. The Department of Energy responded that the records existed, but were classified under special access programs and couldn't be released without approval from multiple agencies, some of which weren't even named in the response. Power consumption records, classified 40 years later. That alone suggested something extraordinary had been happening. I also started noticing patterns in what was missing. Every request that specifically mentioned electromagnetic research was denied. Every request that named Brookhaven National Laboratory in connection with Camp Hero was denied. Every request about the August 1983 incident was denied. The government's own responses were painting a picture. Something happened at Camp Hero, something involving electromagnetic research, and it remains classified decades later. I started getting pushback in other ways too, phone calls at odd hours, nobody on the line. My apartment was broken into, though nothing was stolen. My laptop was cloned. I could tell because suddenly some of my files had access timestamps from when I was provably elsewhere. A black SUV started appearing near my apartment, always parked in different spots but always within view. When I tried to photograph it, it would drive away. When I tried to follow it, I'd lose it in traffic. I told myself I was being paranoid, that the stress was making me see conspiracies where none existed. But then I got a visit. 2 men in suits came to my apartment. They showed federal credentials, Homeland Security, and asked if they could come in. I let them, though I shouldn't have without a warrant. They were polite, professional. They asked about my research into Camp Hero. They said they'd noticed my FOIA requests and wanted to understand why I was interested in a long-decommissioned military facility. I told them I was researching a story. They asked what kind of story. I said historical, about Cold War operations. They asked if I'd been trespassing on federal property. I said no, though we both knew it was a lie. They spent an hour in my apartment, looking at my notes, my documents, my photographs. They didn't take anything. They didn't threaten me overtly. But when they left, one of them turned back and said, "Sometimes investigations lead places that aren't healthy. Sometimes the truth is less important than stability. You seem like a smart person. I hope you make smart choices." After they left, I checked my apartment. Nothing was obviously disturbed, but I had the sense that everything had been searched, carefully, professionally, by people who knew how to leave no trace. I moved my evidence to multiple locations. uploaded encrypted backups to several cloud services, sent physical copies to friends with instructions to publish if anything happened to me. Then I found the testimony. Through a contact who works in military archives, I obtained a psychological evaluation report from 1983. The subject was a serviceman who'd been stationed at Camp Hero. He'd been referred for evaluation after exhibiting signs of severe distress and paranoia. The evaluation transcript makes for disturbing reading. The serviceman claimed he'd witnessed experiments involving children. He described a white room beneath the base, a metal chair with strange attachments, and tests that broke the kids. He said he'd heard children screaming in the walls, that one boy had made something appear that looked like it was from a nightmare. He described a massive creature, vaguely humanoid but wrong in fundamental ways, that materialized during one test session. According to his testimony, it attacked staff before dissolving into what he called black static. The incident, he claimed, triggered an emergency evacuation of the underground facility. The thing was massive. The transcript read, filled the whole chamber, made sounds that weren't sounds, like pressure in your ears. Some of the staff tried to shut down the equipment, but it wouldn't respond. The boy in the chair was screaming, saying he couldn't stop it. It was coming through, and he couldn't close the door. Then there was this sound, like reality tearing, and the thing just was gone. Not faded, just gone, like someone cut it out of existence. But the boy, he wasn't the same after. Eyes were different, empty, like whatever came through took something with it when it left. The evaluating psychiatrist diagnosed him with acute psychotic disorder and recommended immediate hospitalization. His testimony was dismissed as delusional. He was medically discharged and, as far as I can tell, never spoke publicly about his experiences. But here's what made me take his testimony seriously. The details matched Nicholas's account almost exactly. The white room, the chair, a boy who could manifest things, a creature that appeared during a test, an emergency evacuation, two separate sources, no apparent connection to each other, describing the same events. I went back to Nicholas with the evaluation transcript. When he read it, he started crying. "That was me," he whispered. "I was the boy in the chair. I made that thing. I didn't mean to, but they pushed and pushed, and something came through. Something from..." He stopped, unable to continue. "From where?" I asked. "I don't know. Somewhere that isn't now. Somewhere time works differently. The chair opened a door and I couldn't close it. Part of that thing is still here, still connected to me. Sometimes I can feel it watching through my eyes." He looked at me then, and for a moment his eyes did look different, darker, as if something else was looking out from behind them. "It's waiting," he said, "waiting for the door to open again, and they're going to open it. They never stopped the research. They just moved it deeper, made it more secret. The technology is better now. The understanding is clearer. They think they can control it, but they're wrong. Once you open certain doors, you can't control what comes through." Act 6. The final revelation. Nicholas agreed to show me everything. Not just talk, but take me to places. Show me evidence he'd kept hidden for years. He said he'd been afraid to share everything, afraid of what might happen if the full story came out. But he was dying. Lung cancer, stage 4. He had months at best. "I need someone to know," he told me, "before it's too late, before they erase everything." He took me to a storage unit in Queens. The neighbourhood was rough, the facility run down. We went at night, Nicholas insisting we needed darkness for what he was about to show me. Inside the unit were boxes of documents, photographs, and physical items he claimed to have taken from the Montauk facility before the final shutdown. They evacuated so fast after the incident, he explained. Emergency protocols, everyone out immediately. Some of us grabbed what we could on the way. I took these, I've kept them hidden ever since. The photographs were the most compelling. Polaroids, dated in the handwriting typical of the 1970s and early 80s. They showed underground rooms, equipment, and in several cases children. Boys ranging from about 10 to 15 years old, sitting in chairs wearing electrode caps, looking directly at the camera with expressions ranging from fearful to vacant. One photograph showed Nicholas. I compared it to his current appearance, accounting for age, and the match was undeniable. He couldn't have been more than 12 in the photo. He was sitting in what looked like a modified dentist's chair, metal bands around his head, wires running to equipment out of frame. A man in a white coat stood beside him, face partially visible, making notes on a clipboard. On the back of the photograph, written in black ink, Project Phoenix, Subject 01, June 79. Another photograph showed a room that had been damaged, equipment overturned, scorch marks on walls, and in one corner, barely visible but unmistakable, a shape. Large, dark, with the angles that hurt to look at. The photograph was blurry in that area, as if the image couldn't quite resolve, but you could see enough to know it wasn't human. It wasn't normal. The more I stared at it, the more details emerged. Surfaces that seemed to exist in multiple planes simultaneously. Limbs, if they could be called that, extending in directions that violated three-dimensional geometry, and something that might have been eyes or mouths or wounds in reality itself. "That's what I made," Nicholas said quietly, not looking at the photograph. "That's what came through when they pushed my abilities too far. They wanted me to create specific things, images they projected into my mind. But that time, something else came instead. Something that was already there, waiting for a door to open. There were dozens more photographs, test chambers, equipment I couldn't identify, children in various states of distress, and in several images that shape in the corner, always partially visible, as if it existed just out of frame no matter how the camera was positioned. There were also documents, internal memos from Brookhaven, equipment requisitions for items that made no sense in conventional research, magnetic field generators beyond anything commercially available, isolation chambers, sensory deprivation tanks, and something described only as temporal variance monitors. One memo, dated March 1981, referenced continued coordination with Eastern Defense operations and noted promising developments in consciousness projection protocols. It was signed by a name I recognised, a Brookhaven physicist who'd later become prominent in quantum mechanics research. He's still alive, still publishing papers. I tried to contact him. He refused to speak with me. Another document was a technical specification for something called the Beacon, described as a trans-temporal signalling device, designed to maintain coherent communication across temporal discontinuities. The description was dense with physics jargon I barely understood, but the implication was clear. They were trying to send signals through time. But the most disturbing item in Nicholas's collection was a VHS tape. The label, handwritten, read, Temporal Test B, August 83. We found a pawn shop that still had a working VCR and paid the owner to let us use it. Nicholas, myself, and the shop owner watched together on an old television in the back room. The video quality was poor, degraded by age and magnetic drift. But what it showed was unmistakable. A white-walled room exactly as Nicholas had described. Harsh fluorescent lighting, equipment lining the walls, old computers with CRT monitors, oscilloscopes, devices I couldn't identify. In the centre, a chair, metal frame, leather straps, a helmet covered with sensors and wires. A boy, maybe 13 years old, was led into the frame by two men in white coats. The boy was Nicholas. Even 40 years younger, even moving differently, the resemblance was clear. They strapped him into the chair, attached the helmet. One technician spoke off camera, words muffled but the tone clear, instructions, commands, pushing the boy to concentrate. For several minutes nothing happened. The boy sat still, eyes closed, face straining with effort. The monitoring equipment showed readings I couldn't interpret, numbers and waveforms changing rapidly. Then the air around the boy began to shimmer. At first it was subtle, heat waves, distortions in the light, but quickly it became more pronounced. The shimmer intensified, localized in a corner of the room, and began to coalesce into something. A shape. dark, indistinct, but growing more solid with each passing second. The technicians noticed. One stepped back, another reached for a control panel. Someone off camera shouted, "Increase the dampening field!" But the shape continued to form. It was large, easily 8 feet tall with proportions that weren't quite right. Too long in some dimensions, compressed in others. Surfaces that reflected light impossibly, showing angles that geometry said couldn't exist in 3-dimensional space, and it was moving, not smoothly. It stuttered, as if existence itself was struggling to contain it. Frame by frame, it grew more present, more real, forcing its way into our reality like something being born through too small an opening. The boy was screaming now. I could see his mouth open, tendon standing out in his neck, but the audio on the tape was distorted, overwhelmed by a sound that wasn't quite sound, more a pressure that made the speakers crackle and pop. The creature turned. It had something that might have been a head, might have been multiple heads. Impossible to tell because the surfaces shifted and merged, and it looked at the camera. The shop owner made a sound of horror. "What the hell is that?" On the screen, chaos. Technicians running. Alarms blaring. The boy still strapped in the chair, body convulsing. Equipment sparking. And the creature growing larger, more solid, reaching out with appendages that left trails of darkness in their wake. One technician didn't run fast enough. The creature touched him. Just a brief contact, a brushing of whatever passed for its hand against the man's back. The technician collapsed instantly, body rigid, mouth open in a scream we couldn't hear over the distorted audio. Then someone hit a switch. The lights in the room strobed, faster and faster, and the creature began to break apart. Not dissolving naturally, but being torn, shredded by forces I couldn't see. It resisted, writhing, reaching for anything it could grasp, but piece by piece it was pulled back, sucked into whatever dimensional wound it had emerged from. The video cut to static. When it came back, seconds later, the room was empty except for the boy still in the chair. Unconscious or dead, it was impossible to tell. Technicians rushed in, some wearing what looked like hazmat suits, others just lab coats. They unstrapped the boy, carried him out of frame. The last thing visible before the tape ended was the technician who'd been touched by the creature. He was still on the floor, but moving now, crawling. His movements were wrong, joints bending in directions they shouldn't, as if he'd forgotten how human bodies worked. Someone off camera said, "Get him to containment and shut down the chair. We're done for tonight." The tape ended. We sat in silence for a long time. The shop owner finally spoke. "That's not real. It can't be real. Special effects, right? Some kind of movie?" But we all knew it wasn't. The quality was wrong for special effects. The reactions were too genuine, and the tape itself had markings that identified it as military property. On the back of the VHS tape, stamped in official military typeface, "Property of United States Air Force Phenomenon Division. Do not duplicate." Phenomenon Division. Not a unit I'd ever heard of. Not in any official Air Force documentation I could find. But there it was, stamped on a tape showing an experiment that wasn't supposed to have happened at a facility that was supposedly abandoned. We made a digital copy of the tape. Nicholas gave me all his documents, photographs and evidence. He made me promise to publish the story no matter what happened. "They'll come for this," he said. "They'll know someone has it. They've probably known all along. I think they let me keep it. Let me be a walking storage system for evidence, watching to see if I'd ever try to expose it. Now I am, so they'll come." Then why do it? Why now? Because I'm dying anyway. And because that thing in the video, it's not gone. It's still partially here, caught, between dimensions. And they're trying to bring it through again. I can feel it. Every 19 days when the equipment cycles, I feel it reaching. Trying to come back. And one day, they'll succeed. One day, they'll open that door wide enough, and it will come through. And this time, they won't be able to close it. 2 days later, Nicholas was dead. The official cause was listed as complications from lung cancer. But he'd been stable just days before, coherent enough to show me his evidence, strong enough to travel across the city. The hospice nurse told me he'd taken a sudden turn, that a visitor had come to see him the night before he died. Military looking, she said. Said he was an old friend, stayed about an hour. After he left, Nicholas seemed agitated, kept saying they'd found him, kept asking me to call someone, but he couldn't remember who. The visitor signed in under a name that, when I checked, belonged to a man who'd been dead for 15 years. I tried to file a police report suggesting foul play. It went nowhere. Natural causes. End of story. The detective I spoke with was sympathetic but clear. Without evidence of a crime, there was nothing to investigate. An old man with terminal cancer had died. Tragic, but not suspicious. But I knew better. They'd found Nicholas, and they'd silenced him before he could tell anyone else what he knew. Ending. Time never closed. I spent 6 months compiling everything. The documents, the photographs, the video, Nicholas's testimony, the historical evidence, the FOIA denials that suggested an ongoing cover-up, interview transcripts with families of missing children, meteorological data from August 1983, utility records showing active systems beneath an abandoned base, testimonies from former personnel, the evaluation transcript describing the same events Nicholas had described. I wrote a comprehensive article, 20,000 words documenting the entire investigation. I laid out the evidence methodically, building from public facts to classified revelations, showing how each piece connected to the next, creating a picture of a program that had pushed the boundaries of reality and paid the price. I pitched it to major publications. All declined. The first editor told me, "This is compelling, but we can't verify the core claims. Without on-the-record sources, it's too risky." The second said, "Our legal team won't clear it. Too many national security implications." The third was more honest. "We can't publish this. We'd have federal investigators crawling up our ass within a week. I'm sorry, but this is above our pay grade." I tried smaller outlets, alternative media, investigative journalism non-profits. Same response. Too controversial, too risky, too likely to bring down government scrutiny. So I published it myself on a dedicated website. I uploaded scans of every document, the full video, audio of my interviews with Nicholas, photographs of the underground, entrance, GPS coordinates, utility records, FOIA denials, everything. I built the site carefully with multiple layers of backup and distribution, mirrors on servers in different countries, copies shared with journalist organisations with instructions to publish if I disappeared. I wanted to make sure that even if they came for me, the information would survive. The article went live on a Monday morning at exactly 9 a.m. I watched the traffic counter, saw the numbers climb, 10 visitors, 100, 1,000. By Monday afternoon it had been shared thousands of times. By Tuesday it was trending on multiple platforms. People were discussing it, debating it, planning trips to Camp Hero to investigate for themselves. Conspiracy theory forums erupted with activity. Researchers I'd never met were verifying pieces of my evidence, confirming documents, adding their own findings. A documentary filmmaker contacted me about turning it into a film. A podcaster wanted to interview me. A book publisher offered an advance for a full manuscript. For 48 hours it felt like the truth was finally breaking through, like decades of cover-up were crumbling. By Wednesday morning it was gone. The website was down, not just offline but erased. The domain registrar said they had no record of my purchase. My hosting company claimed the account never existed. When I showed them my payment receipts, they looked at me like I was insane. Backup files on my computer were corrupted, unrecoverable. I tried data recovery software. Nothing. The files existed, but they were filled with garbage data, as if they'd been overwritten with random noise. The cloud storage service showed no files in my account. Not deleted, just never uploaded. When I checked the upload logs, they showed activity from my IP address, but the timestamps were wrong, showing uploads from times when I was provably elsewhere, when my computer was powered off. The digital copies I'd made of Nicholas's evidence were gone. The original documents I'd scanned and kept in a safe deposit box had vanished from the box. The bank had no record of my visit to place them there. despite me having the receipt. When I showed them the receipt, they said their system had no record of that transaction number. It was as if the entire deposit had been retroactively deleted from their database. My phone record showed no calls to Nicholas. Email correspondence was gone from sent and received folders. Text messages erased. When I contacted my phone provider, they said their system showed no such communications had ever occurred. It was as if the entire investigation had been retroactively deleted from reality. People who'd shared the article reported the links dying. Screenshots they'd taken were corrupted. One person told me they'd downloaded the entire site as a PDF, but when they went to open it, the file was empty. The documentary filmmaker who'd contacted me said he didn't remember our conversation. The podcaster denied ever reaching out. The publisher said they had no record of any offer. I still had my memory. My notes written in physical notebooks still existed, though even those seemed to be fading, ink becoming lighter, words becoming harder to read, as if even physical records were being erased. I'm writing this now, as fast as I can, getting it down before it too disappears. I don't know how long this will last, how long before this file corrupts, this document vanishes, this story becomes something I can no longer prove existed. But here's the thing that keeps me awake, the thing I can't explain. This morning I received a package, no return address, no postage mark, just left outside my door. Inside was Nicholas's notebook, the original one he'd given me in that Brooklyn coffee shop. But when I opened it, all the pages were blank, every entry, every coordinate, every name erased, not torn out, not written over, just blank, as if they'd never been written on at all, except for one page, the last page. It had a timestamp that wasn't there before. August 12th, 1983. We're still in the loop, and underneath, in handwriting that might have been mine, time doesn't forget, neither does the chair. It's still running. We never left. We're still down there, and you're starting to remember. I don't remember writing that. I know I didn't. But the handwriting is mine. Exactly mine. The way I form letters, the pressure I use, the spacing. It's my hand that wrote those words. But when? Yesterday I drove out to Camp Hero. I had to see it again. Had to confirm it still existed. Maybe everything else had been erased, but the place itself couldn't be deleted. The steel door I'd found was gone, not sealed, not removed. Gone, as if it had never existed. Just solid concrete where I knew I'd found an entrance. I checked the GPS coordinates. I was in the right place. But there was no door, no lock, nothing. I put my hand on the ground anyway, pressing against the concrete, and I felt it. That pulse, that rhythmic throb of machinery running deep below, the same rhythm I'd felt months ago. Proof that something was still down there, still running. And for just a moment, I remembered being in a white room, sitting in a metal chair, wires attached to my head, someone asking me to think of something specific, someone pushing me to open a door. The memory was vivid, more than a dream, more than an imagination, a memory of something that actually happened. But that's impossible. I was born in 1985. The Montauk project supposedly ended in 83. I couldn't have been there, unless time doesn't work the way we think it does, unless the project found a way to create loops, fold moments back on themselves, trap people in recursive timelines, unless everyone who investigates too deeply gets pulled into the loop, becomes part of the experiment retroactively. Nicholas told me once, in one of our last conversations, the worst part isn't that they experimented on us, it's that we never left. We're still there, in that moment, and anyone who looks too closely gets pulled in. The chair doesn't just affect those who sit in it. It affects anyone who thinks about it too deeply, who focuses too much attention on what happened. Consciousness is entangled with the experiment now. We're all part of it. I'm starting to understand what he meant. If you're listening to this, if you're hearing these words, be careful. Some doors open both ways. Some investigations don't end when you close the file. By learning about the Montauk project, By thinking about what happened there, you might be creating a connection. Consciousness and quantum mechanics are linked in ways we don't understand. Observation affects reality. And if the experiments at Montauk really did bridge consciousness and time, then maybe just knowing about it is enough to get caught in the loop. Camp Hero still stands. The radar tower still rises against the sky. And beneath the ground, in tunnels the government says don't exist, something is still running. Every 19 days, like clockwork, the equipment cycles. The electromagnetic fields activate. The beacon at the end of time transmits its signal into the past, into the future, into all moments simultaneously. Time doesn't forget. Neither does the chair. And now, neither will you. Because once you know about the Montauk project, once you've read this far, you're part of it. Your consciousness has touched the experiment. You've opened a door in your own mind, and that door connects back to the White Room beneath Camp Hero. The beacon at the end of time is still transmitting. The signal never stopped. We're all receiving it, whether we know it or not. And somewhere, in a White Room beneath Camp Hero, a boy is sitting in a chair. Always sitting, always broadcasting, always opening doors that should have stayed closed. The year is 1983, the year is 2014, the year is now. All of them, simultaneously. Because time in that place doesn't move forward anymore. It loops and loops and loops forever. And we're all in the loop now. All of us who know the story, all of us who've thought about what happened there, we're all trapped in that moment beneath Camp Hero, experiencing it from different angles, different timelines, but always circling back to the same point. The boy in the chair, the thing that came through, the door that won't close. I'm writing this from a motel room in Montauk. I came back here, though I don't remember deciding to. I keep finding myself driving out to the park, standing over the spot where the door used to be, feeling that pulse through the ground. Last night I woke up in the middle of the night. I was standing outside in my bare feet halfway to Camp Hero. I don't remember getting out of bed. Don't remember leaving the room. I'm going back to the facility, today. I found another entrance, or it found me, or I remembered it from the timeline where I was part of the project. I can't tell anymore. There's a door in my dreams, a white door in a white room. And it's opening, and something on the other side knows my name. This is the last entry I'll make. The last thing I'll write before I go down into those tunnels one final time. If you're reading this, then it means the document survived. The story escaped the loop, at least partially. Share it, save it, copy it, let it spread. But know that by doing so, you're perpetuating the experiment. You're keeping the door open. You're feeding attention and consciousness into the machine beneath Camp Hero. And maybe that's what they want. Maybe the whole point was to create a self-perpetuating cycle. A story that spreads itself, pulling more and more people into the loop, their consciousness entangling with the experiment, creating more fuel for the chair. The beacon at the end of time broadcasts to anyone listening. And if you've made it this far, you're listening. Welcome to the loop. We've been waiting for you. We've always been waiting. Time doesn't forget. Neither does the chair. Neither do we. Hey everyone, before we dive into tonight's story, if you're enjoying the content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps the channel more than you possibly know and makes a real difference in keeping these stories coming to you. Also, drop a comment letting us know what time it is for you and where in the world you're listening from, but only if you want to. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. It creates this amazing global community of truth seekers and curious minds. Now, let's get into tonight's investigation. There are places on Earth where the official story feels too clean, too rehearsed, like someone scrubbed the details until only the safe parts remained. Mount Shasta is one of those places. Rising over 14,000 feet above Northern California, it dominates the landscape like a frozen sentinel, beautiful and enigmatic. For over a century, stories have circulated about what lies beneath this mountain. Stories of underground cities, stories of ancient civilizations, stories that get dismissed as folklore, New Age fantasy, or the rambling of imaginative hikers who spent too long in thin air. But what if the dismissal is the cover-up? What if something beneath Mount Shasta forced the United States government to seal tunnels, confiscate research, and silence witnesses for nearly 90 years. This is the story of Harold Finnerty, a man who took his secrets to the grave. This is the story of his granddaughter Lila, who refused to let those secrets stay buried. And this is the story of what they found in the mountain, something that challenges everything we think we know about human history. March 1979. The Deathbed Note. Harold Finnerty died on a grey morning in Ashland, Oregon. Heart failure, the doctor said. Quick and relatively painless for a man in his late 70s. He had lived a quiet life after retiring from the United States Geological Survey, tending a small garden, reading military history and keeping mostly to himself. His neighbours described him as polite but distant, the kind of man who never quite seemed at ease, even in his own home. His granddaughter Lila arrived 3 days after his death to help sort through his belongings. She had always been close to Harold, closer than most grandchildren manage with their grandparents. He had encouraged her curiosity, her questions, her refusal to accept simple answers to complex problems. As a child, she had asked him why the sky was blue, and instead of giving her the standard explanation, he had taught her about wavelengths and atmospheric scattering. That was Harold. He never dumbed things down. The house smelled of old books and pipe tobacco. Leela moved through the room slowly, feeling the weight of absence in every corner. Harold's desk sat near the window, covered in papers and notebooks. She began sorting them into piles: financial documents, personal letters, old survey maps from his USGS days. It was methodical work, the kind that keeps your hands busy while your mind processes grief. Then she found the envelope. It was tucked inside a locked drawer in the bottom of his desk, beneath a false bottom she only discovered because the drawer seemed too shallow compared to the others. The envelope was thick, made of heavy paper that had yellowed with age. Across the front, in Harold's precise handwriting, were words that made her stop breathing for just a moment. Mount Shasta. Do not open classified. Lila sat back in the chair, holding the envelope up to the light. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Harold had worked on dozens of geological surveys during his career. She'd seen his maps before, his field notes, his careful documentation of rock formations and water tables, but she'd never seen anything marked classified. The USGS did not deal in classified material. They mapped the Earth's surface. They studied earthquakes and volcanoes. They published their findings for other scientists to review. So why would her grandfather have a sealed envelope marked with government classification warnings? She broke the seal. Inside were 3 items. The first was a hand-drawn topographic map of Mount Shasta, rendered with the kind of precision that came from decades of professional cartography. The mountain's familiar silhouette was marked with contour lines, drainage patterns, and geological features. But there was something else. On the eastern side of the mountain, below the tree line, a location was marked with a red X and labelled in small, urgent letters, Adit 7. Closed 1934. The second item was a series of photographs, black and white, badly faded. They showed the interior of what looked like a tunnel or cave. The walls appeared smooth, too smooth for natural rock formations. In one photograph, a hand was pressed against the wall for scale. The texture looked almost metallic, reflective in the harsh light of the camera flash. The third item was a handwritten note on a torn piece of paper. The mountain is hollow in the wrong places. They found something in 1934. We sealed it, but it wakes. Lila read the note 3 times, trying to make sense of it. Harold's handwriting, no question. But the words felt wrong, almost panicked. Harold had been a scientist, rational to his core. He did not write about mountains waking or hollow spaces in wrong places. He wrote about basalt layers and glacial movements and tectonic activity. She was still holding the note when she heard the vehicles pull up outside. 2 black SUVs parked in front of Harold's house. 4 men in dark suits emerged, moving with the kind of coordinated efficiency that suggested military or federal training. Lila watched from the window as they approached the front door. No badges visible, no agency identification. Just 4 men who knocked once, firmly, and then waited. She opened the door. "Miss Finnerty?" The man hissed. Front was tall, late 40s, with a face that gave away nothing. "We're here to collect materials related to your grandfather's work with the United States Geological Survey. It's standard procedure when a former employee with security clearance passes away." "Security clearance?" Lila kept her voice steady. "My grandfather was a cartographer. He mapped mountains." Nevertheless, the man's expression did not change. "We need to collect his notebooks, maps, and any documents related to his survey work. It will only take a few minutes." They were inside before she could protest. They moved through Harold's house like they had done this before, opening drawers, checking shelves, moving with practiced efficiency. They took his notebooks. They took his old survey equipment. They took boxes of papers from the garage that Lila had not even opened yet. The tall man noticed her watching. "This is routine, Miss Finnerty. Nothing to be concerned about." "Then why do you need his old maps?" "Government property. Technically, any work he did while employed by the USGS belongs to the federal government. We're just reclaiming what's ours." They were gone in less than 20 minutes. Lila stood in the now ransacked house, feeling like she had just been robbed by her own government. But they had not found the envelope. It was still in her jacket pocket, pressed against her chest like a secret heartbeat. That night she spread the map and photographs across her kitchen table and began to research. If someone wanted Harold's materials badly enough to confiscate them within days of his death, then those materials contained something worth hiding. She was going to find out what. The real history, they tell us, Mount Shasta has always been a mountain wrapped in mystery. For the indigenous Karuk, Shasta and Modoc peoples, it was a sacred place, home to the Great Spirit. White settlers arriving in the mid-1800s found themselves equally drawn to the mountain's imposing presence, and soon stories began circulating about what might lie beneath its snow-covered slopes. The Lemurian legend emerged in the late 1880s. According to the story, survivors of a lost continent called Lemuria, similar to Atlantis, had fled to Mount Shasta and established an underground city called Telos. These tall, white-robed figures would occasionally emerge to purchase supplies in nearby towns, paying with gold nuggets of unusual purity. In August of 1884, the San Francisco Chronicle published an account from a prospector named J.C. Brown, who claimed to have discovered an underground city carved into the mountain, complete with gold shields, hieroglyphs, and mummified remains of beings over 8 feet tall. The story captivated readers, though Brown mysteriously vanished before he could lead an expedition back to the site. By 1904, the legend had solidified with the publication of A Dweller on Two Planets, written by Frederick Spencer Oliver. The book described advanced beings living beneath Shasta, possessing technology far beyond human capability. It became a foundational text for the New Age movement and cemented Mount Shasta's reputation as a centre of mystical activity. But here is what the legends do not tell you. Here is the part that gets buried beneath the folklore and the New Age tourism. The United States Geological Survey began heavily mapping Mount Shasta in 1925. Teams of surveyors spent months in the field, documenting every ridge, every canyon, every geological formation. They returned in 1932 for more detailed work, and then again in 1934. Something happened during that 1934 survey. The official records are sparse, almost deliberately vague. A USGS team led by a geologist named Thomas Eldridge was conducting cave surveys on the eastern face of the mountain when they disappeared for 48 hours. When they finally emerged, their report mentioned disorientation and strange acoustics inside the cavern system. They noted that sounds echoed in ways that seemed impossible given the cave's dimensions, and they experienced unusual equipment malfunctions that they could not explain. The report was filed and then seemingly forgotten, except the surveying tunnels designated Adit 1 through Adit 9 were all quietly sealed within months. The official reason given was structural instability and risk of collapse. No further surveys were conducted in that region for over 20 years. Then there was the aerial incident of 1945. During post-war mapping missions, United States Army Air Force pilots were conducting photographic surveys of the West Coast. One pilot, Lieutenant Marcus Webb, documented an unusual observation in his flight log. While circling the south face of Mount Shasta, he noted what appeared to be an opening in the rock face that reflected light in a metallic manner. He circled back for a second pass and took additional photographs. The photographs exist. They are part of the official military archive. But the official explanation given was ice reflection, a play of light on glacial formations. The opening Lieutenant Webb documented does not appear on any current geological survey. When Lila Finnerty began researching these incidents, she was not looking for proof of underground cities or lost civilizations. She was looking for an explanation of why her grandfather would have a sealed envelope marked classified, and why federal agents would confiscate his materials within days of his death. What she found instead was a pattern of official interest, official secrecy, and official dismissal that stretched back almost 50 years. Harold Finnerty's shadow surveys. Lila spent 3 weeks in libraries and archives, chasing down references to her grandfather's work. His official employment record with the USGS showed steady, unremarkable service from 1948 through 1976. He had worked on surveys in California, Oregon, and Washington. He had published papers on volcanic geology and tectonic mapping. Everything was normal, documented, and publicly accessible, until she found the gaps. Between 1956 and 1959, Harold's official work record showed him assigned to routine topographic surveys in the Cascade Range. But when Lila requested the specific survey reports from that period, she was told that those documents were not available for public review. When she asked why, she was informed that they had been reclassified by the Department of Defense as part of Cold War security protocols. Why would basic geological surveys be classified for national security reasons? She started searching for anything Harold might have left behind that the federal agents had missed. She checked his house again, more carefully this time, looking for hiding places she might have overlooked. She found them in the garage, tucked inside the hollow leg of an old workbench. More notebooks. These were different from his official USGS field books. The pages were water-stained, the handwriting hurried, almost frantic in places. They were dated between 1956 and 1959, the exact years of the classified surveys. Lila spread them across her table and began reading. The surveys had been ordered by the United States Army Corps of Engineers, not the USGS. Harold had been temporarily assigned to a joint military-civilian team conducting what was officially described as seismic monitoring research. The Cold War was at its height, and the government was deeply concerned about detecting Soviet nuclear tests. Seismic stations were being established throughout the western United States to create an early warning network. But Harold's notes describe something else entirely. Subterranean resonance patterns inconsistent with known cave systems, he wrote on one page. Echoes suggest regular geometric spacing beneath primary cavern. On another page, thermal void pockets at depths that should not support such temperatures, heat source unknown. And then, circled in red ink, not natural. Lila felt something shift in her understanding. Her grandfather had not been mapping the surface of Mount Shasta. He had been mapping what was beneath it, and he had found something that should not exist. She kept reading. References to Cyclopean geometry, a term usually reserved for massive ancient stonework like the walls of Mycenae or the temples of Malta. References to metallic signatures in soil samples. References to electromagnetic anomalies that interfered with surveying equipment. One entry from July 1958 was particularly striking. Descended into a DEET 7 with the team. The tunnel extends far beyond the 1934 seal. We broke through yesterday. The corridor beyond is not natural. The walls are too smooth. The angles are too precise. There is a smell like ozone and hot metal. The temperature rises as you descend. At the third junction, we found markings. Not native, not English, not any language we recognise. Lila stopped reading and sat back, her mind racing. Addit 7. The same designation marked on the map Harold had sealed in the envelope. There was more. Clipped to the back of one notebook was a photograph, black and white, badly faded. It showed 3 men standing in front of what looked like a tunnel entrance. The men wore field gear from the 1950s. Behind them, barely visible in the dim light, was a wall that looked too smooth to be natural rock. On the back of the photograph, someone had written 3 names: Harold Finnerty, James Pollock, Thomas Eldridge. Thomas Eldridge, the same name from the 1934 USGS team that disappeared for 48 hours. Lila grabbed her laptop and started searching. Thomas Eldridge had led the 1934 survey. According to newspaper archives, he had gone missing 3 months after returning from Mount Shasta. His body was never found. The official report called it a hiking accident, though no evidence of such an accident was ever documented. All of his maps and field notes had been seized by the Department of the Interior in October 1934. 24 years later, Harold Finnerty was working with a team that included Thomas Eldridge's name on the back of a photograph. Either the man had not died in 1934, or Harold had been studying Eldridge's original work. There was one more item in the notebooks that made Lila's hands tremble as she held it. A letter Harold had written, but apparently never sent, dated June 1952. The tunnels extend far beneath the volcanic shelf. Eldridge was right. The structure is artificial. The metal is older than the strata. I do not know what we have found, but I know it should not be here. I know that every instinct in me says we should seal this and walk away. But they will not stop. They need to know what it is, and I fear what will happen when they find out. Project Chasse 2, the Cold War connection. It took Lila another month to find the binder. She discovered it in a storage unit Harold had rented under a false name, a detail she only uncovered because he had kept the key taped under the drawer of an old filing cabinet. The storage unit was in Reading, nearly 2 hours south of where Harold had lived. Inside were boxes of materials that the federal agents had missed, things Harold had clearly hidden away deliberately. The binder was labelled Chasse 2, Cold War Seismic Anomaly Study, 1957. This was not folklore. This was not conspiracy theory. This was a real government document stamped with Department of Defense insignia, complete with project codes and authorization signatures. During the 1950s, the United States government genuinely did conduct extensive seismic and geological studies on West Coast volcanoes. The official purpose was monitoring for nuclear tests, creating a network of sensors that could detect underground explosions anywhere on the planet. Mount Shasta, as one of the tallest and most geologically active peaks in the Cascades, was a natural choice for such monitoring. But the Chasse 2 binder contained information that went far beyond seismic monitoring. The first section documented equipment malfunctions in the Shasta region. Magnetometers going haywire, seismographs recording vibrations that did not match any known geological activity, radio interference so severe that teams had to communicate using written notes because their walkie-talkies produced only static. The second section was titled Structural Analysis. Here, the language became more technical and more disturbing. Engineers described finding echo patterns that suggested large hollow spaces deep beneath the mountain, spaces that did not match known cave systems. The geometry was wrong. Natural caves form along fracture lines and water channels, creating irregular organic patterns. The spaces beneath Shasta formed regular geometric shapes. One page was marked with a red stamp, structural echoes unlike caves. Another page, metallic signature below basalt layers, and then, circled in black ink, do not breach. Layer 5, Layer 5. Lila flipped through the binder, looking for any reference to what Layer 5 might be. She found it near the back, in a section marked Recommendations. The language was bureaucratic, carefully neutral, but the message was clear. Further excavation beyond Layer 4 is not recommended. Preliminary analysis suggests that Layer 5 contains the primary anomaly source. Equipment failures increase significantly at depths below 1200 meters. Structural integrity of surrounding rock questionable. Team safety cannot be guaranteed. Translation: they found something deep in the mountain, and they were afraid to dig any deeper. The final item in the binder made Lila question everything she thought she understood about her government's relationship with the truth. It was a transcript, dated March 1971. The header read, "Remote viewing session, subject, anomalous geological formation. Location, Northern California. Remote viewing. The CIA program that trained psychics to spy on Soviet installations by projecting their consciousness across space." Lila knew about Project Stargate. It had been declassified in the mid-1990s, revealed to the public as one of the strange artifacts of Cold War paranoia. The program officially began in 1972, but this transcript was dated 1971, a year before Stargate supposedly started. The transcript was formatted like an interview. Handler: please describe what you perceive at the target location. Viewer: 12. I see stone. No, not stone. Metal. It looks like metal but old. Very old. Covered in stone. Handler: can you describe the shape? Viewer: 12. A chamber. Big. The walls curve up like a dome. There are patterns on the metal. Symbols maybe. I cannot read them. Handler: where is this chamber located? Viewer: 12. Under snow. A tall mountain. North of Reading. Very deep. It is cold there, but the chamber is warm. There is something in the centre. It glows faintly. Handler: what is in the centre? Viewer: 12. I do not want to look at it. It feels wrong, like it is watching me even though I am not really there. Handler: please continue. Viewer: 12. A sphere, silver or grey. It sits on a pedestal. The pedestal is not human. The proportions are wrong. Everything about this place feels wrong. Whoever built this was not human. Handler: you're safe. The target cannot harm you. Continue. Viewer: 12. There are handprints on the wall near the entrance, pressed into the metal when it was soft. 5 fingers on the left hand, 6 fingers on the right. They are not human hands. The transcript ended there, stamped with a code. Session terminated. Viewer distress. Lila sat in the storage unit for a long time, holding the transcript in her hands. This was not legend. This was not folklore passed down through generations of New Age believers. This was a classified government document describing something beneath Mount Shasta that should not exist. Her grandfather had been part of the team that found it, and now she needed to find it herself. Finding Adit 7. Lila spent 2 months preparing. She was not a mountaineer, not a splunker, not trained for underground exploration. But she was Harold Finnerty's granddaughter, and she inherited his stubbornness along with his curiosity. She bought equipment, she studied maps, she read everything she could find about the eastern face of Mount Shasta, the McCloud region, the Mud Creek drainage area, and Dilla Canyon. Adit 7 had been sealed in 1934. According to mining records, it was one of 9 exploratory tunnels dug during a brief period when prospectors believed there might be valuable mineral deposits in the volcanic rock. The tunnels had been abandoned when no significant ore was found, and most had collapsed or been deliberately sealed due to safety concerns. But Harold's map showed that Adit 7 went deeper than the official records indicated. Much deeper. Lila drove to Mount Shasta in late October, when the tourist season had ended and the backcountry roads were mostly empty. She parked her truck near the old McCloud logging road and hiked in, carrying 60 pounds of gear on her back. The entrance to Adit 7 was supposed to be at roughly 8,000 feet elevation, hidden in a fold of rock near the tree line. It took her 3 days of searching to find it. The entrance had been buried under a rock slide, probably deliberately. Someone had piled stones across the opening and planted brush to hide it from casual hikers, but erosion had created a small gap at the top, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through if they were determined enough. Lila was determined enough. She wriggled through the gap, her headlamp cutting a narrow beam into the darkness beyond. The air inside was cold and dry, smelling of dust and stone. The tunnel stretched ahead, carved through volcanic rock, the walls rough and irregular. This was consistent with the mining tunnels from the 1930s, hand-drilled and blasted by men looking for gold or silver. She followed the tunnel down, descending into the mountain. After 50 yards, the character of the tunnel changed. The walls became smoother, the angles more precise. The temperature rose slightly, enough to notice. After 100 yards, she found the seal. It was a concrete wall, thick and professionally installed, completely blocking the tunnel. Stamped into the concrete was a date, November 1934. This was the official seal, the one placed after Thomas Eldridge's team reported their disorientation and strange experiences. But Harold's notes had said they broke through the seal in 1958. She examined the concrete wall carefully, running her hands over the surface, and then she found it. A crack, barely visible, running from floor to ceiling along the left side. Someone had cut through the concrete and then carefully sealed it again. The newer concrete was slightly different in colour, almost invisible unless you knew what to look for. Lila pulled out her tools and began chipping away at the newer section. The concrete was old enough to crumble easily under the impact of a hammer and chisel. It took her 2 hours, but she finally broke through. The tunnel beyond was different. The walls were smooth, almost polished. The rock looked melted rather than carved, like something impossibly hot had bored through the volcanic stone. The floor sloped downward at a steady angle, descending deeper into the mountain. Her headlamp beam reflected strangely off the walls, creating odd patterns of light and shadow. She walked for what felt like an hour, though her watch said only 20 minutes had passed. Time felt wrong down here. Sounds felt wrong too. Her footsteps echoed in ways that made no sense, sometimes loud, sometimes barely audible, as if the tunnel itself was changing its acoustic properties. The temperature continued to rise. By the time she reached the junction, it was uncomfortably warm, like being in a greenhouse on a summer day. She checked her thermometer. 85 degrees. That made no sense. She was deep inside a mountain that had snow on its peaks. It should be near freezing, not warm enough to make her sweat. The junction split into 3 passages. The centre passage was marked with a cairn of stones deliberately placed. Someone before her had marked the way. Harold? Thomas Eldridge? She did not know. She followed the centre passage. The walls here were not stone. They were metal. Smooth grey metal that looked old beyond measure, tarnished but not rusted. She reached out to touch it, and the surface was warm, almost body temperature. Patterns were etched into the metal, repeating geometric designs that looked almost like writing but followed no linguistic structure she recognised. This was what Harold had meant. This was what should not be here. Metal walls inside a volcanic mountain, warm to the touch, covered in symbols that predated any known language. She kept walking, and the tunnel opened into a vast chamber. The chamber beneath the mountain. The chamber was enormous. Lila's headlamp beam could not reach the far wall. The ceiling curved upward into a dome, just like Viewer 12 had described in the remote viewing transcript. The floor was made of the same grey metal, smooth and slightly warm beneath her boots. She pulled out a flashlight, a heavy-duty spotlight she had bought specifically for this expedition, and switched it on. The beam swept across the chamber, revealing its true size. It was easily 200 feet across, maybe more. The metal floor was inscribed with concentric circles, radiating outward from a central pedestal. Lila walked toward the centre, her footsteps echoing strangely in the vast space. The acoustics were wrong, just like the USGS report from 1934 had noted. Some sounds echoed loudly, bouncing off the curved walls. Other sounds were absorbed, deadened, as if the chamber itself was selectively filtering noise. Near the wall she found what the remote viewer had described. Handprints pressed into the metal, fossilised in whatever substance had been soft enough to take an impression before it hardened. The left hand had 5 fingers, the right hand had 6. The proportions were close to human, but not quite right. The fingers were longer, the palm narrower. Whoever had built this place was not human. Or if they were human in a way that predated everything anthropologists thought they knew about human evolution. The pedestal in the centre of the chamber rose about 4 feet from the floor. It was made of the same metal as everything else, but the surface was covered in more intricate patterns, symbols layered upon symbols in a way that suggested deep meaning if only you could read the language. On top of the pedestal sat a sphere. It was roughly the size of a basketball, perfectly smooth, made of metal that looked silver in her flashlight beam. The surface was covered in tiny inscriptions, spiralling around the sphere in lines so fine they were almost invisible. As Lila approached, she felt something shift in the air around her. A vibration, barely perceptible, like standing next to high-voltage power lines. This was the artifact Harold had sketched in his notebooks. This was what the government had sealed behind concrete and bureaucratic silence for nearly 50 years. Near the base of the pedestal, someone had left a metal plaque. The plaque was newer than the chamber, maybe from the 1950s based on the style of the lettering. It read, "Eldridge found the heart. We were never meant to open it." Lila stood there for a long time staring at the sphere. Every instinct told her not to touch it. The warnings in Harold's notes, the government's desperate attempts to seal this place, the plaque left by someone who clearly feared what they had discovered, all of it screamed danger. But she had come this far. She had broken through the seals. She had descended into the mountain. She needed to understand what this thing was. She reached out and touched the sphere. For a moment nothing happened. The metal was warm, warmer than the air around it, and the surface felt slightly rough, like fine sandpaper. Then the inscriptions began to glow. Faint blue light traced the spiral patterns, spreading from where her hand made contact outward, across the entire surface of the sphere. The vibration in the air intensified. Lila pulled her hand back, but the glow continued, growing brighter. The chamber itself seemed to respond, the walls humming with a low frequency that she felt in her chest more than heard with her ears. She checked her thermal reader. The temperature had spiked. The sphere was now registering at over 200 degrees, though it had not felt that hot when she touched it. The floor beneath the pedestal was glowing faintly, lines of light spreading outward along the concentric circles. Something beneath the chamber was waking up. Lila backed away from the pedestal, her heart hammering. This was not an artifact. This was not a relic of a dead civilization. This was a machine, still functional, still powered by something that had survived for thousands of years or longer. She needed to leave. Now. She ran back toward the tunnel entrance, the chamber's glow brightening behind her. The hum became a rhythmic pulse, mechanical and deliberate. Whatever she had activated was not shutting down. If anything, it was building towards something, a cycle that had been interrupted decades ago and was now resuming. Harold's final message. Lila made it back to her truck just as the sun was setting. Her hands were shaking so badly she could barely grip the steering wheel. She drove back to town, checked into a motel and collapsed on the bed, exhausted and terrified. That night she could not sleep. She kept hearing the hum from the chamber, that mechanical pulse that felt older than humanity itself. She kept seeing the glow spreading across the sphere, the light tracing patterns that might have been writing, or might have been something else entirely, some form of communication that humans were never meant to understand. She needed to know what Harold had thought about all this. She needed to hear his voice. his reasoning, his conclusions. She went back to the boxes of materials she'd taken from his storage unit and searched through everything one more time. She found the tape recorder buried at the bottom of a box of old survey equipment. It was an old reel-to-reel model from the 1970s, the kind Harold would have used for field notes. A single tape was still loaded on the reels. She pressed play. Harold's voice filled the room, older than she remembered, tired but clear. This is Harold Finnerty, recording on March 8th, 1979. If you are listening to this, it means I am dead, and it means you found what I have hidden. Good. Someone needs to know the truth. Someone needs to understand what we found beneath Mount Shasta. In 1958, our team broke through the seal that Eldridge's team had placed in 1934. We descended into the mountain, following tunnels that should not exist, tunnels that were not created by natural geological processes or by human mining equipment. The tunnels led us to a chamber. Inside that chamber we found evidence of a civilization that predates anything in the archaeological record. The metal is older than the rock surrounding it. Carbon dating puts the surrounding basalt at roughly 300,000 years old. The metal cannot be dated using conventional methods, but analysis of the oxidation pattern suggests it is far, far older. Millions of years, perhaps. We found a machine. Not ruins, not artifacts. An active, functional machine built by intelligences we cannot comprehend. When we activated it, we triggered something. Seismographs across Northern California recorded vibrations that did not match any known seismic activity. The vibrations came from beneath Mount Shasta, rhythmic and mechanical, like something vast was coming back to life after sleeping for eons. We sealed it again. We had to. The government ordered us to bury everything we found, to seal the chamber, and never speak of it. They were afraid. Not of what the public would think, but of what the machine might do if we continued to interfere with it. But here is what they did not understand. Here is what I did not understand until years later. The machine does not need us to activate it. It wakes on its own. Every few decades, seismographs pick up those same vibrations. They are always attributed to minor earthquakes, tectonic adjustments, volcanic activity. But I know better. The machine beneath Mount Shasta is not from a lost human civilization. It is older, it is alien, and it is waiting. I do not know what it is waiting for. I do not know what it will do when it fully awakens. I only know that we were never meant to find it, and we were certainly never meant to activate it. If you have listened to this tape, if you have found my notes and my maps, please understand the weight of what I am telling you. The truth is not what you think. The mountain is not what you think, and we are not alone in our history. The tape ended with a click, and the room fell silent. Lila sat there for a long time, processing what she had, heard. Harold had known. He had known for over 20 years that something was beneath the mountain, something that challenged everything humanity believed about its place in the universe and its timeline on Earth. And now she had activated it again. The cover-up arrives. Lila checked out of the motel the next morning and started driving south. She planned to go to Sacramento, maybe find a journalist or a researcher who would take her evidence seriously. She had photographs. She had Harold's notes. She had the tape recording. Someone needed to know what was beneath Mount Shasta. She made it 20 miles before she noticed the black SUVs. There were 3 of them, travelling in formation, keeping a steady distance behind her. When she sped up, they sped up. When she slowed down, they matched her pace. They were not even trying to hide their presence. Lila pulled off the highway at a rest stop. The SUVs pulled in behind her. 6 men emerged, wearing the same dark suits and expressionless faces she'd seen at Harold's house. The man in front was tall, late 40s, with cold eyes that suggested he had done this many times before. He walked up to her truck window. "Miss Finnerty, we need you to come with us." "Who are you?" That is not relevant. What is relevant is that you entered a restricted area yesterday. You accessed classified materials. You activated equipment that poses a significant security risk. I do not know what you're talking about. The man smiled, but there was no warmth in it. You saw the interior. That means you know too much. We can do this easily, or we can do this the hard way. Your choice. Lila looked at the 6 men surrounding her truck. She looked at the empty rest stop, no other vehicles in sight. She looked at the man's cold eyes and understood that she was not going to talk her way out of this. She needed to run. She started the truck, gunned the engine, and drove straight at the man in front of her. He dove aside and she swerved around the SUVs, accelerating back onto the highway. Behind her, the SUVs scrambled to follow. She drove fast, faster than she'd ever driven, weaving through traffic, taking exits at random, trying to lose them in the maze of back roads. But they stayed with her, coordinated and relentless. These were professionals. They had resources she could not match. She remembered the side tunnels. When she had explored Adit 7, she had seen other passages branching off from the main corridor. Some led deeper into the mountain. Some led back toward the surface. If she could get back to the mountain, she could lose them in the tunnels. She turned north, heading back toward Mount Shasta. The SUVs followed. She drove up the old logging road, her truck bouncing over ruts and rocks, pushing the vehicle far beyond what it was designed for. She reached the area near Adit 7 just as the sun was setting. She abandoned the truck and ran into the forest, carrying only a small backpack, with her flashlight and Harold's most important notes. Behind her she heard doors slamming, men shouting, engines revving. They were coming. She made it to the rock slide covering Adit 7 and squeezed through the gap. Her flashlight beam cut through the darkness as she ran down the tunnel, descending into the mountain. She heard voices behind her, echoing strangely in the confined space. She ran past the broken seal, past the junction, into the smooth metal corridors that should not exist. The men were still following, but they were slowing down, cautious now. They knew what was down here. They knew it was dangerous. Lila found one of the side passages and ducked into it, switching off her flashlight. She crouched in the darkness, listening. Footsteps echoed past her hiding spot, moving toward the central chamber. Radio static crackled, voices speaking in clipped military jargon. She waited in the darkness for what felt like hours. Eventually the footsteps retreated. The voices faded. She was alone again, deep inside Mount Shasta, surrounded by metal walls that hummed with ancient power. She found another passage that led upward, following the natural slope of the mountain. It took her 3 hours of climbing through narrow tunnels, but eventually she emerged on the northern face of the mountain, miles from where she'd entered. Behind her she heard helicopters. She looked back and saw lights converging on the Adit 7 region. Heavy machinery was being brought in. They were sealing it again, just like they had in 1934 and again in 1958. But this time they were not taking any chances. She heard explosions echoing across the mountain. They were collapsing the tunnels completely. The final revelation. 3 months later, Layla received a small package at a post office box she had rented under a false name. There was no return address. Inside was a fragment of metal, grey and smooth, warm to the touch even though it had been sitting in a cold mail facility. The metal was identical to the walls of the chamber beneath Mount Shasta. Wrapped around the metal was a note written in Harold's handwriting. The machine inside Shasta is not from a lost human civilization. It is older. It is waiting. Do not let them bury the truth again. But this made no sense. Harold had died before Lila ever entered the mountain. He could not have sent this package, unless he had prepared it years ago, setting up some kind of delayed delivery system, unless he had known she would go looking for answers, or unless the note was not from Harold at all. Lila spread out all her remaining evidence on her apartment floor. The photographs, the notes, the tape recording, Harold's maps, the metal fragment. She had spent 3 months in hiding, moving from town to town, afraid that the men in black SUVs would find her again. But they had not come. Maybe they thought the evidence had been destroyed. Maybe they thought she would stay silent out of fear. They were wrong. That night, the mountain rumbled. Local seismographs picked up vibrations centered directly beneath Mount Shasta. The frequency was low, rhythmic, almost mechanical. Geologists attributed it to minor tectonic adjustments. Volcanic activity settling after decades of dormancy. Nothing to be concerned about. But Lila knew better. She had heard that rhythm before, deep in the chamber, when she had touched the sphere and felt something vast wake beneath her feet. The machine was still active. The seals had not stopped it. The explosives had not buried it deeply enough. Whatever was beneath Mount Shasta, whatever Harold and Thomas Eldridge and countless others had found over the decades, it was older than human civilization. It was patient, and it was waking. No earthquake was officially reported that night, even though thousands of people across Northern California felt the tremor. The United States Geological Survey issued no statements. No warnings were given. The incident was not recorded in any official database. But Lila had felt it. She had felt the pulse of something ancient stirring beneath the mountain, counting down to a moment when it would fully awaken. And when that moment came, the government's carefully maintained silence would no longer matter. The truth beneath Mount Shasta would reveal itself, whether humanity was ready for it or not. Some mountains hold secrets in their stone. Some mountains hold mysteries in their caves. But Mount Shasta holds something else entirely. It holds evidence of intelligences that walked this earth long before we did, and it holds machines that still function after millions of years of silence. Harold Finnerty died trying to warn us. Thomas Eldridge vanished trying to understand it. Lila Finnerty risked everything to uncover it. The question is not whether the truth will come out. The question is what will happen when it does. The mountain remembers. The machine remembers. And deep beneath the snow and stone and ancient metal, something is waking. Something is waiting. Something is counting down the years until it emerges from the darkness and shows humanity just how small and young we really are in the vast timeline of this planet. Mount Shasta stands silent against the sky, beautiful and enigmatic. But if you listen carefully, if you place your hand against the stone and feel for vibrations that should not be there, you might just sense it. The rhythm, the pulse, the heartbeat of something older than human memory. And you might realize, as Harold did, as Lila did, that we were never alone on this earth. We just forgot to look beneath the mountains. Before we begin tonight's investigation, if you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It truly helps the channel grow more than you could possibly know, and we're incredibly grateful for your support. Also, if you'd like, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from across the globe. Now let's dive into tonight's story. A massive thank you to Know Thyself for suggesting tonight's investigation. This one goes deep. Project Bluebeam. The activation file. There are conspiracy theories, and then there are conspiracy theories built on foundations so solid, so verifiable, that calling them theories starts to feel uncomfortable. What you're about to hear isn't fiction dressed up as fact, it's fact dressed up as something we desperately want to remain fiction. In January of the year following the most divisive election in modern American history, a reporter in Montreal opened a box that had been sitting in a storage unit for 20 years. Inside that box was evidence of a program that, according to official records, never existed. According to the people who worked on it, it was never supposed to be discovered, and according to the timeline documented within those papers, it was already too late to stop what was coming. This is the story of Project Bluebeam, not the internet legend, not the wild speculation, the documented version, the one with names, dates, programs and technology that all check out when you start pulling the threads, the one that makes you wonder why we were ever allowed to know about it at all. Part 1. The File That Shouldn't Exist. Daniel Rousseau wasn't looking for a conspiracy when he inherited the box. He was a local news reporter for a small independent paper in Montreal, the kind of journalist who covered city council meetings and restaurant openings. At 38 years old, he'd long ago abandoned the idealistic dreams of investigative journalism that had driven him in his 20s. He paid his bills, wrote his assigned stories, and went home to his apartment overlooking Rue Saint-Denis. His Aunt Claire had passed away in late December, just after Christmas. She'd been his favourite relative growing up, a librarian with an endless curiosity about the world and a habit of collecting things. Books, mostly, but also letters, documents, photographs. Her apartment had been a museum of other people's lives, carefully catalogued and preserved. The estate lawyer had called Daniel on a cold January morning. Most of Claire's possessions were being donated or divided among other family members, but there was one item she'd specifically left to him in her will, a locked metal container that she'd been storing for a colleague who died 2 decades earlier. The will stipulated that the box was to be opened only by Daniel, and only after her death. Daniel picked up the box on a Tuesday afternoon. It was heavier than he expected, roughly the size of a small filing cabinet, made of grey steel with a combination lock that had rusted at the edges. The lawyer handed him an envelope containing the combination written in his aunt's precise handwriting. He brought it home in the back of his car, struggling to carry it up 3 flights of stairs to his apartment. He set it on his kitchen table and stared at it for a long time before opening the envelope. The combination was simple, 4 numbers, each representing a year. He spun the dial carefully, feeling the mechanism click into place. When he lifted the lid, the smell of old paper and dust filled his small kitchen. Inside were documents, stacks of them. But these weren't the personal letters or family records he'd expected. These were official documents, NASA internal memos on official letterhead, photocopied budget reports with classification stamps, technical diagrams covered in handwritten notes, dates ranging from the beginning of the final decade of the Cold War through the middle of the 90s. And sitting on top of everything else, carefully wrapped in plastic, was a VHS tape in a faded case with a single label written in black marker. Bluebeam, Phase 3. Daniel's hands trembled slightly as he picked up the tape. The plastic case was yellowed with age, the label faded but still legible. Underneath the title, someone had written a date in smaller script. June of the year before the bicentennial of American independence, 27 years ago. He set the tape aside and began removing the documents, spreading them across his kitchen table in careful piles. Manila folders, some stamped with official-looking headers, loose pages covered in technical jargon, photographs of equipment he didn't recognize, and throughout everything, names he did recognize. One folder caught his attention immediately. The tab read, SDI Star Wars, Atmospheric Projection Division, SDI, Strategic Defense Initiative, Ronald Reagan's space-based missile defense program. That was real. That was documented history. Daniel had written a piece about the 40th anniversary of its announcement just a few years ago. But atmospheric projection, that wasn't in any of the public records he'd seen. That wasn't in any of the declassified documents about Star Wars. He opened the folder carefully. Inside were memos, technical specifications, and what appeared to be progress reports from various testing facilities. White Sands Missile Range, Kirtland Air Force Base, even a facility in Alaska he'd never heard of. Then he found the note. It was paper-clipped to a faded photocopy of what looked like a satellite trajectory chart. The paper was lined, torn from a notebook, covered in the same handwriting as the tape label. If this reaches you, Phase 1 has already begun. They've spent 30 years perfecting the technology, another 20, integrating it into the infrastructure. By the time you read this, the sky itself will be a weapon, and nobody will know the difference between what's real and what's projected. I tried to warn them. They made sure nobody listened. Don't make the same mistake. Document everything. Verify everything. And understand that exposure doesn't stop this. It only confirms that the program has moved beyond the point where exposure matters. SM. The initials at the bottom made Daniel's stomach tighten. SM. He pulled out his laptop and searched for the name he suspected. Within seconds he had confirmation. Serge Monast, investigative journalist, born in Quebec, died in his Montreal apartment in December of the year the Olympic Games came to Atlanta. Cause of death, heart attack. Age, 46. No autopsy was performed at the request of his family, but that wasn't what made Daniel's hands shake as he read the Wikipedia entry. It was what Monast had been investigating before his death. In the mid-90s, Monast had published a series of explosive claims about a NASA-led psychological operation designed to establish a new world order through the use of advanced holographic technology. He called it Project Bluebeam. He claimed it had 4 phases: the breakdown of archaeological knowledge, a global show of holograms to simulate religious events, telepathic electronic two-way communication, and universal supernatural manifestations using electronic means. The claims were dismissed immediately. Labelled paranoid, conspiracy theorist drivel, Monast was mocked in the press, his credibility destroyed. Some articles suggested he'd had a mental breakdown. Others implied he was a grifter trying to sell books. Then he died. Suddenly. Unexpectedly. At 46 years old. And his research had ended up in Claire's storage locker, locked away for 20 years, waiting for someone to open it. Daniel looked at the documents spread across his table, the official letterhead, the classification stamps, the technical diagrams. This wasn't the work of a madman. This was evidence of something real. He made a pot of coffee. He called in sick to work. He turned off his phone. And he started reading. The first memo was dated July of the year the Berlin Wall still stood. It was addressed to someone whose name had been redacted, from someone else whose name had also been blacked out. But the subject line was clear. Feasibility assessment. Large-scale atmospheric visual projection for strategic deception operations. The memo was dense with technical language, but the core concept was simple. Using lasers, satellite arrays, and atmospheric manipulation to create visual phenomena in the sky that could be seen by large populations. The applications listed were all defensive, creating false missile trails to confuse enemy tracking systems, generating decoy aircraft to waste enemy ammunition, projecting images of military assets in locations where none existed. But buried in the third paragraph was a line that made Daniel stop. Secondary applications in domestic psychological operations remain theoretical, but promising. Initial simulations suggest population response to unexplained aerial phenomena follows predictable patterns that could be leveraged for narrative control and social conditioning. Daniel read it 3 times. Narrative control, social conditioning. Those weren't military terms. Those were intelligence terms, psychological operations terms. He kept reading. The next document was a budget allocation from the year the Challenger exploded. It showed funding for something called the Theoretical Event Projection Unit within NASA. The budget was modest, only a few million, but it was designated for advanced research in atmospheric manipulation and large-scale visual stimulation technologies. Then came a technical report from White Sands Missile Range, dated June of that same year. The report detailed a successful test of ground-based coherent light projection, creating a visual image in the sky that was visible from 15 miles away. The image had lasted for approximately 3 minutes before dispersing. Witnesses from nearby towns had reported seeing strange lights, but no official explanation had been provided. The report concluded with a recommendation. Technology shows significant promise for operational deployment. Recommend expanded testing with larger arrays and longer duration trials. Suggest coordination with ionospheric research programs for enhanced atmospheric effects. ionospheric research programs. Daniel knew what that meant. He'd covered a story years ago about conspiracy theories surrounding HAARP, the high-frequency active auroral research program in Alaska. The official story was that HAARP studied the ionosphere for radio communications and surveillance purposes. The conspiracy theories claimed it was being used for weather control and mind manipulation. He pulled out his phone and searched for HAARP's founding date. Construction began in the early 90s. The facility became operational in the year Nirvana's lead singer died. The timing matched. Daniel found another document, this one from the year the Soviet Union dissolved. It was a memo discussing the involvement of outside consultants in the atmospheric projection research. 2 names were listed, Arthur C. Clarke, Richard Garwin. Daniel's heart rate increased. Those weren't random names. Those were giants in their fields. Arthur C. Clarke was one of the most famous science fiction authors of the 20th century, but he was also a legitimate scientist who'd predicted satellite communications decades before they became reality. He'd consulted with NASA and various government agencies throughout his career. Richard Garwin was a physicist who'd worked on the Manhattan Project and had been instrumental in developing laser weapons research for the military. He was one of the most respected scientists in defense circles. If these men had been involved, this wasn't some fringe pseudoscience project. This was serious research backed by serious people. Daniel kept digging through the files. He found technical specifications for satellite arrays capable of creating coordinated light patterns across multiple continents. He found psychological assessment reports analysing how different populations reacted to unexplained phenomena. He found test schedules and location coordinates and expected outcomes. And then he found the video log. It was a photocopy of a handwritten list, dated June of the year before the bicentennial. The heading read, Phase 3, Visual Documentation. Below it were timestamps and brief descriptions. 100 Unwinds, 02.30, Introduction and Program Overview. 10:30, 08:15, White Sands Projection Test Footage, June. 15, 12:45, Alaska Ionospheric Trial, August. Twist Lamp to Fight Fide, 18E30, Coordinated Multi-Site Demonstration, October. 18-30, 24, Se. Phase 4, Preliminary Concepts and Deployment Scenarios. Daniel looked at the VHS tape sitting on his counter. 24 minutes of footage, evidence of tests that were never publicly acknowledged. Proof that the technology Monest had warned about wasn't theoretical. It was real. It had been real for 30 years. He needed a VHS player. Those were hard to find in the modern age, but Daniel knew a local electronics shop that specialised in vintage equipment. He grabbed the tape in his jacket and headed out into the winter cold. The streets of Montreal were quiet, snow falling in soft flakes that melted on the sidewalk. Daniel walked quickly, his mind racing. If everything in these documents was real, if the test had actually happened, then what else had Monest been right about? The electronics shop was run by an older man named Bernard, who specialised in converting old media to digital formats. Daniel had interviewed him once for a piece about obsolete technology. "I need this digitised," Daniel said, placing the tape on the counter. "How fast can you do it?" Bernard picked up the tape, examining it carefully. VHS in decent condition. Shouldn't take more than an hour. You want it on a thumb drive? Please. And Bernard, this is important. Can you make sure nobody else sees this? Nobody makes a copy. Bernard raised an eyebrow but nodded. "I'll do it myself. Go get coffee. Come back in an hour." Daniel spent the next 60 minutes in a nearby cafe, staring at his laptop screen without really seeing it. His hands shook slightly every time he reached for his coffee cup. He kept thinking about Monest, about a 46-year-old man dying suddenly, just weeks after publishing his findings. About research that disappeared into storage for 2 decades. When he returned to the shop, Bernard handed him a thumb drive without comment. "Interesting footage," was all he said. Daniel thanked him and left quickly. He went straight home, locked his door, closed his blinds and plugged the drive into his laptop. The video began with static, then cleared to show a simple title card. Project Blue Beam, Phase 3 Documentation, Restricted Access. Then the static again, and then footage. The first segment showed what appeared to be a desert testing facility at night. White sands, according to the timestamp. The camera was positioned on some kind of elevated platform pointing at the sky. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then, slowly, a point of light appeared in the darkness. It grew, expanded, took shape. Within 30 seconds, there was a clearly defined object in the sky, glowing with a blue-white light. It looked like a classic flying saucer, complete with a domed top and rotating lights around its perimeter. It wasn't real. Daniel could see the slight shimmer in the air around it, the way the edges weren't quite solid. But from a distance, to an untrained observer, it would have been convincing. Very convincing. The object hovered for approximately 2 minutes, then slowly faded away. The next segment showed similar tests, each one more sophisticated than the last. Lights forming complex geometric patterns, shapes that appeared and disappeared. At one point, what looked like an enormous angel with spreading wings filled the frame, hovering over what the timestamp indicated was a test facility in Alaska. Daniel watched the entire 24 minutes without pausing. When it ended, he sat in silence for a long time. This was real. The technology existed. The tests had happened. Monast had been telling the truth. But if this was Phase 3, documented 27 years ago, what phase were they on now? And more importantly, why had this evidence survived at all? Why had it been allowed to sit in a storage locker for 2 decades, waiting to be found? Daniel looked at the final note Monast had left in the box. Exposure doesn't stop this. It only confirms that the program has moved beyond the point where exposure matters. He understood now. This wasn't a warning. This was a confirmation. If someone was finding this evidence, it meant the program was already complete. It meant whatever Bluebeam was designed to do, it was ready to happen. Or maybe it was already happening. Daniel opened a new document on his laptop and started typing. He was going to verify everything, every name, every date, every program. If this was real, the evidence would be in the public record, hidden in plain sight, waiting for someone to connect the dots. He typed until dawn, the winter sun rising over Montreal, casting long shadows across his kitchen table, covered in documents that shouldn't exist. Evidence of a conspiracy that had been dismissed as paranoid fantasy. Proof that sometimes the paranoid fantasies are just early warnings of truths too uncomfortable to acknowledge. Part 2. The foundation is real. The first thing Daniel did was verify everything he could. If this was a hoax, it would fall apart quickly. Conspiracy theories always do when you check the dates and names against historical records. The real world doesn't cooperate with elaborate fictions. Details don't match up. Timelines contradict each other. People who supposedly work together turn out to have never met. But these documents didn't fall apart. The more Daniel checked, the more solid they became. The timeline in Monast's files began in the summer of the year Psycho premiered in theatres, when NASA was officially founded as a civilian space agency. Daniel pulled up the National Aeronautics and Space Act, signed into law that July, creating NASA from the remnants of earlier military and civilian programs. On the surface, the whole operation was about beating the Soviets to the moon, about winning the space race, about demonstrating American technological superiority. But the memos in Daniel's possession suggested that from the very beginning, a subset of NASA engineers were tasked with something else entirely, something that had nothing to do with rockets or satellites or space exploration in the traditional sense. One memo, dated October of the year the Outer Space Treaty was signed, referenced a meeting between NASA officials and military intelligence officers about the potential use of high-orbit satellites for what the document called visual disruption and mass perception alteration. The meeting took place only months after the treaty banning weapons in space went into effect. The irony wasn't lost on Daniel. They were discussing how to weaponize space while signing treaties promising not to. The language in the memo was careful, clinical, full of the kind of bureaucratic, passive voice that makes atrocities sound like paperwork, but the intent was clear. Preliminary assessments indicate that space-based optical systems, when coordinated with ground-based projection arrays, could generate atmospheric phenomena visible to large population centres. Applications include strategic deception, enemy resource diversion, and domestic population response modelling. Domestic population response modelling. Daniel had been a journalist long enough to know what that meant. It meant figuring out how to manipulate civilian populations. It meant psychological operations aimed at American citizens. He cross-referenced the memo's date with public NASA activities from that period. October of the year the treaty was signed, NASA was publicly focused on the Apollo program. The first manned mission to orbit the moon was still a year away. The agency was consumed with beating the Soviets, with proving that America could dominate space. But apparently some engineers were thinking about something else, about how the sky itself could become a tool. Daniel kept reading through the chronology. The next major document was dated the year Ronald Reagan was shot. That was when the president announced the Strategic Defense Initiative, a program to develop space-based defense systems capable of intercepting ballistic missiles. The public knew it as Star Wars, and most of the debate focused on whether laser weapons could actually shoot down Soviet nukes, whether the technology was feasible, whether it violated the various arms control treaties. But buried in the SDI documentation Daniel found in Monist files was a research branch that had received almost no public attention: advanced atmospheric manipulation and projection systems. The budget documents Daniel found showed funding for something called the Atmospheric Projection Division within SDI. The initial allocation was modest, barely $3 million in the first year, but it grew steadily. By the time the year Challenger exploded rolled around, the division was receiving over $20 million annually. The justification in the budget documents was always defensive. The official line was that the technology would create decoy targets in the sky to confuse enemy missile guidance systems. If Soviet missiles couldn't tell the difference between a real American city and a projected image of one, they might waste their warheads on empty desert. It was plausible. It fit within the strategic thinking of the time. But as Daniel read deeper into the technical reports, he saw the truth hidden in the language. The same technology that could create a decoy city could create anything. A false army, a fake disaster, an alien spacecraft, a religious vision, anything at all, projected into the sky for millions to see. A memo from June of the year Challenger exploded, signed by Lieutenant General James Abrahamson, the actual director of the SDI program, detailed significant progress. Ground-based coherent light projection systems have exceeded initial performance expectations. Recent trials at White Sands Missile Range demonstrated sustained visual phenomena at ranges exceeding 20 kilometers. Image stability has improved markedly with the integration of atmospheric sensing equipment. Visual fidelity is sufficient to create convincing representations of aircraft, missiles, and other objects of interest. Recommend expansion of testing program to include larger arrays and coordination with upper atmospheric research initiatives. Daniel pulled up everything he could find on Lieutenant General James Abrahamson. The man was real. He'd run SDI from its inception through the late 80s. He'd been a 3-star general in the Air Force, an astronaut candidate, a respected figure in defense circles. After leaving military service, he'd worked in private aerospace companies. If Abrahamson had signed off on atmospheric projection research, it wasn't fringe science. It was serious military development. White Sands Missile Range. Daniel knew the location. It was a massive military testing facility in New Mexico, spanning thousands of square miles of desert. It had been used for weapons testing since before NASA existed. the first atomic bomb had been detonated there. Missiles were tested there constantly. It was one of the most secretive military facilities in the country. Daniel searched for any public mention of atmospheric projection tests at White Sands in June of the year Challenger exploded. He found nothing. No news reports, no official acknowledgement, not even a mention in the base's publicly available testing schedules. But that wasn't unusual. White Sands conducted classified trials all the time. The absence of public records didn't mean the tests hadn't happened, it just meant they were secret. He kept reading through Monast's files following the chronology. By the time the Berlin Wall fell, SDI was being scaled back publicly. The Soviet threat was collapsing. The justification for Star Wars was disappearing along with the Soviet Union itself. Congress started cutting funding. Public interest waned. The program that had defined Reagan's defense policy was quietly being dismantled. But the atmospheric projection research didn't stop. If anything, the memo suggested it intensified. A document from early in the year the Soviet Union dissolved mentioned successful tests of large-scale aerial holographic projection and included a reference to outside consultants. The document specifically named Arthur C. Clarke and recommended his continued involvement in the theoretical development of the technology. Daniel researched Clarke extensively. The man wasn't just a science fiction author. He was a visionary who'd predicted satellite communications in a technical paper written in the year World War II ended, decades before the first satellites were launched. He'd worked with NASA as a consultant. He'd been respected by military planners and scientists across the world, and according to these documents, he'd been helping develop technology to create mass hallucinations in the sky. Another name appeared frequently in the later memos, Richard Garwin. Daniel found extensive documentation on him as well. Garwin was a physicist who'd worked on the hydrogen bomb. He'd been instrumental in developing laser technology for military applications. He'd consulted on missile defense, nuclear weapons policy, and classified programs most people had never heard of. The memo discussing Garwin's involvement was specific. Consultation with physicist Richard Garwin regarding feasibility of large-scale atmospheric refraction and ionospheric heating to create visual phenomena. Garwin's preliminary assessment suggests that focused electromagnetic radiation at specific frequencies could induce visible effects in the upper atmosphere. Recommends coordination with high-frequency active auroral research program in Alaska for practical trials. Ionospheric heating, upper atmosphere, Alaska, HAARP. Daniel knew about HAARP. Every conspiracy theorist knew about HAARP. The high-frequency active auroral research program had been a favourite target of speculation for decades. The official story was simple. It was a research facility designed to study the ionosphere for communications and surveillance purposes. The facility used high-powered radio transmitters to heat small portions of the ionosphere and measure the effects. But conspiracy theorists had claimed for years that HAARP was really about weather control, mind manipulation, earthquake generation, and a dozen other nefarious purposes. The theories had been dismissed as nonsense by mainstream media and scientists. But here in Monast's documents was proof that HAARP was in fact connected to Blue Beam, that the ionospheric research being conducted in Alaska was being coordinated with atmospheric projection technology. Daniel pulled up the official timeline for HAARP. Construction began in the early 90s. The facility became fully operational in the year the Unabomber was captured. The stated purpose never changed: ionospheric research for communications and surveillance. But according to these memos, there was another purpose: using the ionosphere itself as a projection screen. Daniel found a technical document that explained the concept. The ionosphere, the upper layer of Earth's atmosphere, could be manipulated by powerful radio transmissions. When heated in specific ways, it would glow, creating visible light. By coordinating multiple transmission sources, patterns could be created. Images, shapes. objects that would appear to be floating in the sky but were actually just excited particles in the upper atmosphere. It was brilliant and terrifying, because if you could make the ionosphere glow in controlled patterns, you could create almost anything. With enough coordination and enough power, you could fill the sky with images visible across entire continents. Then Daniel found the memo that made his hands shake. It was dated March of the year Kurt Cobain died. The author's name had been redacted, but the subject line was clear. Civilian Response Trial, Phoenix Metropolitan Area. The memo was brief. Per previous authorization, large-scale atmospheric projection trial scheduled for March of next year. Location: Phoenix, Arizona. Population approximately 2 million. Expected weather conditions: clear skies, minimal cloud cover. Projection array: coordinated ground-based and satellite systems. Target visual: large triangular formation moving at subsonic speeds. Expected result: mass sighting event with multiple independent witnesses and media coverage. Objective: assess civilian response patterns, media amplification factors, and official explanation acceptance rates. Daniel stopped breathing for a moment. Phoenix, March of the year after this memo. He knew exactly what that meant. He opened a new browser window and searched. Phoenix lights. The results filled his screen. March of the year the Hale-Bopp comet was visible, specifically the 13th day of that month. Thousands of people across Arizona reported seeing a massive V-shaped object in the sky, silent and enormous, drifting slowly over the city. The object was described as being massive, possibly larger than any aircraft ever built. Witnesses included pilots, police officers, government officials. Hundreds of videos were taken. The governor of Arizona initially mocked the incident, then years later admitted he'd seen it too and couldn't explain it. It became one of the most famous mass UFO sightings in history. Books were written about it. Television shows investigated it. Researchers spent decades trying to understand what thousands of people had seen that night. The military's explanation was flares. They claimed it was illumination flares dropped during a training exercise at the Barry Goldwater Range southwest of Phoenix. But according to the memo in front of Daniel, it had been scheduled 3 years in advance. It had been a test, a trial run of mass projection technology, an experiment to see how a population would react to an unexplained phenomenon in the sky. And it had worked perfectly. People had seen what they'd been shown. They'd reacted predictably. The media had covered it extensively. And the official explanation, however implausible, had been accepted by most people. The memo even had a follow-up assessment, dated 2 months after the Phoenix event. Phoenix trial exceeded expectations. Media coverage sustained for over 72 hours. Official explanation accepted by approximately 60% of population, despite significant logical inconsistencies, remaining 40% divided between extraterrestrial hypothesis and general skepticism. No witnesses connected phenomenon to projection technology. Recommend expanded trials in international locations with varied cultural backgrounds. Daniel leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling of his apartment. This changed everything. The Phoenix lights weren't a UFO sighting. They weren't flares. They were a psychological operation, a test of technology that could make thousands of people see something that wasn't there. And if they could do that in the late 90s, what could they do now, 25 years later, with advances in computer technology, satellite systems, an understanding of human psychology? He kept digging through the documents, creating spreadsheets, building timelines, verifying every name and date he could. The pattern was undeniable. Every piece fit, every name checked out, every program was real. This wasn't a conspiracy theory. This was a conspiracy fact. And according to Monast's final note, the program had been ready to go operational before the journalist died. That was more than 20 years ago. If it was ready then, what had they been doing in the decades since? Daniel needed to find people who'd been involved. People who could confirm these documents were real. People who could tell him what had happened to the program after Monas died. He started making a list of people to contact. Former NASA engineers, retired military personnel, anyone who might have worked on SDI or atmospheric research programs in the 80s and 90s. It was time to find out just how deep this went. Part 3. The People Who Knew. Finding Jacques Letourneau took Daniel 3 days of research and phone calls. The man had worked with Serge Monast in the early 90s, co-authoring several investigative pieces about government surveillance and the erosion of privacy rights. After Monast's death, Letourneau had largely disappeared from journalism, retiring to a small town outside Quebec City. Daniel finally tracked him down through an old journalism directory and a series of increasingly specific Google searches. When he called the number he'd found, an older man answered on the fourth ring. "Jacques Letourneau?" Daniel asked in French. There was a long pause. "Who's asking?" "My name is Daniel Rousseau. I'm a reporter in Montreal. I recently inherited some materials that belong to Serge Monast. I was hoping we could talk about them." The silence on the other end lasted so long Daniel thought the man had hung up. Then, I wondered when someone would finally open that box. They arranged to meet at a diner off the highway between Montreal and Quebec City. Neutral ground, public enough to be safe, quiet enough to talk. Daniel arrived early, ordering coffee and taking a booth near the back with a clear view of the entrance. The diner was the kind of place that probably hadn't changed its decor since the 80s. Worn vinyl seats, formica tables, menus printed on laminated paper. A handful of truckers sat at the counter drinking coffee and eating eggs. Letourneau arrived exactly on time. Daniel recognised him from an old photo he'd found online, though the man had aged considerably. He was in his 70s now, thin and grey, with the cautious eyes of someone who'd spent a lifetime asking dangerous questions and learning to be careful about the answers. He slid into the booth across from Daniel without offering his hand. "You have the files," he said. It wasn't a question. "I do. Did you know my aunt was storing them?" "Claire Rousseau. Yes, I knew. Serge gave them to her a week before he died. Told her someone would come asking eventually." Letourneau ordered coffee from a waitress who looked like she'd been working there since the restaurant opened. "You've read them?" "Most of them, and I watched the tape." Letourneau's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes shifted. "Then you know what he found." "I know what the documents say. I want to know if it's real." The old journalist stirred sugar into his coffee with deliberate slowness, his eyes scanning the diner. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. Sergei wasn't crazy. I know that's what everyone thought. The media painted him as paranoid, delusional, a conspiracy theorist who'd lost his grip on reality. But I worked with him for years. I knew him, and I knew when he found something real. What did he find? Access. That's what it came down to. In the early 90s, Serge was working on a piece about satellite communication security. He had a source at a telecommunications company that handled uplinks for various government agencies, including NASA. The source showed him scheduling data, transmission protocols, satellite coordinates, normal stuff for a technical investigation. Letourneau paused to sip his coffee, but Serge noticed patterns, specific satellite arrays activating at specific times, transmitting on frequencies that didn't match their official specifications. And when he cross-referenced those activation times with unexplained aerial phenomena reports, they matched perfectly. Phoenix? Daniel asked. Among others, Phoenix was the most famous, but there were dozens of smaller incidents, lights over Norway, strange clouds over China, geometric patterns over Australia. Every time the satellite arrays had been active hours beforehand, warming up, calibrating. Serge realised what he was looking at. NASA wasn't just studying these phenomena, they were creating them. Why? Letourneau shrugged, but his eyes were hard. Control, testing, preparation. Serge believed they were perfecting the technology for something bigger. He found references in some internal documents to a program called Blue Beam. The details were sparse, but the implication was clear. They were going to stage something massive, something that would convince people that their entire understanding of reality needed to change. A fake alien invasion? That was one theory. Serge also thought they might stage religious events, apparitions of religious figures appearing in the sky. Depending on the region, different figures. Jesus in Christian countries, the Mahdi in Muslim regions, various others adapted to local beliefs. The goal would be to create a global spiritual crisis that could be managed, guided toward unified thinking, toward acceptance of global governance. Daniel felt cold despite the warm diner. Did he have proof? He had documents, some of what you have now. Memos, budget reports, technical specifications. But when he tried to publish, everything went wrong. His main source disappeared. His editor killed the story. And then the authorities started harassing him. What kind of harassment? His partner was arrested on false charges. Tax fraud, they claimed, though the evidence was fabricated. Serge's bank accounts were frozen pending an investigation that never materialised. His phone was tapped. His apartment was broken into, though nothing was stolen, just searched. They were sending a message. They wanted him to know he was being watched. And then he died. Letourneau nodded slowly. Heart attack. Sudden. Fatal. At 46 years old with no prior heart problems. I was one of the last people to talk to him. 2 days before he died, he called me. Said he'd secured the documents. Given them to someone he trusted to keep them safe. Said if anything happened to him, someone would find them eventually. Did you believe him? About Blue Beam? The old man was quiet for a long time, staring into his coffee cup. At first, I thought he was paranoid, reading too much into coincidences, connecting dots that weren't really there. But after he died, I started looking into it myself, quietly, carefully. And you know what I found? What? Everything checked out. The programs were real. The technology existed. The test had happened. Every verifiable claim Serge made was accurate. It wasn't paranoia. It was investigative journalism. He'd found something true, and it got him killed. You think he was murdered? I think a 46-year-old man in good health doesn't just die of a heart attack weeks after publishing findings that embarrass powerful government agencies. I think technology exists to induce heart attacks remotely. I think Serge knew too much and wouldn't stop talking about it. Draw your own conclusions. Daniel pulled out his laptop and showed Letourneau some of the documents he'd scanned. The old journalist examined them carefully, his expression growing more troubled with each page. "These are the originals," he said finally. "I recognise some of them. Serge showed them to me before everything fell apart." He looked up at Daniel. "You need to be very careful with these. The people behind this program, they're still out there. They're still active. And if they think you're becoming a problem... I'm a local news reporter. I write about city council meetings. Who's going to pay attention to me?" That's what Serge thought, right up until they destroyed his life. Letourneau leaned across the table. "Listen to me. If you're going to pursue this, do it smart. Verify everything independently. Build redundancies. Make sure the information exists in multiple places. And understand that publishing might not stop anything. It might just confirm that you found something real." Mona said the same thing in his note. That exposure doesn't stop the program. Because by the time you find evidence, the program has already moved beyond the point where exposure matters. They're confident enough to let the evidence exist. That should tell you something. They talked for another hour. Letourneau provided names of other people who might be willing to talk. Former colleagues of Monast, researchers who'd looked into similar phenomena, people who'd worked in aerospace or defence and had seen things that didn't quite add up. When they finally parted, Letourneau grasped Daniel's arm at the door. "One more thing," he said quietly. "Serge died in December, right before Christmas. The same week his partner was arrested. The same week his bank accounts were frozen. They timed it deliberately, maximum disruption during the holidays when everyone's distracted. If you start feeling pressure, if authorities suddenly take an interest in your taxes or your personal life, get somewhere public and stay there. Daniel drove back to Montreal with his hands tight on the steering wheel, the Tourneau's warnings echoing in his mind. The next interview was harder to arrange. The retired NASA engineer wouldn't give his name and refused to meet in person. They settled on a phone call through an encrypted messaging app, with the engineer calling from what he claimed was a prepaid phone that couldn't be traced. "I can't tell you much," the man said when the call connected. His voice was distorted, either naturally or through some kind of filter. "But I can tell you the atmospheric projection division was real. It wasn't a big program, maybe 20 people at its peak, but the technology worked." "How well did it work?" "Well enough. We could create images in the sky using intersecting laser arrays and ionospheric manipulation. Nothing huge at first, nothing solid, but enough to make people look up and wonder. By the time I left the program in the year Lewinsky's scandal dominated the news, we could project convincing representations of aircraft, geometric shapes, even crude moving images. Range was limited to maybe 50 kilometers, but the fidelity was improving constantly. What was it for? Officially, decoys, missile defense, creating false targets to waste enemy resources. But we all knew it could be used for other things. Psychological operations, mass deception, making people see things that weren't there, making them question what was real. "Why did you leave?" The engineer was quiet for a moment. "Because I realised where it was heading. We started getting requirements that didn't make sense for missile defense. Requests to develop systems that could create humanoid figures, religious symbols, things that looked organic rather than mechanical. That's when I knew this wasn't about defense anymore. It was about something else, something I didn't want to be part of." "What happened to the program after you left?" "I don't know for certain, but I kept track of funding through people I stayed in contact with. After SDI was officially ended, the atmospheric projection research went deep black. Classified above top secret. Budgets became impossible to track, but the money was still flowing. That tells you the program didn't stop, it just went invisible." "Do you think it's still active?" "I think technology like that doesn't just disappear. I think it gets better. I think whatever they were developing in the 90s, they've perfected by now. And I think if they ever decide to use it at full scale..." The engineer trailed off. "What?" "Most people won't be able to tell the difference between what's real and what's projected. That's the whole point. That's what we were building toward. A system so sophisticated, so convincing, that consensus reality itself becomes negotiable." The call ended shortly after. Daniel sat in his apartment staring at his notes. The third interview came through an unexpected channel. Daniel had reached out to several retired Air Force personnel who'd been stationed at classified research facilities in the 90s. Most didn't respond. A few sent brief replies saying they couldn't help. But one, a former intelligence linguist who'd worked at Kirtland Air Force Base in New Mexico, agreed to communicate through encrypted messages. The linguist refused to provide even basic identifying information, using only a randomly generated username. But the details in the messages suggested genuine insider knowledge. "I worked signals intelligence at Kirtland from the year the first Gulf War started, through the year the Monica Lewinsky story broke. My job was translating intercepted communications related to foreign military research programs. Specifically, we were tracking Soviet and Chinese attempts to develop atmospheric manipulation technologies similar to what we were working on." Daniel typed back. "So other countries were developing this too?" "Absolutely. The Soviets had a program called Project Aurora that was focused on creating visual phenomena in the sky. The Chinese had something similar, but we were ahead. By the mid-90s we had functional systems. I saw the test footage. Not just static images, but moving objects. Things that looked like aircraft, but weren't there. Shapes that appeared solid, but were just light and excited particles." "How convincing was it?" "Very. We would run tests and then intercept the local radio traffic, phone calls from people reporting strange lights. They couldn't tell it was artificial. To them, it was just unexplained phenomena. We even had a few instances where local news picked up the stories. Of course, official explanations were always provided. Weather balloons, atmospheric conditions, military exercises, whatever would make people stop asking questions. What happened to the program after the Cold War ended? It evolved. That's the thing people don't understand. When the Soviet Union collapsed, the justification for these programs didn't disappear. It just changed. Instead of defending against external enemies, the focus shifted to domestic applications, managing perception, controlling narratives. The technology we'd developed for strategic deception in warfare became a tool for information warfare at home. You're saying they turned it on American citizens. I'm saying the capability exists. Whether it's been deployed at scale, I can't confirm, but I can tell you that by the time I left the service, there was extensive discussion about using these systems for what they called narrative reinforcement operations, creating visual phenomena that would support specific policy goals or diplomatic initiatives, like staging a crisis, or staging a solution. Imagine if a major international problem was emerging, something that required unprecedented cooperation or changes to existing power structures. Now imagine if a visual phenomenon appeared in the sky, something that seemed to confirm the narrative being pushed by authorities, something that made people more willing to accept radical changes because they'd seen evidence with their own eyes. That's terrifying. That's the world we live in. The technology exists, the infrastructure is in place. The only question is whether anyone has the will to activate it at full scale. The messages continued over several days. The linguist provided technical details about the systems, described organizational structures, confirmed names and programs that appeared in Monaster's documents. Everything lined up. Every piece fit. Daniel compiled all of his interviews into a growing file, cross-referencing testimonies, verifying claims wherever possible. 3 different sources, none of whom knew each other, all confirming the same basic facts. The technology was real. The program had existed since at least the 80s. It had gone black in the 90s and continued developing. The capability to create mass visual phenomena existed and had been tested repeatedly. The only question was whether it had ever been deployed for real, whether any of the unexplained phenomena of the past 30 years had been genuine or manufactured. Daniel started building a timeline of incidents, not just famous cases like Phoenix, but any mass sighting, any unexplained aerial phenomenon, any event that had generated widespread witness reports and media coverage. The pattern that emerged was chilling. Part 4. The Incidents That Match. Daniel spent 2 weeks cross-referencing Monaster's files with documented unexplained phenomena. He created a massive spreadsheet with dates, locations, descriptions, and any correlation with the test schedules and satellite data in the documents. The pattern wasn't immediately obvious. These events were scattered across decades and continents. But when Daniel organised them chronologically and marked the ones that appeared in Monaster's files, a clear progression emerged. The earliest reference in the documents was from the year before the new millennium, Norway. Multiple reports of strange spiral lights in the sky appeared in local newspapers from northern regions. The official explanation at the time was aurora borealis with unusual configurations, but in Monaster's files was a test schedule marked Scandinavian Population Response Trials, December. The descriptions matched. Spiral formations in the sky, glowing with unusual colours, appearing and disappearing over several nights. The memos noted that the tests had been successful, with high witness credibility and minimal scepticism from local populations. Then nothing major for several years, at least nothing in the files. But the year Princess Diana died brought the Phoenix lights, already documented extensively in Daniel's research. The memo had scheduled it 3 years in advance. The test had exceeded expectations. What Daniel found disturbing was the follow-up analysis in the files. Pages of data about media coverage, witness reliability assessments, official explanation acceptance rates. They'd studied every aspect of how the event had played out. They had learned from it, used it to refine their understanding of mass psychology. The next major incident in the files was from late in the first decade of the new millennium, December of the year Copenhagen hosted the climate summit, the Norway Spiral. Daniel remembered this one clearly. It had been all over the news at the time. A massive blue and white spiral appeared in the sky over northern Norway, visible for hundreds of kilometres. The geometric perfection of it had been stunning. Videos showed a perfect spiral of blue light with a white glow at the centre, as if someone had drawn it in the sky with a compass. The official explanation came within hours, a failed Russian missile test from the White Sea. The trajectory had spiralled out of control, creating the visual effect. The Russian military eventually confirmed the explanation, but the geometry had been too perfect, the timing too precise, the duration too long. A missile failure would create debris, erratic motion, rapid dissipation. The Norway Spiral had maintained its formation for nearly 10 minutes, and in Monist's files was a memo dated 2 weeks before the event. Arctic atmospheric trial scheduled for December. Coordinates: northern Norway, approximately 70 degrees latitude. Expected weather: clear, minimal light pollution. Test objective: large-scale geometric formation using coordinated satellite array and ground-based ionospheric stimulation. Secondary objective: assess effectiveness of rapid official explanation deployment. Cover story: Russian missile malfunction. The cover story had been prepared in advance. They'd coordinated with Russian authorities, or at least created a plausible scenario that Russia could confirm. The spiral wasn't a missile failure, it was a test, and the official explanation had worked exactly as designed. Daniel found witness accounts from the Norway Spiral. Thousands of people had seen it, photographed it, filmed it, and most of them had accepted the missile explanation without question, even though the physics didn't quite make sense. That was the genius of it. Provide an official explanation quickly, even if it's not entirely logical, and most people will accept it rather than entertain more disturbing possibilities. The timeline continued. October of a year in the middle of the current decade. Shanghai, China. Thousands of people reported seeing what appeared to be a floating city in the clouds, a massive mirage of skyscrapers hovering above the real skyline. Videos went viral on social media. News stations covered it as a fascinating meteorological phenomenon. Meteorologists called it a fata morgana, a complex form of superior mirage that can make distant objects appear to float in the air. The explanation was technically plausible. Fata morganas are real optical phenomena caused by temperature inversions, but in Monist's files was a reference. East Asia Urban Projection Sample, October. Test parameters: dense urban environment, high population density, extensive social media penetration. Objective: assess viral information spread in digitally connected population. They tested how quickly an unexplained phenomenon would spread through social media. How many people would film it, share it, discuss it. They'd studied the patterns of information flow in the age of smartphones and instant communication. Daniel found dozens of smaller incidents: lights over military bases, geometric formations over remote areas, objects that appeared and disappeared. Every major unexplained sky event from the past 30 years had a corresponding entry in the files. Not all of them. Some incidents were probably genuine unexplained phenomena, but enough of them matched the test schedules to establish a pattern. They'd been testing for decades, refining the technology, learning how populations react, studying how information spreads, how official explanations are accepted or rejected, how media's coverage affects public perception. Each test built on the previous ones. Each incident taught them something new about mass psychology and information control. The most recent entry in Monast's files was from the year before he died, but Daniel knew the testing hadn't stopped when Monast discovered it. If anything, it had probably intensified. He started searching for unexplained phenomena from after Monast's death. The pattern continued. Norway had another spiral in the year the Panama Papers were released. There were strange lights over multiple US military bases in the year before the last presidential election. Geometric formations over South America. Massive glowing orbs over cities in Europe and Asia. Some of these had received media coverage. Others had been dismissed as hoaxes or misidentifications, but the frequency was increasing. The sophistication was growing. Daniel created visualizations of the data, maps showing locations, timelines showing frequency, graphs showing the increasing complexity of the phenomena. The evidence was overwhelming. This wasn't random. This was systematic testing of technology designed to control what people saw in the sky. But testing for what? What was the ultimate goal? Daniel went back to Monast's note. They've spent 30 years perfecting the technology, another 20 integrating it into the infrastructure. If Monast had discovered this in the mid-90s, and the program had been running since the 60s, that was 30 years of development. Monast died more than 20 years ago. That was another 2 decades of refinement and integration. They weren't testing anymore, they were ready. The question was, ready for what? Part 5. After the towers fell. Daniel noticed something change in the document's timeline. After September of the year the towers fell, the nature of the program shifted fundamentally. He found this pattern not in Monast's files, which ended in the mid-90s, but in public records, budget documents, policy papers, congressional testimony, all publicly available, all hiding in plain sight. Between the year the towers fell and the middle of the following decade, there was an explosion in funding for psychological operations, electronic warfare, and something the documents called perception management. The Department of Defense budget showed billions allocated to programs with deliberately vague names: strategic communications, information dominance, cognitive security, narrative operations. Daniel pulled up the actual budget documents from those years. They were publicly available through the Freedom of Information Act, though heavily redacted. But even with the redactions, the numbers told a story. In the year before the towers fell, spending on psychological operations across all military branches totaled roughly 300 million. By the year the housing market began to collapse, that number had increased to over 4 billion. The budget line items were scattered across different agencies, different departments, different classification levels. But Daniel tracked them all, compiling a spreadsheet that showed the massive increase in spending on what essentially amounted to domestic information control. It wasn't just military spending. Intelligence agencies received similar increases. The Department of Homeland Security, created in the aftermath of the attacks, had entire divisions dedicated to countering disinformation and information security that were really about shaping public perception of threats and government responses. Then in the year the housing market collapsed, something interesting appeared in the Federal Register. A notice about the creation of something called the National Applications Office. Daniel had never heard of it, so he researched extensively. The NE was designed to coordinate the use of spy satellites for domestic purposes. The official justification was Homeland Security, disaster response, and border security. Intelligence agencies already had satellites watching the entire planet. Why not use that capability to help domestic agencies? The backlash was immediate. Privacy advocates raised alarms. Congressional committees expressed concerns. The media actually paid attention for once, running stories about Big Brother watching American citizens from space. The NAO was officially shut down before it even became operational. The announcement came within months of its creation, a victory for privacy the headlines proclaimed. But Daniel found documents showing that while the NAO itself was disbanded, the infrastructure remained. The satellite coordination systems were transferred to other agencies. The legal frameworks were preserved under different names. The program hadn't been killed, it had just gone invisible. That was a pattern Daniel kept seeing. Programs would be announced, face public criticism, get officially ended, but the core capabilities would continue under different names in different agencies. Around the same time, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, began launching a series of projects that caught Daniel's attention. DARPA had always been at the cutting edge of military technology. They'd created the internet, GPS, stealth technology, and dozens of other innovations that eventually became civilian products. But in the years following the year the towers fell, their focus shifted towards something different. Brain-computer interfaces, neural manipulation, what they called neurotechnology for national security. Daniel found public documents about these programs. They weren't secret. DARPA published papers about their research. They held conferences. They recruited from universities. One program was called Silent Talk. The goal was to allow soldiers to communicate through thought alone, using neural interfaces that could detect and transmit brain signals. The potential military applications were obvious: silent communication in combat zones, coordination without radio chatter. But Daniel saw the other implications. If you could detect what someone was thinking and transmit it, you could also potentially send signals back. You could potentially influence thought itself. Another program was called Narrative Networks. The official description was about understanding how narratives and stories shape group behaviour and decision-making. The goal was to develop ways to counter extremist narratives and promote pro-social messaging. But the research went deeper than that. It explored how specific narratives could be crafted to influence large populations, how stories could be deployed strategically to shape public opinion, how psychological triggers could be identified and exploited. Then there was biological control. This program aimed to use electromagnetic stimulation to trigger specific biological responses in the brain. The official goal was treating PTSD and traumatic brain injuries in soldiers, but the underlying technology could theoretically be used to induce specific mental states in targeted individuals. Daniel compiled all of this research. He cross-referenced it with the atmospheric projection technology from Monist's files, and he started to see how everything connected. The holographic projection technology from the 80s and 90s could control what people saw. The neurotechnology research from the 2000s and beyond could influence what people thought and felt. The information control infrastructure established after the towers fell could manage how people interpreted what they saw and felt. Together, it was a complete system for managing human perception at scale. He found an article from the year before the last presidential election. A retired DARPA scientist had written an op-ed piece published in a small tech journal. The article was critical of what the scientist called weaponized psychology in government programs. Daniel tracked down the full piece. One paragraph jumped out. What began as defensive technology has become something else entirely. We told ourselves we were developing tools to counter foreign propaganda, to protect soldiers from psychological warfare, to help citizens distinguish truth from disinformation. But we've built something more powerful and more dangerous. We've created the ability to shape consensus reality itself, to make people see what we want them to see, believe what we want them to believe, feel what we want them to feel. And we've done it all in the name of national security. Daniel tried to contact the scientist. The email bounced back. The phone number was disconnected. A search for the scientist's name revealed that he died 2 years after publishing the article. Heart attack, age 63, another heart attack, another inconvenient death. Daniel kept digging. He found evidence of the infrastructure being integrated into civilian systems. Social media companies working with intelligence agencies to develop disinformation detection algorithms that could also be used to suppress information. telecommunications companies installing hardware that allowed monitoring and potentially manipulation of communications, smart city initiatives that created surveillance networks capable of tracking entire populations. None of it was hidden. It was all public information, just scattered across thousands of different sources, buried in technical documents and budget reports and policy papers that nobody read. The infrastructure for total information control had been built in plain sight. And then Daniel found the leaked email. It was posted on a fringe forum dedicated to tracking government surveillance programs. The poster claimed to have received it from a friend who worked in cybersecurity consulting for defense contractors. The email was allegedly from a retired DARPA scientist to a former colleague, dated the year after the pandemic began. Daniel verified what he could. The email header data suggested it was genuine, though it could have been forged. The scientist's name checked out. He'd worked on several neurotechnology programs in the 2000s, but confirming the content was impossible. The email was brief. I saw your piece in the Journal of Defense Technology. Good work documenting the network architecture, but you're still thinking too small. Project Bluebeam was never cancelled. It was upgraded. The holographic projection was only ever part of it. The real goal was always psychological, making people see what you want them to see, believe what you want them to believe. With modern technology, AI-generated content, deepfakes, voice, synthesis, ubiquitous surveillance, you don't even need the holograms anymore. You can create entire realities, custom-tailored to specific populations or even individuals. The infrastructure is in place. The capability exists. All that's missing is the activation order. Daniel read the email a dozen times. Then he started researching the current state of the technologies mentioned. Deepfakes had become nearly perfect. AI systems could generate video of anyone saying anything, with perfect lip sync and natural expressions. Voice synthesis could clone anyone's voice from a few minutes of audio samples. Image generation had reached the point where artificial images were indistinguishable from photographs. Social media algorithms could create completely different information environments for different users, showing them content calibrated to their existing beliefs and emotional triggers. Search engines could manipulate what information people found. Digital maps could show different routes to different people. Weather apps could display different forecasts. Reality itself had become customizable, not through holograms in the sky, but through the screens everyone carried in their pockets. The atmospheric projection technology wasn't obsolete. It was just one tool in a much larger toolkit. Daniel thought about the implications. If you could control what people saw on their screens and in the sky, if you could influence what they thought and felt through targeted content and electromagnetic stimulation, if you could manage what information they had access to and what explanations they would accept for unexplained events, you could shape reality itself, not physical reality, but consensus reality, the shared understanding of what's true, what's important, what's happening in the world, and whoever controlled that controlled everything. Daniel's research was interrupted by a notification on his phone, an alert from his banking app. His account had been flagged for suspicious activity and temporarily frozen pending investigation. He called the bank immediately. They couldn't provide details over the phone but asked him to come in to discuss the matter. They made an appointment for later that week. Daniel felt cold. He thought about Letourneau's warning, about what had happened to Monast. He backed up everything immediately, uploaded copies of all his research to multiple cloud services, sent encrypted copies to several journalist friends with instructions not to open them unless something happened to him, made physical backups on USB drives that he hid in different locations. He wasn't paranoid, he was being careful, because he was starting to understand that Monast had been right about all of it, and people who were right about this kind of thing tended to have unfortunate accidents. Part 6. The Hidden Division. Daniel filed his Freedom of Information Act request with NASA in March. He wasn't expecting much. FOA requests to government agencies typically returned either heavily redacted documents or outright denials based on national security exemptions. But he had to try. He requested any and all documents related to the Atmospheric Projection Division within the Strategic Defence Initiative, the Theoretical Event Projection Unit, any programs or research related to large-scale atmospheric visual phenomena, budget documents for any programs related to iconospheric manipulation for projection purposes. He also requested, somewhat optimistically, any documents related to coordination between NASA and DARPA on perception management or psychological operations. The response came 3 months later. A thick envelope containing mostly redacted documents, and a letter explaining that much of the